Not only saying I'm presenting these patients who are labeled as asadhyas by both the fraternities, are dealt with us by our institution, and we were able to cure those diseases. And that's exactly why I'm restricting my niche only to the end-stage market. End-stage diseases. And end-stage diseases itself is a huge problem, friends. See, we have done our research and we figured people between 20 and 40 years of age, you know how many slip into in the end stage category, patients in the age category between 20 and 40, you know how many fall in? 47% in India. 47% if a breadwinner is lost. Big loss to the family, to the community, to the country. You know how much India is losing on its GDP just by losing these patients? $70 billion. And you know how much of the money India is spending on $70 billion is 5 lakhs, approximately 60,000 crores. And you know how much of the money that we are spending on treating end-stage diseases? Ayushman Bharat has come up with this number, 70,000 crores. I'm saying saving those people's lives will add 5,70,000 crores to the GDP, and out of which you can even spend $200,000, $2 lakh just on this menace, and then you can have a lot of money to be spent on research. That's the model, friends. That is why we are targeting only the end stage. World over, it is $1.2 trillion spent. If we just adapt this to the Europe, the UK, and US, these countries will save about at least $700 billion. And that is Indian philosophy. You save money for yourself, for your patients, and save money and save lives. So that is what we are trying to promote in the form of polyscientific Ayurveda, because these results are there. We have data that is generated. We have a scientific algorithm that is guiding all these principles. You talk about anything, we were talking about the Mala Visarjana. See, when VPK is balanced, automatically you don't have to push. Okay. Tell me something, when we have food, excretion of the fecal matter, is it a process that you need to initiate, or is it a natural one? Natural, isn't it? So that is why excretion is blocked only when the VPK imbalance is happening. So that is why we were talking only about the VPK, because it's the VPK that translates into excess of something. Anything that is in excess is a toxin, friends. We don't have to be worried about the word ama, using only the word ama and then translating it into something else. I see ama as a product of ineffective excretory system, for sure. Definitely, there's no doubt. There are two things here. What Ayurveda is referring to as ama is a metabolism. So, okay. How can I explain that in the language of modern biochemistry? Okay, for those people coming from the modern fraternity, let me just quickly come to the other side of this, our side, not our or here, under the allopathic side, on the modern side, and then explain and then translate again into the language of the Ayurveda. So what is happening, friends? The efficacy, okay, pharma people. Are there any pharma people here? B Pharma, MD? Okay, thank you very much. You guys have to answer this in less than 15 seconds. Don't waste our time, please. Okay, sorry. This is not for you, madam. You're preparing. Okay, Dr. Anupama is here. She is the dean and principal of the Sultan Ulum Pharma, this university here, college. Sorry? No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that we have eminent people. So friends, बच्चे पीछे जो बैठे हैं, and also faculty, sorry. मैं कल ही मिला था आप लोगों से, बहुत धन्यवाद आप आए हैं. What I'm asking is, see, what is the efficacy of any biochemical reaction, percentage? What is the efficacy? Percentage-wise. Of any reaction that happens. I have to take this call, please. I'm sorry. In the meanwhile, you can think. Okay, that was a very important call. I'm sorry, I don't disturb anyone. So, yeah. How much is it, madam? No, we are talking about normal physiology. Yeah, any biochemical reaction, what is the efficacy of any biochemical reaction? Average. Based on, okay, I'll give you a clue, Michaelis-Menten reaction. The Michaelis-Menten has come up with a model of understanding the rate at which biochemical reactions happen in the body. Okay, I'm sorry, no, this is a very easy answer, I know, that's why I said, so you are preparing PhDs and other guys, so this is a very elementary thing for biochemical people. Anyone wants to come up? Okay, I don't want to embarrass, oh yes. Nawab ji, kuch bol rahe hain aap? No, okay, ठीक है, no problem. Let me answer. The efficacy is only between 40 to 80%, friends. 40 to 80%, that's all. Which means, whenever a biochemical reaction happens inside the body, the efficacy, which means if A and B combine to form C and D, the net production of C and D, because the body is in a state of, it conforms to the rules of Le Chatelier's principle. Okay, in India it's called as Le Chatelier, because Le Chatelier, okay, that's a French scientist. So every biochemical reaction is reversible, and hence the forward movement of a certain reaction in this step, when A and B react to form C and D, the composition of C and D will never go beyond 40 to 60% of the original reaction if it was conducted in an isolation. All right, that's why the efficacy is only 40 to 60%. If you apply this principle to understanding the excretory functioning of the kidneys, for example, which means the kidneys are eliminating only with an efficacy of 40 to 60%. So, at every step of your biochemical reaction, certain metabolites, which otherwise should have been excreted, are still remaining in the body. That is what is tagged by our rishis as ama. So don't get confused. When people talk about ama, this is what they're meaning. So what our rishis are saying, that there is something called ama that continuously gets accumulated in the body. Now, if ama translates into that metabolite that should have been cleared from the body, which otherwise is not getting cleared because of a natural course. That's why senescence is a natural process, all right? While excretory function is a natural process, the excretion of the fecal matter, excretion of the urinary and also the sweat is a natural process. The efficacy is only to an extent of 40 to 80%. That's already modeled, so you don't have to do that again. So what I'm trying to say is, when the excretory process further falls down below 20%, that's when you end up with diseases. All right, so now for which Ayurveda has, okay, now let me then come back. Because without this context, all that I'm going to say will be slightly, lost to the context, and also, people will think, oh, ये Vata Pitta Kapha के पीछे क्यों पड़ा है? इसी के बारे में क्यों बोल रहे हैं? क्योंकि that is what is actually guiding everything in the body, friends. Now, let me come back to the concept of ama, and we'll switch again back to the PSA's translational research concept. So, this ama, or the natural metabolites that are formed as a process, as a part of your normal physiology, gets accumulated over time. Of course, when it gets accumulated, again the further excretory function. So, the digestive process continuously digests food. So, whatever is not digested, see, even if you eat very minimal, you will still end up with eliminating some fecal matter at the end of the day, isn't it? Which means, that again confirms that the efficacy of any process is only 40 to 80%, that's all. So, whatever food you have, it's not that it is a waste product, but the efficacy is only to that extent, and hence you end up with elimination or whatever. I mean, you will not end up with, you'll have the need to eliminate this end products of metabolites in the process of excretory functioning of the body, of several organs that are participating in this. Point number one. So, digestive process, apply this to the digestive process, apply this to the absorption of the end products of digestion, and then when they cross and enter the blood, and then apply again to absorption of these nutrients that are present in the blood, and then when they get into the body, get into the tissues, into the cell, participating in the cellular metabolic pathways, apply that to everything. So, at every step, you have this menace of the body retaining these metabolites, which otherwise, should have been eliminated. And that is not happening, not because you don't want it to, you're not allowing it to happen, but because that's a natural course. So the body has a natural mechanism again to excrete these through the excretory functions. And you apply the same process. The process of excretion again is also has an efficacy of 40 to 80%. That's all it is. So once this, and what these VPKs are doing are, the Vata, Pitta, Kapha are guiding these intracellular pathways. So they apply to every organ. So when they apply to every organ, even the, to confirm this, what is a citation? Because without any citation, I won't talk, especially in the, not even in a congress, but in general, I don't talk anything that has no citation, because not this, I adapted this now, tasmat shastram pramanante karya akarya vyavasthito is what was said, which means tasmat, and hence shastram, only scientific evidence should be taken as a pramana, as a proof. You know who is saying this? Jagadguru Adi Shankaracharya, who is a spiritualist actually, who all the verses are the Hindu hymns that, that are, recited in our temples are actually a gift of Jagadguru Adi Shankara. And he says, until and unless you have any proof, don't talk about it. Tasmat shastram pramanante karya akarya vyavasthito. Karya jo karna hai, akarya jo nahi karna hai. No, main nahi karunga. तो कैसे नहीं करोगे भाई? क्या प्रूफ है? पूछना है, सबको पूछना है. You have to ask what is the proof you have to say or to do whatever you want to do, and to not to do whatever you don't want to do, is what our spiritualists are saying. And hence, it is automatically applied to everyone, because if those guys, those celebrated, Jagadgurus are talking about it, okay, I'm not promoting any Jagadguru, by the way. Okay, Jagadgurus don't form by prefixing their name with a Jagadguru. Okay, I'm not against anyone again. I'm only trying to say our job is to be only scientific. If we have evidence, accept it. If we don't have evidence, don't talk about it. So you can say, I'm postulating a hypothesis. No problem. So that is why, okay, while that is a standard caveat of all that we're going to speak, let me move to the next step. So at the process of elimination, if the efficacy of a reaction is only to the extent of 40 to 80%, and don't ask me, the citation is given by Michaelis and Menton. Go and ask them. There are citations. Okay, if you have contrarian data, now generate data, prove it, refute it, reaffirm your statement, or follow the old statement, because that's all laid on strong scientific fundamentals. Now, so in this process, if what our rishis have mentioned, okay, now switching again back. So this ama, or the toxins that are end products of our metabolites that have got stuck up in the body, are the ones that are causing diseases. All right? That is exactly why Maharshis have come up with certain detoxification processes. Why? Because that's natural course of accumulation of these toxins. Okay, now what is the reference to these toxins getting accumulated? Amazing reference came just very, very recently. I regularly go through the US FDA's website, because they publish all the latest of what is happening in the scientific communities. So what they are publishing is amazing to learn, friends, that you look at the way they have changed their thinking now. What they're saying is, especially the topic, today's topic is hypertension. We'll switch over to other topics as well, so don't worry. I was reading through the latest drugs that are invented in the category of ARBs, angiotensin receptor blockers, and then I was looking. You know what US FDA mentions now? In the natural course of the body's physiology, certain toxins get accumulated, and when these toxins are agonizing your angiotensin receptors, then you use ARBs. That's the syntax they're giving. You understand what I'm saying? When the toxins are agonizing your alpha receptors, then give alpha receptor antagonists. So they have used this word of toxins, which is akin to the word mentioned in our Ayurvedic literature, which is called as ama. And the process of elimination is natural, but as I said, if the if the process is again inefficient, it's not that if inefficient, it is inefficient based on the current models. It is only to an efficacy of 40 to 80%, and hence the retaining of these toxins still happen, and hence aging occurs, senescence occurs, and hence nashvara happens. All right, aging happens, and hence the natural process of aging happens because of these superoxide radicals and so on and so forth. So now what, in our context of the modern medicine, what according to me mistake we are doing is, or maybe not a mistake, because people are over enthusiastically greedy. They want the results immediately. So they saying, mera BP abhi khatam hona hai. So I said, okay, good, you use ARBs, but again, is there a rationale? Why ARBs? What is the proof? What is the evidence that a certain doctor has in respect to choosing of a certain anti-hypertensive drug? For example, say you're taking a beta blocker. Why are you giving a beta blocker? Are you sure that the Frank Starling forces of the heart have got weakened, or they're over enthusiastically inotropic? Did you prove that? Are we following that? In each patient, do you have a way to understand that? Any doctors? No, isn't it, Dr. Jayasudha garu? We don't have any proof. We are going by a trial and error mechanism, and here I can show you the proof of personalizing each of these drugs. Even the ARBs can be personalized by understanding this dosha influence on the body. That's exactly what I was trying to communicate yesterday. This introduction was missed yesterday because of so much. There was so much of commotion yesterday. Governor Ji came, and it's good that Governor has come, because she understood the science we were talking, and then she emphasized the need for scientific rationale. And friends from our modern fraternity, please don't think that Ayurveda is not scientific. Our rishis have done observations for millions and millions of years. They passed on this knowledge from generations to generations. People have perfected this system. But unfortunately, what happened is, we were not able to, at a certain juncture of time, I assume that happened between 100 years BC to until the very recent times, we were not able to translate all of this knowledge into the modern, into the Western understanding. So that's why it's slowly remained, the roots have remained strong, there's no doubt about it, but the translation research has definitely failed. There's a gap. That's why when the Ayurvedic physicians talk about Vata, we don't understand what it is. When they talk about Pitta or Kapha, we don't understand. When they talk about Kloma, we don't understand. Even Kloma, even they don't understand. There's a big debate going on. Isn't it, Dr. Murthy garu and our revered Kloma? Do we have a consolidated idea of what is Kloma? No. But that's exactly where these animal models will again be useful to establish this concept and prove it to the modern science. So now, having this context as a background, and we'll discuss the next sessions, because this is very important. If anyone has any questions here, I'd be glad to take them, or we'll have panel discussions towards the end of the day. Make notes of all of your questions. We'll revisit, so that the entire audience will be glued to the flow, because it's about the flow. I don't want to disturb the flow. No, I'm not done. I haven't even started actually. I just came. I'm sorry. Yeah. वार्म अप ने मतलब थोड़ा एक कॉन्टेक्स्ट में लाना है ना सबको, तो हाँ. So now that is why when we talked about the samadosha yesterday, I wanted to have an elaborate expansive understanding of of doshas themselves per se, and I give a quick synopsis of what the doshas are translating into in the language of metabolic pathways, and that too only Krebs cycle. We talked only about Krebs cycle, friends. And glucose metabolism mediated through Krebs cycle is only one of the 175, now remember, 175 metabolic pathways that are there in the body. We talked about in one pathway for 3 whole hours. 175 pathways will take at least 90 hours, friends. That's what I said. So if someone took this message that the lecture is only for 90 hours, no. That's only to discuss diabetes. That's only to discuss diabetes, we need 90 hours. So we'll come to that later, a little later. Dr. Divya, can you give me your attention, please? I'm sorry. Because then I want you to put the next slide when I need. Then we'll go back to the concept. Yeah, please be there. So friends, so what we did was translation of these Vata, Pitta, Kapha, because they form the fundamentals of Ayurveda, not because I want them to happen, but because there is a reference again. Until unless we, many people say, there was a conference, about, I think 8 years ago, 2014, in the cardiology conference, I was again presenting electrophysiology and dealing of patients with ischemic heart disease. There was a very well-renowned doctor who stood up. That's what happens in scientific congresses. They are organized so that we man bhar ke matlab ek दूसरे को पीटने के लिए ready हो जाना चाहिए. We have to fight man bhar ke. That is why these congresses are organized. That's a scientific discussion we need to have. That healthy discussion should happen in a very violent way, and that is a scientific congress. Now, so in that discussion, he said, Doctor, ye sab jo bol rahe hain, whatever you're saying is very good, but I don't believe any of them. I said, very good. Sir, what is the proof for you not to believe in Vata, Pitta, Kapha? I said, no, I have not done any research. I said, then shut up, generate data, come back, we'll talk. There is no other way. Because if you are saying that you don't believe something, what is the data? Tasmat shastram pramanante karya akarya vyavastitau. If you are saying I don't want to believe, then give me the proof. You can't sit in a scientific congress and say I don't have data, but I don't believe, then you get out of the scientific congress. That's what I told this very renowned cardiologist. He's offended, but he loves me very much, even now. He's offended because, I don't want to offend, but you can't say that you don't believe. First, if you don't believe, generate data. Okay, getting money or not getting money is a second part. Then let's make those policies. Let's lobby with the governments. Let's work together. Present our case to the government. Seek grants. Because the governments, the advisors, sometimes they miss some things. Just like yesterday I was saying, see, ACCORD trial, ACCORD trial was done on more than 11,000 patients. All right, and to set up new standards for diabetes. They came up with new standards, right? American College of Physicians in 2019, in their guidelines, they mentioned the guideline number 1. It says, the new guidelines are you have to maintain your HbA1c between 7 and 8. Guideline number 2, they're saying never ever try to reduce the HbA1c below 6.5 because 1 in 3 people died. Especially when they had concomitant diabetes and heart disease, number 2. Number 3, remember this is a beautiful guideline that they have. The third guideline issued in 2019 says that you've got to personalize. See, you've got to personalize the blood glucose levels in your patient. How do you do that? You ask the patient, okay, patient baitha hai, or you say, okay, yaar, aapko कितना रखना है मतलब what is the rationale? You can't ask the patient कि आपको कितना रखना है उसके लिए क्या अच्छा है, what is right for him or what is not right for him has to be decided based on what parameter. How do you personalize? PSA is the way. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. If you want to personalize, not because I want to do it, but American College of Physicians has realized the need to personalize the blood glucose levels in each individual. They don't know how. And here we have an entire mechanism, we have an entire explanation with proof. That's why when you asked publication, I said, some of my data is published. Most of it is not published because it has to be patented. So we have applied for 17 patents, 16 patents are unke drafting ho rahe hain, or another 25 publications are on the way. So, patents are on the way, 58 patents. Unless and until we don't patent, see, we don't want this to be reverse engineered again, and then, you create, the Western world is very good at that. I'm not against them. They have done wonderful job, but they want to take credit of that, which is very good. They have created something called as functional medicine, exceptionally good. But what is India losing? By trying to candidly and stupidly saying, I don't want to believe in a certain thing. No, we have to keep that mind open. Westerners are open in that sense, and they have adapted this. Friends, look at what is invented in the recent decade. Functional medicine. Did you hear about it? It talks about personalizing. It talks about those conditions in which you don't generate any data, but the patient is suffering. Patients sometimes come, like yesterday Dr. Jyoti came in the open, that's why I can use her name. She said, Dr. Jyoti, who's a reputed, is a PhD in chemistry. She does a lot of analytical chemistry for our company as well. And then she came up, she said, Doctor, all the reports are normal, within normal limits, but I have pains all over the body. I have pains all over the body. I can't sleep. I can't put on weight. It itches everywhere. My eyes are dry. You said, now, okay, let me ask my modern fraternity. Friends, what could be the diagnosis? All the reports are normal. The patient says, my eyes are itching and burning. My body is dry. I can't sleep. I'm not putting on weight. And I get tense very fast. What is the diagnosis? Psychiatric, isn't it? We put them on antipsychotics. You know what I did? I applied the knowledge of Ayurvedic Vata. Vata, okay, not just Ayurvedic Vata. Okay, Ayurveda mentions that Vata is characterized by certain properties called Rukshana. Rukshana makes the tissues dry. Now, what is the proof that I have that Vata exists? We did these electrophysiological experiments, generated data in experimental animals, demonstrated that Vata makes the tissue hyperexcitable, and hyperexcitable tissue is using up ATP faster, and hence it is ATP depleted. It cannot actually accumulate water. Why? Because the entire water is gone away okay, what happens? Where does water come from in the body? The one that you drink, number one. How does the body retain water? Number two, what is that important enzyme? I'm sorry, I'm going to deep chemistry, but that is very important. What is that important enzyme that helps the body retain water in the body? Your carbonic anhydrase, friends. All right? Carbonic anhydrase. So when there is less CO2 produced inside the cell because of, in Vata, what is happening? ATP is getting depleted faster. And because of decreased sensitivity of the cell membrane, the access of this particular cell to glucose is restricted. So glucose doesn't enter. The cell is fatigued as well. In fatigued cells, what happens is the increase of carbon dioxide inside will make the tissue dry, and when the tissue is dry, you have itches and scratches. That's it. You have to scratch as well. You understand? So where I am coming. So when the tissue is dry, and there is a molecular pathway that I am explaining. So if you understand that Vata exists and you apply this electrophysiological study into understanding the metabolic pathway, it makes immense sense. Why was she not able to sleep? She was not able to sleep. Can someone take this place? Not Suresh. Divya Kudin. What was I saying? Yeah, when the tissue is hyperexcited, think about it. When your brain is hyperexcited. Okay, now EEG. Let's quickly go to the EEG and come back. What are the alpha, beta, gamma, delta, and theta waves, friends? Quickly. When you all know about EEG, right? Electroencephalogram. Okay, let me then tell you. So when your eyes are wide open, you end up with, on an EEG, you end up with beta activity. Beta activity is, when you see beta activity on an EEG, it means that the individual is awake, is not sleeping. He's wide awake. He's wide awake, yeah. No, he's always conscious, but he's wide awake. But you could be conscious even while closing your eyes. So that's why I wanted to make that. Your eyes are wide open, you're awake, and your beta waves are recorded on the EEG. You just close your eyes, do nothing. Alpha, the beta activity subsides, stops, and it transforms into an alpha activity. The beta activity is characterized by more than 12 hertz as recorded on the EEG of electric currents. The alpha activity is between 7 and 12. Okay, the moment you just close eyes, so that's why when you do meditation, you just close your eyes. Why? Because beta transforms into alpha and you have less. See, the electrical activity in the brain is reduced and hence you end up with an alpha activity. Now, what happens in a theta? the activity further decreases. It is characterized by the waveforms recorded between 3 Hz and 7 Hz, and you are already sleeping but dreaming. That's called as rapid eye movement sleep. So, for the rapid eye movement sleep to occur, because once it occurs, then you go into other realms of sleep, which are non-rapid eye movement sleep and deep sleep, which are characterized by the theta and gamma waves. Delta and gamma waves. All right. So now, when does someone doesn't sleep? Simply applying the fundamentals of EEG, when a person has hyperactivity of the brain. What happens in Vata based on our electrophysiological experiments? When Vata is aggravated, the tissue is hyperexcited and hence he cannot sleep. Very simple logic, isn't it? For which you're putting them on antipsychotics. That's not right, according to me. So what we did was, we just asked her to apply, what are the oils? We asked her to apply Murivenna oil, very simple. Murivenna oil. We asked her to apply Bala Ashwagandha oils and several other oils that are prescribed in Ayurveda. So it's very simple. So applying oils, friends, that's all it is. What did she do? She had food. I said, don't restrict your food. No, what will be my glucose levels if I don't restrict? I said, forget about glucose levels. You know, your death is much more dangerous than glucose levels. And you can deal with glucose if you are alive, right? I told her, I exactly told this. And I said, don't worry about it because there's so much of Vata that your tissues are not sleeping. That's why you'll not be able to sleep. Very simple logic. She is off all anti-anxiety drugs, all and psychotic drugs. She was on antipsychotic drugs. She was on, 400, okay, let me not go deep into her, drug regimen, but she was on 3 antipsychotic drugs, including lithium. We put her off all drugs, off. You know what? By properly mitigating Vata. And once, if you're not able to establish that she was suffering from Vata aggravation, then you would not have, you would not have been able to help the patient get that benefit. So, with this context, so as I said, okay, let me, So, PSA completely believes, friends, this methodology of you need to have, if Ayurvedic doctors, please have understanding of your modern science, without which, see, now it is easy for me to communicate, right? So, my allopathic fraternity, are you convinced that there's something called Vata? Isn't it? You are convinced, Dr. Jayasudha Garu is already convinced about Pitta. Isn't it? If she wants to, she can, as a doctor, Balmurugan. Gopinath garu, sorry, I'm sorry. Light undi anduke mee face kanvinchట్లేదు. So face recognition algorithm work cheyatledu na brain lo. Principal component analysis is not happening properly. So that's a machine learning algorithm. In machine learning there's something called as principal component analysis, through which you do what? Any EC? No, I thought you're nodding head and then you thought. It is signal processing for image processing. Okay, principal component analysis, remember. That's a big algorithm that will take 4 hours for me to explain. So that's why I'll not explain that algorithm. So what is happening here is, if I didn't have this knowledge of, translational knowledge of Ayurveda and allopathy interconvertibly usable, interconvertibly applied, I wouldn't be able to help my patient. And I'm telling you, with this confidence, of course, there must be several other Ayurvedic doctors who are practicing, like, for example, Dr. Pradeep. His practice is only Ayurveda. He comes from the same Gurukula that I come. So Dr. Pradeep is, can you show up yourself? Dr. Pradeep, will call him again to felicitate him. Yeah, Dr. Pradeep, very celebrated. He practices only Ayurveda. Amazing. It's very good, Pradeep. Thank you very much for coming actually and spending his time, because this is very important, Pradeep. We have to talk with each other. And of course, Pradeep believes this. While he was doing his medicine, BAMS, I was doing my medicine, we used to communicate with each other. We had a common platform of our Guru, and we did that translational understanding. We only developed our translational understanding, but then the research I took off, it took off in 2002. So, if we don't have this basis of allopathy, basis of Ayurveda, you'll not be able to end up with translational research. Okay, if you don't translate, interconvertibly translate these two domains, friends, you will not be able to communicate. If you don't communicate, you will not be able to, these knowledge will not be applied and patients don't get benefited. That's the problem. See, that condition, which could have simply diagnosed as Vata aggravation disorder, that's all it is. It is diagnosed as a severe depression, and then, several other, there's a 20-page diagnosis that was given to her. I said, okay, put it into the trash. I said, sir, how can I do that? I'm an allopathic doctor also. I'm a licensed medical practitioner, a license issued by the Medical Council of India, not only Medical Council of India, but the European Board of Cardiothoracic Surgeons. I'm a European board certified cardiac surgeon, so don't worry. I'm a doctor all over the world. I have certification all over the world, so I can really command this. So why am I able to command this? Because this swift navigation between different domains. And what has led me that to, data scientists, where are they? Yeah, Vijay. Yeah, there are data scientists here. See, when I talk data science, you think I make sense or I'm just making up some words? Can you be louder? Yeah, I make sense. If something doesn't make sense, even I don't talk. That's the thing. The problem, I know, what has happened in our culture is that we are used to telling lies to each other, so we don't believe each other. That's the problem. So here, I come from Sri Satya Sai institution. Satya was the one that was taught to me from the, so I'm adamantly, vehemently, pro Satya. So I don't tell lies. So unfortunately, I have to prove. Why? Because, we're used to listening lies. Unfortunately, I don't want to make this comment on the culture, but this is where, that is why you need to generate proof. Not that, Jagadguru Adi Shankaracharya used to tell lies, but he also generated data, by the way. So, the data science is, again, another important realm. Yesterday, I was talking about the basics of this. See, when we generated data from a so-called Vata aggravated individual, my assumptions based on the research that I have done, that's why when Dr. Gopinath started off, he said, sir, I'm developing a VPK algorithm. I said, okay, good luck for you. Isn't it? That's what I told. I didn't even talk about it because, see, I tell you, it is not easy. Now, you're a data science as well, right? Data scientist, he knows this. So, Dr. Gopinath, please, wherever I'm wrong, you please stop me. And wherever I'm right, you acknowledge, because this society, our fraternity should understand. So, what is happening is, as I said, anything in human beings, if it goes beyond 55%, treat it as death. They'll be only in the ICU. People cannot bear that much aggravation of doshas. That's based on my dosha modeling, number one. Number two, what are we doing by doing the Nadi Pariksha of individuals is because today's, okay, and then I humbly submit again to the revered Ayurvedic fraternity here. See, we are adapting, we're trying to extrapolate the knowledge given by Ashtanga Hrudayam, for example, in which Maharshi Vagbhata has clearly classified people belonging to 7 different categories based on their dosha predominance. They could be Vata dominant, Pitta dominant, Kapha dominant, or Vata Pitta, Pitta Kapha, Vata Kapha, or Vata Pitta Kapha. All the 3 could be dominant. Now, he also gives us see, what Maharshi did was, he came up with data science. He applied statistics. He clearly mentioned Pancha Vimshati Pratishateshu. What it means is 25% approximately people belong to Vata dominance, 25 belong to Pitta, and 25 belong to Kapha. And the Dvandvaja, he mentioned Sapta Pratishati. So 7% of people, approximately those times, he made his own statistical observations and documented in these granthas. Now what has happened, friends? Okay, my theory is that people lived in their own communities those days. There was not much migration, isn't it, those days? So they lived in their own communities. So they had the privilege of having a certain customized, not customized, it was customary to have a certain type of food in a certain region. So, their doshas got enriched. Or if they had applied proper Gruha Ayurvedic techniques, their doshas must have got pacified. So, in a certain community, there was a classification, that linear classification you applied to the data science. The Vata, Pitta, Kapha dominant would have, if you apply the support vector machines, Dr. Gopinath, can I apply support vector machine as a mathematical algorithm to come up with this hyperplane between 2 classes of data? Support vector machines? Mana Vijay? Yes, isn't it? Hyperplane, the name. I'm just trying to prove that I know data science. Because everything has to be proven. So we have these experts here. So I'm just trying to say that the hyperplane can be set. What is a hyperplane? It's a line of separator between two classes of data sets. So if you're classifying a certain data as Vata dominant or a Pitta dominant, the line that demarcates these two data sets is called as hyperplane. That's all it is. And then, when you apply data science, the support vector machine, there's an algorithm called a support vector machine. It initially assumes a broad margin of difference between them. Then, as you train the model, that model understands, the model tries to narrow down the line of demarcation between these two data sets and refines itself. So the machines are also learning, isn't it? Support vector machine is applied again. But now, how will you apply a support vector machine or any other algorithm? I mean, we talk about other algorithms. I'll just try to refute this algorithm, because when I hear nonsense, I get agitated, friends, unfortunately. So this Vata modeling that was done in human beings, that didn't translate into, they translated that into a certain data subset, and then they were now teaching the machine learning algorithm to learn, okay, this is Vata subset. But you know what, in our models, animal models that we have, there is no other human being in the whole world who have actually modeled Vata, Pitta, Kapha in experimental animals. That's why I try to encourage these experiments again and again, because several of us, it's not enough that only Dr. Policity Center has done these experiments, you all have to accept. No, it has to be refuted. This method has to be replicated. So that's why I'm willing to collaborate with several other institutions to recreate this model, because once this model is recreated, and the experiment is redone, then if you get the similar data, you have to get 3 times such similar data. Of course, in our institutions, we have done that experiment at least 27 times, literally sacrificing more than 70,000 animals in the course. But I'm not, of course, I keep telling you, see, you are doing, this is the true jihad, because this will help people in rebuilding this great science. I used to pray to these animals, because I can do nothing. I cannot do away without this experiment, because we have now, why am I able to authentically and strongly say this is because we have data. Anyone who comes with a different postulate, I can say, boss, this is not right. So when you have applied this Vata, Pitta, Kapha classifiers, assuming that a certain Vata dominant individual has a certain characteristics on the heart rate variability. Yesterday we were talking about heart rate variability. You have wrongly classified a certain data as Vata subset and Pitta subset and a Kapha subset. Why am I saying it is wrongly classified? All the algorithms are wrong. Why am I saying this? Because we have done these experiments and we found the frequency domains all over. The heart rate variabilities, frequency domains are all over. So that is why when someone says AI and ML, ask them what machine learning algorithms have they used. So they have used SVMs, they have used K-means and KNs. Okay, KNN is for clustering, K-means is again, okay, data science. This is all about data science. That is another 50 hours of lecture. Applied math. If you are thorough with your fundamental maths, then the applied math to understand biological systems will take me at least 80 hours for you to get you all on board. So that we can talk together. Because today, Vijay, you know anything about medicine? No. That's exactly. There's no one in the whole world who knows medicine and data science. Who knows medicine, Ayurvedic medicine, allopathic medicine, data science, statistics, and a bit of Sanskrit. A bit more of Sanskrit, maybe. So, okay, by the way, I'm not saying this so that you kind of create a god. I'm just an ordinary individual, I'm telling you, and there is so much to do. That is the agony here. There's so much to do, but we are not talking. That's why I said, okay, come, let's talk. Let's fight in a room. Because in a family, Mia Bibi to ladte hi rehte hain, lekin wo jud ke hi rehte hain. Wo karna hai hame. That is what we have to do. So, applying this data science as mentioned by Maharshi Vagbhata, we tried to translate here, and it is not applicable. Okay, the Sutrasthanas, the principles laid down in Ayurvedic fundamentals are applied always, but you have to adapt them to the demographics of the current population. That's very, very important. And we have a method to do that, applying data science and applied math to understand the current application of Ayurvedic Sutrasthana principles to the modern community. So, of course, Python coding is additional bonus if you want. I mean, that's a very simple program. If you know maths, if you know both of the data science and applied math, okay, Vijay, can you tell me how many hours it will take for you, how many days, weeks, months it will take for you to learn a new programming language once you know science and applied science, math? Huh? That's what he's saying. 90 days he's saying he can learn a new programming language. I would say 3 days, 1 week. No, if you know maths and applied math, it's just about syntax. The syntax is already available. You have to apply that syntax based on your knowledge on data science, isn't it? So application will take hardly 3 days. But writing a code will take some time. So that's why I'm saying Python coding, 18 hours of lecture on Python coding, and your lab technical methods, manufacturing process. Again, okay, I have to stop here for a while, please. Manufacturing process. Friends, we know we are manufacturing drugs which are agonizing or antagonizing. But remember the beginning of this discussion, I told that in Ayurveda, okay, the US FDA, what US FDA is saying that there are toxins that are a part of your body that are getting generated literally on a day-to-day basis, and they are either agonizing or antagonizing your receptors, and hence you have to block those or unblock, agonize or antagonize those respective receptors is what our US FDA is now stating. What Ayurveda is doing is beautifully, they're identifying these toxins, and there's a process called Panchakarma. Beautiful process, friends. Instead of blocking or unblocking these receptors, while gives a temporary benefit, it's good benefit, because if you have severe migraine, you can't wait until the entire Vata or Pitta or Kapha in the brain gets eliminated. No, you don't wait. It takes time, right? What do you do? Simply take a 5-HT blocker, 5-hydroxytryptamine receptor blocker, and then you're good, right? One of these drugs. So that's you are relieved of this pain and then work on the dosha. It's not that, okay, Ayurvedic medicines don't work spontaneously. No, friends, emergency medicine is so elaborately discussed in Ayurveda. Because I read the scriptures, when I read the scriptures, overnight the soldiers who were wounded, the treatment used to start in the evening, and the next day morning they used to be ready, again fit to go to war. What does it speak of? Army medicine isn't, emergency medicine is clearly documented. Otherwise, this medicine wouldn't have survived. It has helped people. So that in that process, the only thing is you have to appropriately titrate the body with appropriate chemicals. I'm talking the language of chemistry. So you have to, that a certain set of toxins or chemicals. Ultimately, what are toxins? They're just chemicals that are in an overdose in a certain biosystem, in a certain tissue. Now, those toxins have to become soluble, and they have to be eliminated. That's all is the process. So what this Ayurvedic understanding really helps us in properly identifying this appropriate solvent, to identify those appropriate toxins, which according to me can be classified into Vata Pitta Kapha again. Because my friend Dr. Baneria, ye Vata Pitta Kapha se maar dalega, mar jao isko. Because he says, you're killing us with this Vata Pitta Kapha. Because I don't, see, this application is so wide, friends, it can be used everywhere, literally. So if you don't know that a certain Vata, again, we were talking about the elimination process. Luckily, Dr. Harsha has come. So he has raised this. So I think you should go through the recording, because we cannot talk about it again at 2 hours of lecture, but 1.5 hours of lecture. We have talked about the application of understanding Vata Pitta Kapha as opposed to elimination of body's excretory products. That's what we were talking, Dr. Harsha. So I'll get back to the context again, to what we are talking. So in Ayurveda, the process of elimination is dependent on what is happening. Say, for example, I'll give you a quick example, friends. So you're on a long ride. You're driving, say, from Hyderabad to Visakhapatnam, and you're watching a beautiful movie, listening to songs, and then you forgot to refill your tank. What will happen? There will be airlock, right? And even if you fill your tank after that, the airlock will not allow the liquid or the gas to pass through, right? So, isn't it? So, it is the air that is blocking the liquid. Can we now translate it to another language? So, air in Ayurveda, Vayu Tattva, along with the Akasha Tattva, combined to form the Vata. The Vata here is blocking the Jala Tattva of the gas or petrol that we have filled in the tank. So, which means this is in Ayurveda is called as a Vata Avruta Kapha. When what happens is this doshas, anything that is in excess blocks your other respective molecules, and hence you end up with accumulation of toxins. So what do? You relieve Vata or Pitta or Kapha, you balance them, the toxins. See, you don't have to, as I said, you don't have to push the body to excrete. You don't do that. That is a natural mechanism. And of course, when you have, there are some certain processes. The Panchakarma is a process of elimination of these toxins. What? There's a Vamana, Virechana, Basti, Nashya, and Rakta Moksha, and not limited to. There are several other processes. There are specific organ-based Basti procedures. That's amazing, friends. If you understand the physiology of Basti and how individual organ-based Bastis are actually delivered in Ayurveda, you'll be astonished. The kind of knowledge that is already applied, because we don't understand the fundamental physiology, we think, okay, Maharshis are talking about Ama, now we have to, what do I do about the Ama? You have to do nothing about the Ama, because Ama is accumulated as an end product of your metabolite, of an inefficient chemical reaction, which is a natural process. And how do you make it efficient? By training the body to eliminate. So that is what, is a Ritucharya, Dinacharya, several things mentioned. So we cannot go on and on in just a quick 2-day session. I cannot deliver the entire 545 hours of lecture. So manufacturing process is, why did I talk about this? Is because you are identifying appropriate solvent, identify appropriate toxin that is accumulated in the body and map them. For example, if yesterday we talked about heart disease, but we could not go deep because, we are already running behind the schedule. So, if you are using Arjuna, for example, what is the form of Arjuna that you give usually to patients when he suffers a for the heart disease, friends? Arjuna? Right. So, Kshirapakam or? Okay, bark powder. Now, see, what are the various, okay, now I'll come from the modern understanding and apply that to our Ayurvedic understanding, and you will see how it is making sense. Now, what are the pathways for ischemic heart disease? Tell me 9 pathways that will lead to ischemic heart disease. Whose subject was ischemic heart disease? Oh, Dr. Teja, okay. Dr. Teja or Dr. Divya? Dr. Teja, yours, sir. Okay, come up with the pathways that lead to ischemic heart disease. Number 1. Okay, ultimately it is the body, there is a certain blockage to the vessels, and hence the delivery of oxygen, timely oxygen and glucose or nutrients is restricted to heart, and you end up with ischemic heart disease. That's pretty much, but that's the end result. But how did the body arrive at that? Given that all the reactions in the body correspond to which principle I just mentioned about an hour ago? Le Chatelet's principle, right? Le Chatelet's. बताया ना मैंने? हाँ, तो बताया वही तो. अब एक बार फिर से दोहराइए. All the reactions in the body have according to the modern science, not according to the modern, what is that is happening? All the reactions in the body are reversible reactions. And when A plus B reversibly react to form C and D, if the concentration of C increases, the reaction moves backward. So, if only you knew which pathway the body took to arrive at that condition, you will not be able to reverse it. If, say, for example, that's why Ayurveda clearly classifies, friends, beautifully. It says there is a Vataja Hrudroga, there is a Pittaja Hrudroga, Kafaja Hrudroga. Ultimately, what this classification of this disease means is, it is a Vata-mediated ischemic heart disease. If you end up with such patient, now, first of all, you have to label that. In the language of data science, you have to label that patient that he is a Vataja Hrudroga patient. How do you label them? with your corrupt data science practices, can you come up with an AI or ML based algorithm to use a device to actually detect Vata in the heart? No. Is there a mechanism that any of our Ayurvedic respected and esteemed friends have by which you can specifically detect that there is a Vata aggravation only specific to heart? If it was not there, the Maharshis would not have used the word Vataja Hrudroga or Pittaja Hrudroga or Kafaja Hrudroga. So, if the body is generalized, that's another part of discussion. We'll not go deep into that, but we have to go deep into that as well, maybe in a different workshop. But the point is that if you are using Arjuna for a Vataja Hrudroga, you use a Kashaya, right? Kashaya or a Ghruta you can use. Why? What is the syntax? Or a Pittaja Hrudroga. What is the, if there is a Pittaja Hrudroga, what form of Arjuna will be useful? Okay, to sum up, usually Vata, what is lacking in Vata, friends? Vata is characterized by your dryness, right? So what is happening, though the body has water in it, through a certain explanation that I can give based on ATP depletion, the body is binding up either the water molecules, is using up or eliminating the water molecules, ionizing them and eliminating, so they're not available to the system, and hence the system becomes dry. Vata. So when there is a Vata mediated Hrudroga, the tissues are either dry or the arteries have become dry. This, in the modern language, implies that there is something called as microcirculatory disturbances because of capillary impermeability, isn't it? That's what is documented in the Harrison's Principles of Internal Medicine. So how do you explain that? What do you do that? We have no method. In a Vataja Hrudroga, that's why what you do, you apply opposite properties. What has dried up in the body? There's no water. So what do? You put snigdha, something that oleates the body has to be applied. So these are the principles. See, friends, so your every formulation during the manufacturing process has to be formulated to suit the individual's requirements. So that's why if someone is selling some X medicine works in the heart, don't believe it. It won't work that way. What Dr. Pradeep sees, also our Professor Harshavardhan, they formulate them on site. Every time I see Pradeep say, I'm preparing this medicine, some herb is not there, I've gone there, I picked up that herb. Or he gets those sources of herbs and prepares them on site. That is a very essential part of Ayurvedic manufacturing process. Then the knowledge of phytochemistry. Why is it important, friends? See, there are several fractions. For example, all your phytosterols in a certain, for example, you take Google. Google sterols, when are they extracted? Google sterols, phytosterols I'm calling. The sterols are extracted only in either, number one, when you do a when you subject it to watery extraction or extraction with a low percentage of ethanol or methanol. 5 to 7%. So you use 5 to 7% of ethanol to extract only phytosterol fractions, and in Ayurveda there are 16 different types of extraction processes customized to the needs of each individual. So that's why your common manufacturing practice, which will be applicable for all individuals, will not apply at all, isn't it? We'll have a panel discussion on this towards the evening. So knowledge on phytochemistry, because which chemical is missing in an individual is different, because which pathway has led, which pathway led to ischemic heart disease, whether it is yesterday we talked, HDL is also blocking your heart, vessels of the heart in certain individuals, and they later figured out that there's something called as CETP gene expression that has made HDL dangerous to those individuals. When did it become dangerous? And how do you know that you are not a CTP expressed individual? We don't know, right? So whether high HDL is going to do harm or good to you, my medical fraternity from the modern science tell me, how can you estimate that? Why do you think some people who have low LDLs also have ended up with heart attacks? See, these are other concepts. Why? Because we have missed a certain concept called mapping the formulation to each individual. So if we don't, while the elimination, excretion is a natural process, and the VPKs are actually, excess of any of these doshas is blocking these toxins. Once you mitigate the VPK, By appropriately giving an appropriate either dietary process or through a manufacturing process, you apply appropriate manufacturing process for each herb. Because when several WhatsApp groups have come, so people keep discussing, oh, what is the active ingredient? Oh, no, not, what is that? I said, what is the nutraceutical that will help me in migraine? I said, is your migraine Vata mediated or Pitta or Kapha mediated? Before addressing migraine, before addressing the blood vessels of your brain, I have to understand the rasa, rakta, mamsa, meda, asti, majja, dhatus, VPK proportions. If I don't understand that, my medicine won't help you to reverse your migraine or mitigate you from the migraine. Of course, I can give you some formulation, maybe Bhumi Amalaki or your Shunti, Makaghan, Bhrungaraj, to alleviate your pain momentarily. But for me to come up with a permanent strategy, we have to address whether your migraine is Vata mediated or Pitta or Kapha mediated, and appropriately give the formulation. The appropriate formulation, whether it is a Vati or a Gutti or Asava, Arishta, Kashaya, Arka, what form of herbal formulation should be given, so that do you need tannins or saponins or phytosterols? Friends, this is from the allopathic pharma community I'm talking about. So which formulation is required, which active ingredient is important in each individual has to be will be different depending on your Vata, Pitta, Kapha fingerprint, friends. So that's why, please don't, yesterday when Dr. Harshavardhan raised this, I do accept, see, the problem, it's not about not including your topics in the particular session. It's about the limitation of science. Because each and every, before you came, we were discussing about the same concepts as to why the body actually accumulates toxins and how to redeem yourselves of these toxins. The AMA concept was dealt in detail. So friends, can you put that slide please, Dr. Divya, the slide? So we have done everything, translated all of this and then come up with 545 hours of lectures. Friends, this is not, so I'm giving just a teaser of what we did. Slide, please. Teaser of what we did. We use these principles of translational research and come up with data, and this data is being presented. Not only presented, we are using this translated version of our science to essentially demonstrate efficacy in end-stage patients. I'm telling you, I worked in those countries in which if you promise something and you don't deliver, your heart is gone because they'll take your heart away. I'm not joking. If you say, I'm going to treat your heart disease, and if you don't treat him, then your heart is with them, and they'll physically take it away. So we're talking about, I survived, not just survived, I advised those parliamentarians now, the Russian government. Most of the parliamentarians are my patients, but for Putin, So, to sum up, there are so many, see, for an Ayurvedic doctor to have basic understanding of allopathy, you need at least 90 hours of that lecture. This translational versions. Because if you don't understand, you think we are missing something else, and then you think, this is not effective. That's not right, friends. If you can sit with me for 90 hours, listen to all those 90 lectures, then you will have a fair understanding of what we are talking. The same with allopathic doctors and PharmD doctors and also B-Pharma people. Friends, you have to master Sutrasthana. That's what I would say. That's the minimum. If you don't master Sutrasthana, you won't understand Ayurveda. Because Sutrasthana are nothing but principles of the way the doshas interact with each other in your human body. These are general principles, and they have to be applied to individuals based on your data. So that's why then another 30 hours, both have to be 90 hours. Then 30 hours of lecture on fundamental, what are methods of fundamental research. Why, when some people, some eminent people, scholars talk, so no, we have done away with animal models. I said, what? Who are you to be done away with the animal models, man? Okay, while we are very, very respectful of animals, by the way, I'm a vegetarian. I'm not a dogmatarian, okay, which means I don't believe these dogmas. You can eat anything you want, which you like. But I'm a vegetarian and I'm very compassionate to animals, but animal experiments are needed. You cannot do these experiments on human beings. Okay, if human beings are there, we'll do experiments on human beings. That's not it. Those people who say, we're done away with animal experiments, okay, come volunteer to do the human experiments. I'm sorry, because I have this. methods of fundamental research. These are very simple because we have written about more than 137 experiments that have to be done to translate this Sutrasthana into the language of modern science. 137, we got a quote for one of the experiments, it's going to cost us 37 crores. So we just need only 4,700 crores to do all the experiments. Which is doable. If we are working together, it is doable, I tell you. Now, translational research, another 30 hours. What is translational research? How do you understand? Once you have these basics, then translation explanation is very easy. Data science, I'm telling you, 90 hours of lecture. And data, again, applied math is a 45-hour lecture, assuming that you know the basics of mathematics. Then Python coding, another 50 hours. You know, 8 hours in a day. It takes about average of 7 days. It's not mastery on Python, but you will know how to encode. Because see, the problem with data scientists or machine learning algorithms or programmers is the domain knowledge. If you don't have the domain knowledge, you know what to code. They know how to code, but what to code is what we have to give based on the research that we generate. So that's why I had to learn Python, because I was explaining one of these concepts to one of my exceptionally good friends who's a software programmer who writes algorithms for Boeings. It's the best in the world. He's the best in the world. When I explained him, it took me 2 months for me to explain, for him to write 5 lines of code. And my code runs into 1,500 lines of code, isn't it? 1,500 lines of code. I mean, that's just the basic framework. So it would have, if I had to sit with him and work, it would have taken only 3,000 days for me to just explain the concept. So that's why I said I just looked at Python. It's just nothing. If you know math, you can do a Python code. So then lab technician is another 25 hours of lecture. Okay, all these are translational subjects. It's not just manufacturing practices. The process is 18 hours of lecture, because that's where all the principles of Dravya Guna, Rasa, Virya, Vipaka, Guna, Prabhava and all can be translated into the language of pharmacology, into pharmacokinetics, pharmacodynamics, active principle-based agonizing or antagonizing of molecules, receptors, and hence producing the effective Guna or Prabhava. All right? So without, there is a problem with our modern pharmacological understanding. We don't consider Rasa, Virya, Vipaka at all. And that is very, very important. Why? Again, this 18-hour lecture will help you understand. Knowledge on phytochemistry, 18-hour lecture on manufacturing practice and 62 hours of lecture on phytochemistry, assuming that you're well-versed with at least one side of the subject, either perfect in Dravya Guna of Ayurveda or perfect in pharmacology of allopathy. If you're perfect, then this 62 hours of lecture will help you understand, navigate between these principles. And if you navigate, I can tell you, you can also assure your patients that I will cure the disease. And bioinformatics programming is 15 hours. So all is 545 hours of lecture of polyscientific Ayurveda. And of course, Sanskrit is unending, that I won't even talk. But we can learn the basics of Sanskrit and then, Sanskritam, and then, try to apply that from the original sutras. And of course, the Ayurvedic physicians have a great proficiency in understanding the sutras. But of course, as I say, we are restricting our understanding only to the Paniniya interpretation. But apart from that, there's Kashakrutsna interpretation of grammar. There's the Nava Vyakaranas, Indram, Aindram, Sandram, Shakalam, Shakadayanam, Kashakrutnam, Kaumarakam, Paniniyam and Sarasatam, friends. More than 200,000 grammar principles are classified in 9 different libraries. We are using one library only as of now. That restricts our understanding. I procured books on Saraswatam, I procured books on Aindram and also the Kashakrutnam. The syntax is different. They'll make different and beautiful meanings. So our rishis have applied this knowledge to understand, go deep, with just one matra or one syllable. They were able to deliver 9 meanings, friends. If a word has 2 matras, then you end up with 9 to the power of 2 meanings. So 81 meanings just for one shabda, one word. Why is it important? Because that is how you will understand what our rishis have originally meant us to understand. So that is polyscientific Ayurveda, it is not just Vata Pitta Kapha, friends. Just like I must have given that impression yesterday, and maybe when we met in UK also. No, that's not the impression. This Vata Pitta Kaphas are very fundamental for our understanding of anything, because ultimately all the Panchabhutas translate into Vata Pitta Kapha, and anything you see around has only these Panchabhutas, Bhuta Tattvas, only. There's no Shat Tattva, there's no sixth element at all. So everything will have to have these Panchabhuta Tattvas, and hence the influence, I'm assuming that the influence of Vata Pitta Kapha at every level of biochemical, biomolecular and also biological interaction, we'll have to discover the underlying pathways. So this is what I thought I should give you as a context, so that from here we build the algorithms and try to understand how to treat diseases, how we did it. Because we can be proficient in allopathy or Ayurveda, but is it translating into delivering verifiable evidence of treatment of diseases is what we are talking. That's exactly why I say polyscientific way of understanding the disease, presenting it is very, very important, friends. So I think we'll take a quick break for 5 minutes, have some coffee, or you guys don't want to have coffee, No. Yeah, I think we'll, of course. Right, okay, very good.
So ladies and gentlemen, after that intensive talk from Dr. Polisetti, we'll take a short break for tea and coffee. But before that, we have our eminent panelists here with us, whom we would like to felicitate and do the honors of honoring them. I would like to invite on stage Dr. Anupama and Dr. Pradeep. And requesting Dr. Polisetti to kindly do the honors of presenting a shawl and a conference memento. And may I also invite Shastri ji on the stage? DVR Shastri.
Can someone call him, please? Shastri ko call. Malti.
Can someone please call DVR Shastri ji? We want him here on the stage. Shastri ji is director at SGP. So ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for our eminent panelists, Dr. Anupama and Dr. Pradeep. And can we have a group photograph? And a group photograph, please. Shastri ji, if you could kindly join the group photograph. And ladies and gentlemen, let's have a quick tea coffee break of 10 minutes only. I would request everyone to be seated back in 10 minutes for the next session. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, just hold on. We would request Dr. Anupama and Dr. Pradeep to speak for a minute each. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to all the delegates, the dignitaries who are here, very esteemed doctors from various fields. Dr. Polisetti, I wanted to understand, what is it that you eat to know, understand, keep all those subjects in mind? That's one. And I also request you to include in that PSA a pharmacist. Not because I'm a pharmacist, but because we are standing in the city which is a pharmaceutical hub of the country. And we have the companies which are Indian international companies, that is our Indian companies manufacturing outside the country. And with this event, you made lot of asadhyas susadhya. Bringing all so many onto one platform. Yes, we were ready to coordinate with you for all the animal experiments, having a CCSCA, Government of India authorized animal house, recognized animal house, and whatever best possible way, because we have seen there are very few doctors who recognize our PharmD, the efforts of our PharmD students or our B.Pharm students. And thank you so much for giving them that importance. I've seen a lot of pharmacy students here, even working along with you and attending this conference. Yes, sir. Thank you so much, and all the best for Dr. Polly, the watch. One day I wish even I'll have one. Once your thing has come into the market totally, I'm told its prototype is complete now, and you have...
You can pre-book.
Oh, yeah. See, ladies' mentality, once it is already properly checked, thorough, and then our hands will go into our bags to take out the money. And once again, sir, congrats for such a large event. And thank you so much for inviting us on here. Thank you, sir.
I'll just quickly speak, yeah. So it's not that I have given additional importance to pharmacy people. See, Ayurvedic people are good in their domain, okay? They're very good in their domain. Allopathic doctors are trained to treat patients. Both are trained to treat patients, but pharmacovigilance, as long as it is not there, neither Ayurvedic remedies will be acceptable to the scientific community, nor the allopathic remedies. So why is allopathic or modern interventions are acceptable? Because we have generated a lot of data. So which is missing in Ayurveda, that standardization should happen. That's the reason why we are trying to bring pharmacology. So my model, not today, 22 years ago, I presented this to the Government of India. I said, see, there should be a strategic clinical research unit that should be treating patients. In that CRU, I call it as, in the CRU, you have an Ayurvedic doctor, an allopathic doctor, MBBS doctor, trained in MBBS, and a PharmD doctor. So that's why I'd say the PharmD doctors have valuable contributions to make. Unfortunately, people think they're competing with someone else. They're not competing. We're complementing each other, and together we can really make wonders. Thank you very much. Thank you. And yeah, this pre-booking thing, our people will talk. Pre-booking is so that we want to make our people our partners, so that it'll be when you understand the science behind, and then become a partner instead of getting investors. Okay, not that investors are bad, but we want to have investors who are aligned with the mission. So that's why I offered about the pre-booking.
Actually, I had a brief about the entire how it works by Mr. Shastri Garu. And he also said that already there are 5,000 pre-booking and pre-bookings that have already happened. And final launch is happening in March. We wish you good luck. And I know that the pricing is also at 34,000 is very competitive with the test that it gives. It's not just like our smartwatches that cost us equally, more than that, but they give only our heart rate or respiratory rate and our sleep patterns maximum. But here they give the biochemical pattern, biochemical tests, which if you want to get it checked each time you go to a hospital for a basic CBP will cost us a lot, and first the effort to go there. But this product is already, it's all inbuilt and you can check it every day, and initially 4 people in a family can utilize one smartwatch. One of these, this watch, and whereas once the family starts, I'm sure your idea and your brain behind this of making 4 of them use initially, but afterwards everybody wants their own smartwatch, I'm sure. Yeah. So you are a good businessman too. But it's yes, this product is not just a smartwatch which gives us our heart rate or pulse rate or the number of calories we have burnt, but much beyond that. And some of us who couldn't come yesterday don't have the introduction of this product. But yes, thank you, Shastri Garu, for giving me that briefing in the morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And maybe now request Dr. Pradeep to kindly say a few words.
Thank you. Sabhaya Namaha. I want to just introduce my view of Ravi Shankar. Okay. The first time I met him in his house, it was, I think I was in 10th class. He asked me a question, is the cactus tree's roots are better or a tulsi tree's roots are better? The tulsi plant's roots are better. So that was the question he asked. Then it had a click. Everybody says tulsi, but where there is no water, when a cactus can get that water, the roots are better. See, that type of different view was there in him, and he planted that into my mind. I am still in Ayurveda because I want to be a part of him in Ayurveda. See, when everybody, he is one so unique brain that he can be expert in any place. And one of his friend, Uma Shankar, Aditya Uma Shankar, IIT guy, we three are like combinations, and he is in complete technology. Maybe someday we all will mix and have a beautiful flower. It is the sutra now. He says sutra sthana, everybody must know. I'll come to Ayurveda now. Sutra here. Sutra is nothing but for a garland to happen, the one which is main is sutra, but it is not seen. Without that sutra, you can't make a garland. So he is one of the sutra for the garland to happen. So for a permanent cure or a perfect cure or a complete cure, all allopathy people, without any of their egos, Ayurvedic people without their headstrongness and everything, when they are putting all these away, then only they can come into your sutra and become a part of a real healthy world. This is what Ravi Shankar is doing, and I am happy to be a part in this institution. And the second one, I wanted to tell every person in mostly Ayurvedic people, there is a confusion, like yesterday there was confusion, like Prakriti. Prakriti was there, and somebody was saying that Roga has also a Prakriti. And there is no need to change the terms, because if you go to the basics of Ayurveda, they had the dosha states Chaya Prakopa Prashabhana, are still dividing it Chaya Prakopa Prasara Sthanam Chaya Vyakta and Bheda are the dosha sthanas, where you can find the doshas in different forms. And when we are talking about dominant, when we are talking in English, the original meaning would be distorted. If you are singing Chaudavika Chandho in English, you are like a moon on the 14th day. How it would be? The expression is gone, but still we have the only opportunity is English. So similarly, when we are talking about the one Prakriti, it is called Prakruti, right? Kruti is how generally from inside, pra is self. Prakriti is how inside self you are going to respond towards the external stimuli. That won't change. Vikruti is the stimulus which is not yours, but which you are doing it. Okay, it is also a Kruti. So it doesn't have a Prakriti of Vikruti. So meanings are quite prominently said in Ayurveda. If you are understanding Sanskrit, you will understand every bit of it. Prakriti is the Chaya position of every body. If we are saying we are Pitta Prakriti, then the state of Pitta is in Chaya position. Any external stimulus, simple Pitta, it will aggravate. For a Kapha position, if the same stimulus comes inside, won't aggravate Pitta. Okay? So, Prakriti is the one in Chaya position. And we divide what I see in my 25 years of practice. I don't see anything different. It is all Vata Pitta Kapha. If I see a fan, I feel that the electricity is Pitta, the stand is Kapha, the movement is Vata. So there is no difference. See, as he said just 5 minutes back, he said, everything is Pancha Mahabhuta. So everything can be translated into Vata Pitta Kapha. That's what Rishis has converted. They understood Prakriti and kept in the principles. We are saying Ayurveda. Where is Ayurveda? Word. Did Charaka said Ayurveda? It is only Veda. We don't have difference. From Ayurveda only everything came. Okay? So when you are thinking about Prakriti, it is Chaya position of the individual person, where I am Pitta Prakriti is always my Pitta is in Chaya position. In a Kapha position, Kapha person, if you are taking cold drink also, they will get Kapha. Why? Because their Kapha is in slightly raised position. So if you are slightly raising it, it will be in a Prakopa position. So that is Prakriti. It's not a different entity. It is not domination. It's not anything. It's the condition. It's like a regulator. It's not switch on and off. It's like Chaya, Prakopa, Prashara, Tarasam, Shreya. Okay? This is what I wanted to understand, because that changed my perceivance to different subjects. And one other point I wanted to Ayurvedic people to note is, whatever this great gentleman is saying is nothing other than Ayurveda. Because he believes in Ayurveda. He believes in Ayurveda to the core. Most of the people are having question mark. Ayurvedic people. If you believe it, you will understand it. And it is like God. First believe it, you will find results. Believe in Ayurveda, then you can understand everything. See, we are doing our own separate jobs all these 30 years, but we are inseparable because of the Shastra. So thanks for giving this opportunity to tell few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
He's actually my big brother.
Yeah, we are from the same Gurukula, so we used to have elaborate discussions on Vedanta. I think, the next topic that we should have, not today, should be on Prakriti and Vikriti, and because that we should give as a common reference point, and then, have deeper discussions and involve Vedanta Panchadashi, the Viveka Chudamani, and in our understanding, because without which I feel this will be insufficient. Definitely I agree, whatever you are saying, not that I have to agree, sir, Rishis have said, they have said based on certain citation. So we're not distorting anything, but I think, this is going to be a very interesting discussion to have. And we would love to, we'll host maybe a webinar or some conference like this, a quick 4-hour conference. We should have these, discussions continuously, and I assured that we will have them very regularly. We'll tell you when we would meet the next time. Very soon we'll help. Thank you very much, Pradeep. And yeah, I forgot to mention. See, Pradeep, I was in 2005, I was diagnosed as end-stage CD20 lymphoma. I was given only from my calculations, I should have lived only for 6 months. But my professor said, Ravi, you're very intelligent, you'll think and die faster, so don't worry. You'll die in 2 months, he said. And I said, if I'm anyhow dying, let me die in Varanasi. I thought, we'll get moksha because what to learn. So I came back I stopped everything that I was doing in Russia, and then I came back to India to die here. And but of course, I started taking my own supplements. But then there was a time, but I went to Puttaparthi. I said, Swami, whatever you decide, because I don't want to change your, I don't want to put burden on you. Whatever you decide, I'm okay with that. With that, I came back, but I continued taking my medicine because that's a Shastra. And then, I was very strict that I won't go for any chemotherapeutic regimen or. But then, there was a time when my energy was dwindling, and then I called Pradeep. Pradeep, I'm unable to think anything. I used to take my supplements. I said, Pradeep, he said, Ravi, I prepared something for you. You take this. So I told my people that, whatever Pradeep gives, we'll take. That's it. And that's where, Pradeep's contribution in maybe whatever I'm doing now will be there. Absolutely. Because I was in a very unconscious state for quite some time, for at least 2 weeks, during which I told only one thing. I prepared some medicines myself, and I took Pradeep's. I said, okay, because, he knows the Shastra. And so I asked my people who surrounded me at that time, I said, okay, whatever you do, don't put anything other than these 2 medicines. That's all. I'm happy to die with Ayurveda. But God didn't let me go, unfortunately, or fortunately, I don't know. But that's Pradeep. Thank you very much. That's Pradeep. So I love him because, not only because he's my co-brother, in the Gurukula community, but he adheres to these very has that core. It's not about belief; it's conviction. So not belief is something that you impose. Conviction is coming from within. Is that conviction in this Vedantic scriptures, and he's stuck to Ayurveda, and that's amazing, because several people keep moving here and there, but he's stuck to his regimen. He's a very successful practitioner, and my younger brother, of course, as he agreed, but I see him as a guide. We keep having discussions, so I think we'll have more discussions later. Thank you very much, Pradeep, for coming down.
Thank you very much indeed. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have running tea and coffee counter outside, and we're already 1 hour, 30 minutes behind schedule. So, on popular demand, we can ask people, can we continue with the next session, or you want a 10 minutes break? Okay. I think Dr. Polisetti needs a 10 minutes break. So let's have a 10 minutes break and be back in time for the next session, which is a talk on immune disorders. Thank you.
To speak to the House of Commons in the British Parliament, a rare honor that has not been bestowed on any other doctor in the last century. He has served several prestigious institutions, including the Russian Parliament, and has gained worldwide recognition for his revolutionary polyscientific Ayurveda approach. Through this approach, he has taken allopathy to new heights and has developed a unique clinical methodology that has emerged as a new form of clinical biotechnology. This methodology allows for the personalization of not only Ayurvedic diets but also allopathic drugs based on the VPK fingerprint of an individual.
watching Asia One Presents Greatest Brands and Leaders, Asia Americas Africa 2023, powered by Asia One Magazine and URS Media. Our next category is India's fastest growing brands 2023 and Asia's greatest leaders 2023. And the winner is the founder and CEO,
Dr. Ravi Shankar Polisetti. Moving on to the next Global Indian of the Year 2023 and World's Greatest Brands 2023, going out to CEO and Director R&D, Sai Ganga Panekia Private Limited, India, Dr. Ravi Shankar Polisetti. Many congratulations to you, Dr. Ravi Shankar Polisetti.
We also have a special mention of a very unique, one of its kind in the world innovation. A wearable device called Dr. Poly detects the Vata, Pitta, Kapha fingerprint of an individual. Not only that, it also provides for non-invasive blood biochemical analysis, including lipid profile. May I call upon the inventor, Mr. Ravi Shankar Polisetti of Sai Ganga Panekia Private Limited. Mr. Polisetti is a cardiac surgeon, an Ayurvedic and naturopathy practitioner, Python programmer, and data scientist. A big round of applause to Mr. Ravi Shankar Polisetti.
Hi friends, good morning. Thank you very much for covering me here. We are presenting Dr. Poly, friends, and I'm so excited that, out of 10,000 startups that they received the ISF 2023 received, they selected, we are one of the top 10 presenting this technology here today, and this technology is the one that I believe will make India the health capital of the world from, we are right now unfortunately the diabetic capital, but it will give you your blood glucose, your non-invasively HbA1c, your lipid profile, your Vata Pitta Kapha fingerprint, your provisional allopathic diagnosis, and your choice to choose the right allopathic drug if you're already on allopathic drugs. And if you don't want to use Ayurvedic supplement, no problem. It will customize your allopathic drug. It will also give you what supplements are good for you, what yogasanas are good for you, what are not good for you, what foods are good for you at a particular point of time, what foods are not, because we don't believe in junk food, friends. Junk food also can be customized so that junk food becomes healthy food, friends. This is for you, brought in after putting in more than 150 manuals of research in the last 25 to 30 years, and this is the world's most advanced according to me, IoT platform for digital health, friends. And I'm so grateful to ISF 2023 for actually choosing us and making us, to present to the investors here, and we're one of the top 10 here, and I'm so happy to present this to you. Thank you, really appreciate, and thank you very much.
Testing. Prakash, I'll say Dr. Ravishankar Pulsheti.
I'm a big fan of Ravishankar Pulsheti.
Institute of Polyscientific Ayurveda, IPSA, leading the charge.
Technology and trainings are not just elements of change. They are the blueprint for a healthier, more resilient future. You can't afford not to be a part of this change.
Dr. Ravishankar Pulsheti is a distinguished physician who has been invited to speak to the House of Commons in the British Parliament, a rare honor that has not been bestowed on any other doctor in the last century. He has served several prestigious institutions, including the Russian Parliament, and has gained worldwide recognition for his revolutionary polyscientific Ayurveda approach. Through this approach, he has taken allopathy to new heights and has developed
You're watching Asia One Presents Greatest Brands and Leaders, Asia Americas Africa 2023. Powered by Asia One Magazine and URS Media. Our next category is India's fastest growing brands 2023 and Asia's greatest leaders 2023. And the winner is the founder and CEO,
Dr. Ravi Shankar Polisetti. Moving on to the next Global Indian of the Year 2023 and World's Greatest Brands 2023. Going out to CEO and Director R&D, Sai Ganga Panekia Private Limited, India, Dr. Ravi Shankar Polisetti. Many congratulations to you, Dr. Ravi Shankar Polisetti.
We also have a special mention of a very unique, one of its kind in the world innovation. A wearable device called Dr. Poly detects the Vata, Pitta, Kapha fingerprint of an individual. Not only that, it also provides for non-invasive blood biochemical analysis, including lipid profile. May I call upon the inventor, Mr. Ravi Shankar Polisetti of Sai Ganga Panekia Private Limited.
With the next session, may I request everyone to kindly take their seats? Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everyone to be seated. Our next session is talk on immune disorders. In this session, we will look at comparative analysis of RA, SLE, and Crohn's, as mentioned in Charaka Samhita and the present science. And ladies and gentlemen, our eminent panelists, our expert panelists for the session are Dr. Sri Krishnan, Dr. Joshi, who is joining us via Zoom, Dr. Suresh Gaur, Dr. Dashratha Rami Reddy, Dr. Paul, Dr. Narahari, Dr. V. Narasimha, and Dr. Padmaja Desai, who is MD Ayurveda faculty at Ayurvedic Medical College, Vijayawada. And may I now invite and hand over once again to our eminent speaker, Dr. Ravi Shankar Polisetti, to talk on the immune disorders. Over to you, sir.
Okay. Good morning again. Yeah, it's just good noon now. Yeah, yeah. All right. So, can we call all the students, please, because there's going to be an enriching experience for the students. Can someone, Suresh, go coordinate, quickly call all the students. So in the meanwhile, I think I'll just who is running the slides? Okay, ask Suresh to be there, please, to run this. Okay, Charishma, can you run the slides? Oh, there is a lag here, kada? Okay. I'm fast chestam. Okay, friends. So let's start the next session. Oh, sorry. One second. So with the context given in the morning, we are running behind schedule by 2 hours. So I don't want to spoil your Sunday. That's why I decided that we'll enrich your Sunday with these power-packed scientific sessions. So what we will do is, we'll quickly go through the PSA understanding. Anyhow, the idea is not to teach how to do it or how to treat the diseases, but what is the approach that we adapt and how we were able to achieve results is what I wanted to demonstrate. So quickly, because without the morning's introduction, it would be difficult for me to navigate through other subjects, because the template is pretty much the same. You need to diagnose or identify the VPKs, and why VPKs are so important is what was dealt with very in some depth. As I mentioned, this understanding itself spans through at least 270 hours of lecture, and then there are individual lectures on each diseases again. So on diabetes, we have separate lectures spanning over 90 hours, and each of these, hypertension, for example, it's an 18-hour lecture. IHD is a 27-hour lecture. So, that's for training the specialists. So people who have who have their MD medicine or DM in some super specialty would be able to understand what I'm saying. So that's why we're not going into the depth. We're trying to, this PSA is aimed to bring everyone to a certain common platform, so that, pharmacologists can interact with doctors, medical doctors can interact with Ayurvedic doctors can interact with PharmD doctors, and so on and so forth. All right. So all this to create this environment or ecosystem of integrative healthcare that is emanating from India, giving solutions to the world. And I see there is a huge potential. We can really offer this solution from India, and you have seen how we were able to demonstrate the cases, those most difficult cases of diabetes or allergy. Allergies, yesterday we had sessions on allergies and how we treated ischemic heart disease patients. Those who were barely even able to walk are, again, back on their treadmills, and, back to their normalized, normal life, not normalized. So a lot of data science words, getting in normalizations. All right, so I see that we have the, okay, let's do this. Let's agree on the fact that we are running behind, so I want to catch up. So what I'll do is quickly run through the core concepts of hypertension, then, next, immune. Then we go to the autoimmune disorders. Yesterday we talked about how the immune system behaves differently. Right? We dealt with the type 1 hypersensitivity reactions. Today we'll quickly navigate through the type 2, the type 3, type 4 hypersensitivity reactions, and I'll show you how, see, we don't treat diseases, we cure diseases. End stage. We'll present some interesting case reports on, and we have those patients also walking in. Thank you very much for coming and patiently waiting. We have a very rare disease of antiphospholipid syndrome, completely cured by us. And why we were able to do that is what I will navigate you through. And the context is already made. So with that context, let's move ahead. So hypertension. We all know it's a big problem, isn't it? There are several mechanisms that are pathophysiological mechanisms which in Ayurvedic context or parlance translate into the nidhana, samprapti, and the disease manifestation. So the disease manifestation, so the simple pathway that I usually keep saying is that if you don't know, see, the body's ability to restore normal homeostasis or homeodynamics, that's a word that I would love to use, and maybe we should recoin and suggest to the scientific community that we should start using the word homeodynamics, because homeostasis, body is not static. It's static, or stasis should be used when something is not existent. I think homeodynamics will really help us. Really coin or brief, give a quick idea of what we are actually dealing with. The body is a dynamic system. Interluded, several biochemical reactions are interluded, and then, the continuously reactions are happening. You want it, you don't want it, but there is a certain balance there. That's what is homeodynamics. So there are several pathways in the origin of hypertension. Simply speaking, if you have 1.8 billion people are suffering from, but as I said yesterday, and I stick to the same, we stick to the same standards, that we address any or every disease only in their end stage. Why end stage is because we cannot compete or compare. We don't have comparable statistical data. Statistically comparable data when you want to target diseases in their, stage 1 or stage 2 or stage 3. You cannot compete with these the data that is generated from the Western world. So ideally, until unless we generate data, you cannot compare. If you cannot compare, you cannot say which one is better, which methodology. I'm not talking about the system, but we are talking about an approach to any disease in any system that is comparable to the modern science, because that has set really parameters very high. And then we need to literally, that's a very structured science, friends. Have good respect to the modern science, because it gives really that proper structuring to the way you think, the way things happen in the body, the way they happen, each process happens in respect to each other process. So when we talk about hypertension, when we address the end stage hypertension, what we are talking is, we're talking about essential hypertension, we talk about, refractory hypertension, when people are put to, and especially of hypertensive patients who are on antihypertensive drugs and on several antihypertensive drugs, and still, their quality of life is very miserable. So those are the patients that we are dealing with. And so that's why I'm not going to teach you, definitely. I'm not going to share with you right now, because of paucity of time, of all the pathogenetic mechanisms, but we can broadly classify them to pathways that are leading to constriction of the blood vessels. So when the peripheral vasoconstriction happens, okay, can we generalize that? When there is a peripheral vasoconstriction, does blood pressure rise? Isn't it? Number one. Number two, if there is a physical obstruction to the blood flow, right? When there is a physical obstruction in an artery, for example, the distal part of the artery post the obstruction will essentially end up with less blood supply, and because of which the low tissue perfusion communicates neuronically or through neurohumoral pathways to the brain and the immune system, and then the neurohumoral mechanisms trigger in to increase the blood flow, increase the blood pressure, right? Number three, these are several pathways that are, vasoconstriction, autoregulation, and then the kidney is actively involved because kidney, essentially balances while it is deleting or excreting the nitrogenous waste. It is also maintaining that water-salt balance in the body and trying to maintain. And when that balance disrupts, resulting in disruption of the renin-angiotensin system, which is called as a RAS, famously called as a RAS system, then you end up with hypertension. There's several, or when there is, when there is increased preload, and several factors, but they broadly can be classified into those factors that, or when there is a peripheral, even if there is no obstruction anywhere, the peripheral vascular resistance is, the peripheral arteries are normally, dilated, but if there is a disruption in the microcirculation, which could be because of thickening, that's a category of, pathological mechanisms that US FDA has already identified, and several clinical trials are running right now to see if any of the fibrin inhibiting or fibrinogen inhibiting drugs could actually help in decreasing peripheral vascular resistance and hence improve the microcirculation and then help tissues get enough perfusion. So these are broadly, these mechanisms are, as I said, we don't have much time to deal with them, but the thing is, how we understand is, what are the norms set by various standards across the world to label a certain blood pressure data as hypertension. So if you look at the data that is presented by the American Heart Association, they say anything that is going beyond 110/70 should be treated as hypertension. Now, for which the European standards, they have come up with different standards. Ramagaru, yeah. They have come up with different standards. They say, no, 130 to 140 is still normal, systolic. Until 80 to 90 should also be treated as normal. But some patients do have problems. If you say 130/90 is normal, that is, for some people, anything beyond 110 becomes a hypertension for them. So how do you come up with standards that would address everyone unanimously? You have to address the problems across continents, across ethnic communities. So for which we again resort to the influence of Vata, the Pitta and the Kapha in understanding the origin of hypertension and a possible mechanism to address that so that we mitigate and possibly arrive at new standards for labeling, or coming up with new standards for hypertension, for the values of hypertension. So applying our knowledge that we derived in the last 2 days of what is Vata. What is Vata doing, friends? Vata is making the tissues dry, right? Again, extrapolating the data from electrophysiology. What is Vata doing? Vata, okay, when we created, those who are new today, what we did was we created models of Vata, Pitta, Kapha by feeding with appropriate Vata, Pitta, Kapha aggravating diets in animals. Vista strain rats, the C57, we did most of the experiments on Vista strain rats. So by feeding them, the Vata aggravated diet fed rats ended up with hyperexcitability of the tissues. The hyperexcitability of the tissues has led to depletion of ATP. That's what we talked about yesterday. Depletion of ATP, intracellular ATP depletion is a factor which actually aggravates or enhances the activity of carbonic anhydrase, and that leads to, locking up of carbon dioxide within the cells. That leads to Vata-mediated oxidative stress. That is very, very important, because oxidative, we generally label oxidative stress, right? When we think about superoxide radicals, we just think that, okay, it's just the superoxide radicals that are forming continuously, and we need to address them through some antioxidants or, your formulation. They won't work, friends. Why won't they work is because your oxidative stress could be mediated because of either Vata aggravation or a Pitta or a Kapha aggravation. I'll show you how. So, when there is excessive Vata, intracellular ATP depletion actually leads to activation of the carbonic anhydrase pathway because of locking up of carbon dioxide within the cells, and leads to production of superoxide radicals, leading to Vata-mediated stress, and that Vata-mediated stress leads to increase in peripheral vascular resistance to generate hypertension. So such individuals, we already labeled them as Vata individuals. So what are they? They are essentially ATP depleted, isn't it? When they are ATP depleted, their hearts will not be able to pump translating it into the modern physiology, and also I'll give an understanding in the Ayurvedic physiology. So the hearts have less ATP. Literally, generally the whole body has less ATP. And you know how the heart muscle functions? The heart muscle functions by sliding up of the actin and myosin filaments. So we have actin and myosin interluded like this. But then the phosphate molecule that is derived from the ATP binds the actin and myosin in cross linkages, and the actin and myosin slide with each other, and then muscle contracts. That's how you effect. Your muscle contracts, or the effective cardiac contractility is affected because of this. And if there is less ATP, the bonds between actin and myosin are weak. They are there, but they are not as many bonds as the heart would love. So the heart is unable to pump effectively, number one. And not only that, and hence such individuals will not be able to pump enough blood. So their peripheral vascular resistance, while it is high, the body adapts to the new norms of, because of ineffective cardiac contractility or ineffective or less inotropic effect. What happens is the heart muscle is pumping blood, but the peripheral vascular, number one, resistance is high, number one, because of which they ended up with hypertension. Number two is the Rukshana effect. Now we have to understand this in the Ayurvedic parlance. The Rukshana effect of the Vata is actually causing this dryness of the tissues, and hence the peripheral arterioles and hence the capillaries are thin essentially. So they will not be able to tolerate higher levels. So in such individuals, you will see the blood pressure being normal for some individuals at 90/60. So these are essentially Vata-mediated hypertensive patients in whom their largest numbers, the blood pressure values cannot be more than 110/70. Their blood pressures should be calibrated at 110/70. So is there any question here? Okay, anyway. So you see, so the Vata mediation is actually making the vessels thin, and hence the thinned out vessels, and number one, on the one side. On the other hand, the lower inotropic effect of the heart maintains a lower pressure, and anything beyond 120 will be hypertension for them. Now, coming to the Pitta guys. Is this clear, friends? A quick synopsis of what is Vata-mediated hypertension, what should be the normal levels in Vata-mediated individuals. The normal levels, so that's why American Heart Association is right when it says that your blood pressure should not exceed 110/70, because they they must have investigated Vata mediated individuals, and they must have generated data from people who have maintained something above 120, and they must have ended up with strokes or hemiparesis. We don't know. We have to look at that data. But I'm saying that several of our we have several, at least 27 to 30% of our population do well with 110, 90 to 110 systolic and anywhere between 60 and 80 diastolic pressures. Why? They could have been Vata mediated. We need to test this hypothesis, definitely. But there is a scientific way of arriving at this hypothesis as well, number one. Number two, what is Pitta mediated hypertension? What does Pitta do to the body? So what is Pitta? We already talked about it. In our animal experiments, what did we demonstrate? That Pitta stands for hypermetabolic or hypermetabolism, mediated by increased activity of the enzymes of the Krebs cycle, and hence more ATP is generated. Look at this interesting correlation, friends. So more ATP is generated, and what happens is this more increased ATP has its effect on glucagon. That's a different pathway. What happens is what is the substrate for Krebs cycle? Pharma people, what is the substrate for Krebs cycle or glycolysis? Glucose. Yes, very good. Glucose. That's it. So glucose enters the glycolytic pathway and then follows it is followed by Krebs cycle and the ETS, electron transport system. What is generated at the end of the Krebs cycle? ATP, right? ATP and what else? What are the two other molecules that form as a result of glycolytic pathway of glucose? Yeah, carbon dioxide and water. Say Panchakarma and Emergency. C6H12O6. There are only three atoms there. They can form only CO2 and H2O. That's all. Okay? Panchakarma and Emergency only Panchakarma. See, glucose leaves you with carbon dioxide and water. That's all. Now look at this scenario. Carbon dioxide increased. Okay. Hypermitochondrial activity leads to increased generation of ATP. That's very good because you have more energy on one side. We'll talk about that a little later. But what is happening is there's increased partial pressure of both carbon dioxide and water. Okay, the CO2, the PP of CO2 and PP of H2O, they both are high. And when they both are high, Dr. Harsha, I want you to pay your attention, because this is where your ama gets actually lodged, and I'm explaining the way how ama gets lodged in the cell. By understanding Vata, Pitta, Kapha, you can even address ama, is what I'm trying to say. This is a molecular pathway. So now, when there is increased hypermitochondrial activity leading to increased glycolysis and Krebs cycle, the increased glycolysis, the citric acid cycles impact, and also ETS, you end up with more ATP, but on the other side, you end up with more CO2 and H2O. When increased partial pressure of CO2 increases and also partial pressure of H2O increases, they trigger the activity of carbonic anhydrase, and carbonic anhydrase then binds carbon dioxide and water and forms which molecule? Yeah, bicarbonate or your carbonic acid, right? Now look at this. So which means what we are saying is, when Pitta gets aggravated in the individual, in the systems, it triggers hypermitochondrial pathways leading to more production of carbonic acid. Beautifully, that is already correlated in Ayurveda. You get a guide from, in Ayurveda, it's a guide actually. There already answers are given. We have to ask the right questions. That's all it is. We're not asking the right questions, because we don't even know what to ask. I'm not degrading anyone, but I'm saying, so this guide is already given. So in Ayurveda, what are the lakshanas of Pitta, please? Amla is one of the lakshanas of Pitta. Amla means acid. So our rishis have already correlated this in the form of, the Pitta pathways will end up with amla production in the body, which we have scientifically not just correlated, we generated data in which we demonstrated that increased mitochondrial activities lead to increased enhancement of the carbonic anhydrase activity, leading to the binding of the H2O and CO2, which are end products of glucose metabolic pathways, and hence carbonic acid is more. Now, what is the impact of carbonic acid pathway? Again, superoxide radicals are generated, isn't it? Leading to peripheral vascular resistance, increase in peripheral vascular resistance. Now, this is a Pitta-mediated oxidative pathway, friends. You understand this now. So, when you say oxidative pathway, which when people are asking the WhatsApp university, you get all of these guys, they talk, oh my God, I'm amazed at the ignorance of these people. I'm sorry, it is our duty to educate them, but then you have to take over the YouTube manufacturers and then the WhatsApp universities. You have to take over. By how? You have to be proactive in your presentation. So what I'm trying to say is, the superoxide radicals that are formed, they have at least, they are either Vata mediated or Pitta mediated, and that's one side of it. For increase of peripheral vascular resistance, that is a part of your hypertension, is both Vata mediated, Pitta mediated, and again by the production of the same superoxide radicals, they're leading to peripheral vascular resistance. And now, in such individuals, if you look for the markers of superoxide radicals, you will again end up with, what are the important two enzymes, friends? Pharmacology people again, sorry for putting more pressure on you, but when I look at students, I get more motivated to ask more questions, because this is, what are the two enzymes that are actually working with the superoxide radicals in the body? Okay, no problem, your 5 seconds is gone. So, they are what? Superoxide dismutase, very simple. Panchapandolantamandi superoxide dismutase. And tyrosine kinase, all right? So, the activity of tyrosine kinase and superoxide dismutase, they both are, if the tyrosine kinase activity is more, you have problem. If superoxide dismutase activity is less, then you have a problem. But they both could be mediated through either Vata or Pitta or Kapha. Again, I don't want to go deep again into the Kapha, because I promise that, we'll wrap up the sessions very soon. But I'm trying to just give an idea of how understanding the Vata, the Pitta and the Kapha molecular pathways will give you an idea as to how you would navigate or understand the origin of your ama in the language of Ayurveda, and the origin of your toxins in the body, and hence different standards for hypertension as a whole, as a medical community. So now we just mentioned that because of low inotropic effect, Vata people will not be able to bear anything beyond 110. All right. Now, what does Pitta happen? We just mentioned. It also is increasing peripheral vascular resistance. But what happens, when someone intrudes you? Before 2014, we had some intrusions, we didn't respond. But after 2014, you have a Pitta-aggravated leadership. What does it do? It doesn't allow peripheral vascular resistance go unpunished. It goes, ghar jaake ghuske marenge. What did our beloved Prime Minister do? He sent army to, extinguish the origin of PVR, peripheral vascular resistance. So what does the body do? Now, there is increased peripheral vascular resistance, which is Pitta mediated. And what does the body do then? To counter that peripheral vascular resistance, now it can afford to have more ATP. It has more ATP, isn't it? So, the body spends more ATP to bind more actin and myosin filaments to create stronger bonds, increasing the inotropic effect. So, and hence Pitta people they have their inotropic effect increased, and hence they'll have slightly higher blood pressure and still feel normal. For them, 130 to 140 by 80 to 90 will be normal for them. You see how the standards should vary between individuals, not based on their ethnicity or geographic location, but by their VPK fingerprinting. You see the importance of VPK fingerprinting. Because if you're a Vata individual, 110 by 70 should be the max, and you start treating. If you're a Pitta individual, your 120 will not suffice. They will end up with 130 by 90 most of the times. 140 by 90 also is normal. And you know what? I'm not saying now, okay, you don't bash me up. See, this is the European Congress, Cardiology Congress, that has come up with these standards. He said, no, our people are not feeling good with, we don't have to treat, even if it is 120, because Americans say, American Heart Association says, no, American College of Cardiology, ACC, gives guidelines that you need to start treating by the time, the patient reaches, 120 by 80. You should start giving some preventive, antihypertensive drugs. So now you see the futility of that. Because Europeans, possibly, their subset must have been Pitta dominant. And hence, they were doing well with 130 by 90 blood pressures. And then their Congress, European Cardiology Congress gave guidelines that, no, don't treat until they are 130 by 40. Isn't it, wasn't that a standard that was issued in 2017? There was a big uproar. Now, why is there an uproar? Because Americans have data, Europeans also have data. And what are we doing? We're blindly copying Americans because, their economy is very strong. Not because we need to, create our own, generate our data, not create, of course. We need to generate our data. What are the studies done? Literally no studies. Just post-market surveillance, very feebly done. So that's exactly is the role of our Pharma D people here. We have a lot of work to do. So if you are impressed or convinced with the effect of the doshas on arriving at different methods, arriving at different molecular pathways for hypertension, number one, then let's move to the treatment methodologies. So what do we do for, kapha? Okay, kapha, what is a very simple translation of kapha is sluggishness. For example, when do you find that sluggishness? When the blood viscosity improves. So American College of Cardiology again says, when you see a hypertensive patient, you give him a statin as well. It's only when you find that kapha tattva in the blood that you should give statins is what we usually follow in our PSA institute, and we have tremendous results, friends. So how do we address? Without the knowledge of the patient's VPK fingerprint, several people say, sir, I have hypertension, how do I treat? I don't know. I really don't know. Unless and until I see the patient, I cannot tell you. So, no, sir, I have looked in for this information on Google. I said, okay, very good, get a second opinion. Go to Yahoo also and search. And then do a Bing search also. And that's what I tell my patients nowadays, because unfortunately, that's not the way you should learn medicine. So leave medicine to doctors. Even if they are wrong, it doesn't matter. But you don't be wrong. You will have someone to blame, that's what. Anyway, so friends, coming back to the treatment methodology. So now if you know which mechanism led to hypertension in your patient, or kapha, sorry. I'll just switch back to the kapha-mediated hypertension. Very simple. Increased viscosity of the blood causes that sluggishness and hence increased peripheral vascular resistance. So now, the same PVR, the peripheral vascular resistance, could be mediated either through Vata aggravation or Pitta aggravation or kapha aggravation, isn't it? If you don't know which dosha has led to this aggravation, you cannot reverse it. So what we do generally is definitely understand the VPK fingerprinting of an individual and then reverse it. Because as I said, the Le Chatelet's principle clearly mentions that if A and B reversibly react to form C and D, to reduce the component of A, you need to increase the component of C. The reaction will move backward. But if you don't know, so which means if you know that it's a Vata, it's a intracellular isolated carbon dioxide's increased mechanism that led to your hypertension, then you treat the patient with Vata pacifying mechanisms. And your bastis or appropriate Ayurvedic Panchakarma processes that would actually decrease the Vata in the human being would actually help you. If Pitta was the cause for your hypertension, increasing the inotropic effect, even you can't select telmisartan, you can't select the ARBs. ARBs should be selected when you have a Vata-mediated hypertension. Why? Again, an entire pathway that I need to explain. I'll just try to restrict. But so in a Pitta-mediated hypertension, what is the problem I said? There are two problems. I mean, that we discussed. Otherwise, there are 70 problems, 70 pathogenetic mechanisms that are leading to Pitta-mediated hypertension. So what is it that you're doing? You have the activity of the superoxide, less activity of superoxide dismutases, that because of enhanced carbonic anhydrase activity, leading to peripheral vascular resistance. But this peripheral vascular resistance is mediated to aggravated Pitta, and because of which the inotropic effect is increasing. So if you want to choose allopathic drugs for a Pitta-mediated hypertensive patient, you need to choose that which decreases your inotropic effect on the heart. If you use a ARB, you're whipping the kidney to reduce your blood pressure. Isn't it? You see the difference, right? You don't have to whip the renin-angiotensin mechanism to reduce the blood. You shouldn't be doing that, because that way you'll damage his heart. What will happen? The heart will trigger, if there is real Pitta that is actually leading to, it is because of Pitta that is, leading to hypertension, then what will happen automatically? It demands more glucose. More glucose would need, when you apply the current diabetic standards and also the current cholesterol standards, you start using antidiabetics or prophylactic antidiabetics or statins, then you're essentially pushing the body to produce more glucagon, and Pitta even otherwise produces more glucagon to produce glucose in a gluconeogenetic pathway, and also hypothalamus. There's, as I mentioned, there are 175 different pathways. We don't even know, we haven't even discussed about the Cori's cycles activity or its implication in the origin of hypertension. So here you need to do Pitta mitigation. So if you choose allopathic drugs, choose a selective beta blocker. All right, so why? Because beta blockers are the ones, at least, if not to a full extent, to some great extent, they will decrease your inotropic effect, which is actually the causation for your peripheral, for your hypertension. Then you will have to address the peripheral vascular resistance separately by giving antioxidants. Which antioxidants? Those antioxidants that will mitigate the Pitta-mediated, production of superoxide radicals. So you see, it's not easy, friends. That's what I can say for sure. So what Ayurveda has helped us understand is that if you're able to label the Vata, which dosha has led to the origin of hypertension, then it's very easy. In Vata mediated, very simple. Vata's properties are, it is Rukshana, Chala, Daru, Khara, Shita, and there are 6 effects of Vata. So, translating again into the language of our understanding, it's you give those foods or those herbs that have opposite properties. You have to give oleation. You have to essentially mitigate all these properties of Vata so that the Vata is mitigated. Once the Vata is mitigated, you are also addressing the peripheral vascular resistance that is mediated through Vata activation. So these are the guidelines. I cannot give you any protocols for addressing them. If someone asks me, how do you treat? It depends on the VPK fingerprint of an individual. All right, so with this we have effectively cured hypertension. Those people who are labeled as essential hypertensions, for me, essential hypertension is 95% of our people, in the modern allopathic practices, we label them as essential hypertensions, isn't it? Dr. Jayasudha Garu? 95% of them are essential hypertensive patients. No, they don't have to be essential. Literally, almost all of our patients have become normotensives in the due course, and we were able to stop all their anti-hypertensive medication. It's not we who have stopped there through our methodology. That methodology again involves, the methodology involves giving them appropriate herbal supplements in their appropriate formulations. You cannot just choose Arjuna or some Google to, you need to appropriately formulate them. We just explained in the morning session that there are 16 different types of formulations that are suggested by our rishis, and depending on the VPK syntax or VPK fingerprint, you need to map them. You need to map each of the formulation derived in the form of an asava or an arishta. It depends on the VPK fingerprint. That's the key that I can give. But if you want me to explain how we do it, it's again an 18-hour lecture, friends. So we don't want to go there. All right. So if I have this has to be customized, but there's a 5-pronged approach that we give. Number one is of course, are the herbal supplements that we give, the Ayurvedic formulations that we give, depending on the VPK fingerprint, number one. Number two, we give appropriate diet. If Vata was the Pradhana dosha at that time of the, Vikriti, at the time when the patient comes to our clinic, then we have a certain, we apply, principles of Kedara Kulya Nyaya, Khale Kaputa Nyaya are applied appropriately, translating it into the Western science, the principles of understanding the buffer properties of individual tissues. Buffer properties, you will know, once you know the buffer properties of individual tissues, you know what concentration of drugs, which herbs, which diet should be given at which time to address which tissue and which buffer, whether it is a Vata buffer or a Pitta or a Kapha buffer solution that we are addressing, depending on which we properly choose the dietary regimen, and that also keeps changing. You cannot just have a continuous Vata regimen, Vata pacifying regimen continuously. It doesn't help. Diet. Then physical exercises. We involve certain pranayama techniques, again, to mitigate. So, where will I stop if I go like this? But then this is very important. We'll apply the same things, and then we apply the same principles in each disease. So the pranayama techniques, again, see, generally people say, we are practicing pranayama. What pranayama are you practicing? What is the purpose of yoga, for example? What is it? What's the purpose of yoga? Yogaha chitta vritti nirodhaha. Number one. Okay. Yogaha sama uchyate. All right. The purpose of yoga itself is sama. And what is sama? Sama dosha is sama. That's all it is. All the three doshas should be in equal proportion. That is the sama. For the purpose of our Professor Harsha. Sama dosha, sama agnishcha, sama dhatu malakriya. So when sama agni, so there are 13 agnis in the body, because that's what he wanted me to stress, so I'm stressing them again. We don't want, there are 5 types of Pitta mediated agnis and 6 Dhatava agnis, and 1 Ojas is again, translated as a part of the Agni, that is Mula or the Sukshma Agni. So in all 13 agnis, again, that's a big subject. We don't want to go there, but they can be translated into the metabolic pathways, pretty much, Not all. Again, the metabolic pathways don't completely give you an understanding of this agnis that were discussed. So, but what is sama is sama dosha. The 3 doshas should be in equal proportion to all the 7 tissues and 42 organs, number one. And in all the dhatus, there should be samatva of the agnis, and sama malakriyahas. When the excretory waste are being appropriately, when the nitrogenous waste or whatever excessive metabolites that are produced in the body are appropriately excreted. Sama dhatu and then sama malakriya. When this happens, then you end up with health. So, according to Yoga sama uchyate. Okay, according to the Patanjali Yoga Sutras, chapter 1, 2nd sutra, it says yoga chitta vritti nirodha. Okay, chitta vritti nirodha is a big concept. That's an 18-hour lecture. We're not going there. But how does that happen? When you bring about a samatva, yoga sama uchyate. Okay, what is samatva? Bhagavan Krishna clearly mentioned. Sukha dukhe samekrutva labha labha jaya jayo and santushta satatam yogi yathatma dhuranesham. And all these are definitions of what you would end up with when you bring about the samatva. How do you bring that samatva? Yukta ahara viharascha yukta cheshtasya karmashu. Yukta ahara is what is mentioned. So that's what is not right diet or wrong diet. Friends, this is a big mistake that all our patients are doing because of the esteemed Google laboratories and WhatsApp universities. Because they read, again, as I was saying, anyway, we already talked about it. So what I'm trying to say is that this yukta ahara means appropriate food. What is appropriate? Whatever brings you the VPK balance in your individual tissues is appropriate to you. You cannot have appropriate food. So that's why I see, look, NIH, which has access to all the science in the world, National Institute of Health America, they have $70 billion of fund year on year to just fund your research. They don't even ask any questions. They give away anywhere between $100,000 to $1 million to fund your research. They don't even ask for the reports. If you have got a positive report, you tell us. If you have a negative report also, you tell us. They just document it, that's all. They have so much of money there, and those guys are saying, so we don't know which diet is going to be beneficial for you. They listed all the 711 diets on their website, and they're saying, we don't know. These are the diets that are being used across the world, but we don't know which diet is going to help whom. We have to just do studies. But our people know, they know everything. They give you prescriptions also in just one. So that is wrong, friends. Discourage that. Discourage, because this is this is hurting our nation, because they end up with, severe diseases, and again, there's a burden, in loss of daily activity. Now, so yukta ahara, then yukta vihara, yukta cheshta, so all these are appropriate. What is yoga is defined in that. But translating all this knowledge into the language of science, Ayurveda has coined yukta. What is yoga? What is sama is? Sama means that balance of VPK. Once you do that, those foods that bring about VPK balance in you is the right food. Those pranayama exercises, if you have, say, Vata mediated sympathetic activation, activation of the sympathetic neuronal pathways, then the Chandra Nadi based pranayama is useful for you, which means, okay, that is left nostril breathing. Okay, how do I know? We have done these experiments. We have demonstrated how. We just tied up the, we put a stopper in the nostrils of the experimental rats, and we saw how by forcing the animal to breathe only through the left nostril has activated the parasympathetic pathways, and which in our already Ayurvedic text, it is clearly mentioned that it's a Chandra Nadi that pacifies you, that activates your parasympathetic. So parasympathetic could be possibly correlated with your Chandra Nadi, and then the Surya Nadi is for the sympathetic pathways. So if your sympathetic pathways are activated because of either Vata or Pitta or Kapha, you need to deactivate them. You need to have a differential nostril breathing depending on the impact. How many hours should you do, or minutes or seconds you should do? It depends on the intensity of the VPK in your systems. You understand? So pranayama, again the yogas. So if someone does some Bhastrika or some kind of yoga techniques, they demonstrate on the TVs, and everyone follows, unfortunately. And what is the effect of it? A famous Vishweshwar Biradari, a yoga master who had been training people on yoga, a saffron-clad yoga. I'm not against saffron, please. Please don't get me wrong again. Don't label me as anything. I'm just a scientist, a small doctor. I'm trying to share. So what happened with this yoga master who had delivered yoga practices? At the age of 47, he died of heart attack while performing a yoga session. Sorry, you should not be laughing when someone dies. But then, that pretty much defies your logic of, promoting yoga. So by hook or crook. That's not yoga. Again, yoga is yoga samochiti. These asanas have to be calibrated. They have to be appropriately chosen by properly identifying your VPK fingerprint. So that's why we deploy these methods in our routine treatment methodologies. That's why we have this five-pronged approach. Number one, we already told yesterday, I'll reiterate, never ever violate scientific guidelines of any congress across the world. Choose your patients right. Only end-stage diseases or those patients in whom the quality of life is pathetic. On a scale of 5, it is 1, then it is, even if it is 2, it is pathetic. So choose such patients in whom the QOL is 2 or less, or SFS, symptom-free survival, is 2 or less. Do this questionnaire survey, QOL survey, and also SFS survey before you administer treatment remedies, and then deploy these methods. Be very careful in choosing your patient. These should form the inclusion criteria for choosing a patient. Number one, never ever violate scientific guidelines. Number two, deploy these appropriate methods do the VPK fingerprinting to choose your herbs in the right formulation, to choose the diets, to choose the physical exercises, breathing exercises, and also your yogasana, pranayama pathways, and what else? Yeah, the detoxification remedies. Yeah. This is where we definitely have to do detoxification remedies, but by applying appropriate VPK fingerprinting and then giving them appropriate remedies, we were able to achieve 85% of our patients wouldn't need any of these techniques, because see, these Panchakarma techniques, they require your time, energy, So not everyone will be able to, devote so much of time. So that's why we downsize those, and then we, in our patient data, only 12 to 15% of the times we need to resort to these remedies. We deploy literally every Panchakarma remedy, if necessary, when we see the indication. All right, so it's not that we're excluding that, because as I said, again, the US FDA, we talked about it in the morning that, when there are toxins that are aggravating your AR receptors, then choose ARBs. That's what the US FDA is mentioning. When the receptors are aggravating your beta receptors, then choose beta blockers. Now we have a syntax. In Ayurveda, the syntax could be translated into VPK fingerprinting, and knowing a VPK fingerprint, you know which toxins to eliminate through which methodology. All right, so that's why we carefully choose these detoxification remedies, and we give routine detoxification remedies in form of fennel tea, and there are several detoxification remedies like rice soups, or several soups that we administer during the process. Again, not a scope of our discussion right now. That should be dealt with during a workshop of, say, hypertension. We will do those. Our plan is to properly educate people on what we have discovered, share our knowledge, and then see if we can improve the method. All right, so that's, we have been able to address not only Vata-mediated or Kapha-mediated individuals or Pitta-mediated hypertension, friends, they're completely free. Those patients who have religiously followed our methodologies are completely free from these medications, and we are happy to share this information. We're going to report it in the scientific journals as well very soon. And the same goes with, hypertension for 30 years. She was on beta blockers. She was on 4 antihypertensive drugs. And what happened? Finally, her quality of life was severe. Her hospitalizations because of hypertensive emergency crisis were often. And then when I did the Nadi Pariksha, I figured she's a pure Vata, Pitta dominant person. I said, okay, we know what to do with Pitta. So we deployed them. She's free of all those medications, friends. That's pretty much what I have to share on this session for now. Okay, just show the earlier slide, please, Suresh. The earlier slide. Yeah, so we have addressed several diseases this way, heart failure and other disease, ischemic heart diseases, diabetes, cancers of various origins. We have neurological conditions that we address, Of course, Ayurveda is even otherwise has demonstrated extreme efficacy in dealing with neuro conditions. Arthritis, spondylosis, I think, again, Ayurveda is already known for these remedies, offering solutions. We have a VPK fingerprint for every patient, again, several skin diseases, autoimmune disorders. We're going to present a couple of cases today, allergies and asthma and kidney failures. We have a couple of cases on kidney failure as well that we're going to discuss. So we end the session on hypertension, and if you allow me, we'll proceed to the next 3 sessions. We'll quickly breeze through. No, we have clubbed the hypertension, and what was the next one? Autoimmune disorders. Okay, yeah, we'll quickly call in autoimmune. Can you just give me 10 more minutes, because now that the context is, we need 10 minutes to come to, all right? Okay, thanks. Yeah. So, yeah, we'll have panel discussions in the evening. You want to talk now? Yeah, okay, yeah. Because, we don't want to run behind. We'll have detailed panel discussions, if you allow me. Once we are done with the, sessions, I'm thinking that we'll have the sessions done in the next 35-40 minutes. And then we'll quickly, no, lunch and panel possibly. Can keep, there's 3 more sessions that we'll have quickly. Okay. Yeah, please, yeah, okay.
First of all,
sorry for actually.
First of all, I want to congratulate Felicity sir for doing a wonderful presentation. I think no institution, no college or any university or government can do this type of service. In very short sentences, I want to give my accumulated knowledge of 50 years, which may be helpful for you to continue future things. My teacher, Pandit Haridas Shastri, who has edited Jajjata's commentary on Charaka Samhita, he is telling particular aspects. He is using one word called as Dhamani Pratichaya. Dhamani Pratichaya is what we are equating with the atherosclerotic changes. And Dhamani Pratichaya is one of the Kapha Anatmaja Vikaras. So we should try to correlate Dhamani Pratichaya with the Kapha Anatmaja. Then he is telling hemorrhagic conditions are due to Pitta. We have to think about this. Then in Rakta properties, they mentioned Visrata, Dravata, Ragaha, Spandanam, Laguta, Tata. These are the 5 qualities of the 5 Mahabhutas. And now this Laguta can be equated to the specific gravity. You are talking of viscosity. These things can be, I think, thought of. Similarly, in Vidishwaniti Adhyaya, Charaka Sutras 24th chapter, they have mentioned clearly about the Vata Doshita Rakta, Pitta Doshita Rakta, Kapha Doshita Rakta Lakshanas. They have to be considered. But you are actually trying to create a medium. In the ancient times, the seers used to sit by the side of Himalayas and discuss. Now, surrounding Himalaya type big buildings are there. We can't go, all people cannot go to Himalayas. Alternately, we are in the middle of Himalaya-like structures, and you are trying to have a dialogue between the biochemist, endocrinologist, immunologist, Ayurvedic doctors, and allopathy. Long live. Let the police live for another 100 years. So kindly go ahead with these particular things. Thank you.
Sorry for actually. No, we'll invite you to the panel's discussions, Andy, once we are done, because several of my people are waiting. And my entire those case presentations, people have agreed to help me demonstrate those cases. So I'll just quickly. We'll talk about Dhamani Pratichaya for sure, but I left that very quickly, a passing remark that if there is a block to the artery, that's what I said. Again, Dhamani Pratichaya could be Vata mediated, Pitta mediated, Kapha mediated, and not only restricted to the Kapha, because we have created animal models of Dhamani Pratichaya in through all the 3 pathways. Vata also could cause Dhamani Pratichaya. So that is why if Dhamani Pratichaya was only because of Kapha, then our rishis would not have mentioned Vata Jahrudroga, Pitta Jahan, Kapha Jahrudroga. I mean, very simple syntax. So that's my logic for, coming up with this. So we'll talk about it again. As I said, and I just restricted myself to only, PVR, peripheral vascular resistance, and the inotropic effect, so that, they are prominently, even the peripheral vascular drugs are being prescribed, prazosin, left and right are being prescribed, unfortunately. And I see several diseases being manufactured because of these drugs that are being wrongly prescribed. So I wanted to give this quick idea to my modern medical friends, so that they kind of look seriously into the treatment remedies, which otherwise we are actually through trial and error we are prescribing those drugs and causing damage. Anyway, so let me quickly go to the autoimmune disorder. So friends, we talked about the because this has a connection with your not a connection essentially. This could be connected to different metabolic syndromes, to different cancer, expression of several cancer oncogenic pathways, and several autoimmune disorders. They all could be tagged through to a certain immunological pathway. That's why I'm trying to address this issue as well. And we have quick case presentations of how we have addressed Crohn's disease, ulcerative colitis, antiphospholipid syndromes and all. So I'll quickly mention, yesterday we talked about the immune disorders, right? What is happening? We created models of Vata, Pitta, Kapha in experimental animals, and not just withstanding our data that is generated. We also started generating data on the peripheral monocytes. Why did we choose peripheral monocytes? I mentioned that these are the first class of immediately proliferated cells that have come from the bone marrow. All right, so that's why the monocytes then differentiate further, migrate to different tissues to form glial cells in the brain, alveolar macrophages in the lungs, pericardial macrophages in the heart, Kupffer cells in the liver, osteoblasts in the bones, chondroblasts in the joints and bones, in the cartilages essentially, and so on and so forth. So these are essentially the monocytes that are migrating to the cell. So what we did was we created models of Vata, Pitta, Kapha in experimental animals to understand if, I also gave a premise of why we have to investigate the immune system. Quick refreshing your memory that if you look at penicillin, for example, penicillin, one external stimulus called penicillin could initiate either a type 1 or a type 2 or a type 3 or a type 4 hypersensitivity reaction, right? We know. It could cause allergies, it could cause a Jarisch-Herxheimer reaction, it could cause a delayed hypersensitivity leading to a psoriatic manifestation or a sarcoid manifestation or granulomatous reaction in a type 4 hypersensitivity reaction. So the same penicillin, think about it, the same penicillin could cause 4 different types of reactions which are different manifestations of the immune system itself. How is it that the question should be asked as to why and how one external interface is producing 4 different types of immune manifestations. So there must be something different in each individual. That was what is the, and now what is the interface? Okay, when you say, okay, now this is important. When you have your food, your carbs are digested and you end up with glucose, galactose, lactose, sucrose, aldose, all these, trioses, tetroses, pentoses, hexoses, decoses, all the septoses, right? All the sugars come from carbs, right? The proteins, get digested to form your amino acids, fats into fatty acids, sterols and other, fatty acids, and there are minerals that transported as they are, and then you have water, the vitamins and all. So how does the body know? So for example, we talked about insulin production yesterday. What is that mediator that senses the levels of glucose and informs it to the pancreas? There is an immune mechanism here. So then we did investigations and we figured that it is the monocyte that is responsible. When we figured that it is the monocyte that is actually acting as a blood biochemical analyzer, that's when we said, okay, now we have to investigate the monocytes, because monocytes were supposed to be, functioning only for the immune system. That's what we thought. And detection of glucose molecule, because there was a clear correlation of how the monocyte got activated. We checked the zeta potentials of the monocytes, then checked the levels of the interleukin 10 and 12 in the blood of the animals, and then checked the insulin production. There was a clear-cut correlation. So of course we have to do more studies. I'm not saying this is final, but there is a roadmap. What is happening is it's the monocyte that is actually sensing the glucose and sending an interleukin 12 response. It is secreting interleukin 12, sending that response to the pancreas, and then the pancreas produces insulin. And then the insulin, binds, sends this glucose into the sensitizes the receptor. The receptors, insulin receptors get activated. They move glucose into the cell, and then what happens there. So with this premise, we said, okay, we need to investigate the monocytes. And what we did was, just like we generated data for Vata, Pitta, Kapha, based electrophysiology, what we did was we created models of Vata, Pitta, Kapha in individual peripheral monocyte cells. What do you have to do? Very simple. Oh, this can be done. I'll quickly tell the method, madam. We can really do it very easily. You take a lavage of, we can partner with a Yashoda hospital or someone through which Dr. our Ramaji will be able to help us. We just do a bronchial lavage of a patient, save that bronchial lavage, isolate the macrophages, and then through flow cytometry, and then grow them in our institution. Then we just need to have a cell culture. Very easy to create a cell culture, institution with a repeated institution. But then we need a hospital, we need an animal lab. Animals are anyhow there. I visited your institution, you have those animals. So we can get those, or we can take the peripheral monocytes of the animals, culture them continuously, or even take peripheral monocytes of them human beings. But human beings again are tagged by their VPK imbalances. That's the problem that we have there. So we have to that's a complex study that's going to happen. But to make the study simpler, we can do the same experiment. So the experiment is like this. We took peripheral monocytes sold by Genzyme. The company, they sell these cells, and also they sell these flow cytometry techniques, CD marking techniques, interleukins also they sell. We procured them, but for us to do more studies, we cannot, we'll go bankrupt, by buying them. So we took these peripheral monocytes, created Vata models, Pitta and Kapha models by doing what? By feeding, we take, once you take these cells will die if you don't give them enough nutrient media. So we have the nutrient media. Bovine serum is used as the nutrient media. Now there is no, it's a scientific angle only, please, don't get me wrong. The bovine serum is an accepted medium across the world for us to culture the monocytes. We cultured the monocytes and then added Vata aggravating diets, Pitta and Kapha aggravating diets through a certain methodology that we administered at that time. So we kind of created a Vata environment, a Pitta environment and a Kapha environment in the nutrient media, and we then tried to check the interleukin proliferation, secretion of interleukins. At the time when we did these studies, I had access to 6 reagents. Interestingly, the Vata aggravation lead to the production of interleukin-4, which we dealt with yesterday. I want to talk about the Kapha. What did the Kapha cells do? Number one, Kapha cells produce less interleukin. When Kapha got aggravated in the cells, we saw least of the production of interleukin-6. What did it lead to? The Kapha pathways, the low, okay, there's already, sir. So what happens is essentially this sluggish, okay, Kapha, what does Kapha do? Kapha leads to sluggishness. It's attributed, the property that is attributed to Kapha is sluggishness in Ayurveda. So what does this do? It leads to the sluggishness, and hence interleukin-6 is decreased, because of which either the natural immune pathway or even the alternate pathway, both get dampened, and there's a completely different pathway that gets triggered, leading to the type 3 or a type 4 hypersensitivity reactions. Interestingly, and the type 3 or a type 4 hypersensitivity, actually it should not be called as a hypersensitivity reaction, and it is rightly called as a delayed hypersensitivity. See, the choice of words by these Westerners is beautiful, because they saw there is hypersensitization, but there's a delay. And the delay is caused by this lazy leukocyte or the lazy monocyte, and the laziness is created by, lazy leukocyte syndrome is not, I have not coined it, guidance physiology already mentions it. So I'm using this word again from them based on the studies that they did for some time. So this laziness is caused in our model by feeding or growing these cells in a Kapha predominant based environment. That's beautifully experiment done. What we found was excessive Kapha triggers both the type 3 and type 4 hypersensitivity reactions, friends, and most of the autoimmune disorders, granulomatous reactions are essentially either a type 3 or a type 4 hypersensitivity based reactions. And we have, understanding this, what you need to do is you need to essentially reprogram the immune cell, the monocyte. The monocyte macrophage cell line. It's very, very complex. What happens? Now think about this condition. If there is I just mentioned in the beginning of this particular session, not this session, the session on immunology, that is a monocyte macrophage cell line that could potentially lead to several linked pathways for a adequate or inadequate or a hyperimmune response. Now, when there is a type 3 or when there is a Kapha mediated or Kapha aggravated macrophage, say in your abdominal macrophages. If the abdominal macrophage is Kapha sensitized, what happens? Okay, what is the role of the abdominal macrophages, friends? Anyone? They maintain the gut flora. Okay, the gut flora are maintained by the abdominal macrophages. So if the abdominal macrophage ends up in a Kapha reactivity, it induces that sluggishness. So what do the gut flora do? And by the way, you have all the bacteria in your body. According to the data that is available, you know what? We are 90% viruses and bacteria than humans actually. Because 90% of our body is made up of, 70% of them are bacteria, 20% of them are viruses, and 10% we have human cells also we have. So what happens is, when you are monocyte, it's the monocyte that is overseeing the functioning of all these bacteria. So what is the bacteria doing? The bacteria are essentially opportunistic. So they, you know what, did you know that beta streptococcus resides in your throat? It's there in the throat actually. Beta streptococcus. If it goes just from throat 3 inches down into the heart, you end up with what? Rheumatic carditis. Done. You're done for the life. Right? So why does it not go all the way through, from your throat down to the heart? Why? It is when the immune system is in its state of VPK balance, it will not allow. It is overseeing the function. It says, okay, the police is there, the criminals are there, but they won't attack you. If the police system is effective, that's what the mono system does. When the police system slowly dwindles down, or it becomes ineffective, or it comes with a delayed response. That's why in the US you have this 9-minute response, or 6 minutes. They've reduced that response to 6 minutes now. Now you call 911, if in less than 6 minutes the police doesn't turn up, the police is fired. So what happens when the police comes late? The bacteria start attacking your body. They will slowly. What does the body do? Will the body allow it immediately? No. It will slowly tries to, negotiate with the bacteria. It says, okay, see, I'm not here. I'm actually helping you. If you defeat me, you will be lost. I keep telling, if PSA is defeated, the world will lose. For your success, PSA has to be successful. So what happens is, bacteria is attacking the body, and yeah, another interesting observation that we did in abdominal macrophage induced, kapha induced abdominal macrophages, we saw that the blood is not sterile. We think the blood is sterile, friends. No. I'm a surgeon. I tell you, 60% of the time your blood is not sterile. Why is it not sterile? Very interesting thought. We'll not talk about this now. Just remember, we'll talk about it later. So what happens is, the bacteria is attacking the tissue. Which tissue? Any tissue that is in its vicinity. So the Peyer's patches that are actually the colonies, that are actually forming anatomical pockets for the bacteria to stay, thrive, live, and grow, they move slowly out of these tissues. What do these criminals do? They automatically, when the police doesn't have their surveillance systems intact, then you're subjected to the exposure. You're exposure to these criminals. So same thing happens to the body. But then what the body does is, it slowly starts acting against. Not against, it tries to protect itself through the local. There are at least 12 mechanisms by which the body protects itself. And one of the mechanisms is by altering how does the bacteria act on the body? Quickly, friends. The slide already showed it. Panchapandavulu entamandani already slide was shown. C3, C4, C3A mediated pathway, right? Okay, refresh your fundamentals on immunology, friends. Otherwise, there's no point discussing. Okay, now, so what the bacteria is binding, it has got an antigen. This antigen binds with the bacteria's antigen binds with a certain communicator on the cell surface, which is called as a receptor. And then, it slowly enters or, destroys the cell and then uses the cell debris to feed itself. So what the body does is, the tissue, local tissue, modifies. It effects a certain allosteric alteration through conformational change of the surface protein. When the proteins have, okay, how many conformations did a protein have? Not 5, 4. 4 conformation: primary, secondary, tertiary, quaternary. We talked about it yesterday. So when how is the protein structure altering? How does the cell receptor act? It acts by allosteric combination. Okay. Now it just changes its conformational structure so that the bacteria cannot act, because the bacteria identifies the antigen, binds to it. Once it sees the other side of this protein, it doesn't know how to act. So, but then when it does a conformational structure, alters its surface antigen, we said that the monocyte is in a state of kapha reactivity and it's not dead yet. If it is in a kapha state of reactivity, it is acting with a delay, and not that it is not acting. So it starts waking up when there is enough bacterial proliferation. When there's enough bacterial proliferation attacking the tissues, the monocyte gets activated when there is enough stimulus. You know, you've heard about this. Yesterday we talked about it. Kapha systems require larger stimuli, right? So the larger stimuli in relation to maintaining of the bacterial and native tissue harmonization leads to increased proliferation of, implies increased proliferation of the bacteria, and when the stimulus is appropriate, the monocyte then starts acting. Kapha monocyte starts acting, but what it does first, it continuously profiles all your cell receptors. When it sees that a cell receptor is altered, it thinks that it is a foreign body and produces an antibody. This is what we discovered, friends. How do autoimmune disorders occur is by your own body's kapha tattva getting exacerbated in the monocyte macrophage cell lines, leading to delayed hypersensitivity, leading to wrong tagging of the body's own. In the course, the body's own antigen has changed. It is not changed, it just masked itself. It just is showing other face. It's turning like this, and this in the language of data science, it's the principal component analysis of the bacteria is disrupted. It's trying to disrupt that, but that again is acting against our own cells. The monocyte identifies this as a foreign antigen and then starts producing antibodies. That's how we end up with autoimmune diseases, friends. Is this clear? Right? So now what do? Again, follow the never violate scientific guidelines. Send your patients back to the immunologist. Dr. Paul was here yesterday. He apologized because there is a congress. Dr. Paul is the NIMS director for immunology. He was here. He said, Ravi, we need your help, in setting up this integrative institution. I said, sir, stay back. We have allergies and autoimmunes to be discussed. But then he said he's going to watch all the videos and then, come back. But Dr. Paul from NIMS, because I wanted him to listen to this. What do? We give steroids and every other thing, and then we're now coming up with several monoclonal antibodies to actually mitigate this. None of them will work. Forget about it. None. Okay, at least now until now, whatever data is generated, it has not demonstrated any efficacy in autoimmune disorders. Any. You're only managing, and you're on a very fragile, line of demarcation between health and disease. Disease and death. So the patient could end up with any eventuality, any time. So why? Because you have not addressed the internal environment, friends. We have not addressed that at all. If we don't address that, the delayed hypersensitivity keeps on triggering. If not one tissue, it ends up with another one. That's why in an ANI profile, when you do, there could be antigens against 39 different antigens in the body. Antibodies against 39 antigens in the body. So which antigen are you going to protect? How are you going to protect? If you go by monoclonal antibody route to block these antibodies, you're essentially blocking further aggravating the kapha tattva of the immune system. You're further aggravating the disease. So this is our take on autoimmune disorders, and we have dealt with, by God's grace, successfully. Not even a single patient we missed from curing. I'm talking about Crohn's disease, ulcerative colitis. We have beautiful endoscopies, colonoscopies that we have done before, during, and after. IBD, don't worry at all. I wanted Dr. C.L. Venkatra also apologize for not being here, because he was like, he said there's a Modi ji is here, and then there's a big samaroh of BJP here today, so he was not able to. He was dedicated to the party affairs. But then he's a gastroenterologist, surgical gastroenterologist, and we wanted NIMS director to be present again. We have the immunology congress today. So what I'm trying to say is, I know we have applied these five-pronged approach, giving appropriate diets, VPK fingerprinting, and giving appropriate diets, appropriate exercises, physical breathing exercises, detoxification remedies, including Panchakarma remedies if and when necessary. And Professor Ragupati Pantulu Garu is the one who gets all our patients. We send our patients to him. He does exceptional job, and then in administering these Panchakarma remedies whenever we require. And he goes exactly by my prescription. He gives that honor because we have elaborate discussion. So that's where I'm saying, allopathic doctor and Ayurvedic doctor, when they talk together, you can really bring, the sublimity into your medical practices, friends. So we were able to cure. I would want to now request, I would want one of my ever presentation. No, that's correct. Patient, ever present chesedi. Come. Dr. Malati, come in. Please come. Dr. Malati will present this case quickly of antiphospholipid syndrome, friends. The name itself sends shivers in the spines, isn't it? Antiphospholipid syndrome. And what did I tell them? Don't worry, I am there. That's it. And why? Not because I'm overconfident, because I'm confident that this methodology has worked earlier. If it has worked in ankylosing spondylosis, why wouldn't it work in antiphospholipid syndrome? So right after this, we'll come to the cancers, which also have similar physiology. I'll tell you why, and Dr. Malti, take over from here. So we see SLE, systemic lupus erythematosus is also again, autoimmune disorder. You don't have to look at which autoimmune disorder you're targeting, because now quickly, if the bacteria attack your intestines, your patient's intestine, then the patient could end up with ulcerative colitis. If he is Pitta aggravated in the large and small intestines, and if he is Kapha aggravated in the large and small intestines, he will end up with Crohn's disease. If the bacteria attack your brain, then you end up with multiple sclerosis. If the brain glial cells are Kapha aggravated. If your alveolar macrophages are Kapha aggravated, then the same response could occur in the form of manifestation of ILD or some other sarcoidosis or another autoimmune manifestation. If the autoimmune, if the Kapha aggravation in the macrophages leads to alteration or attack on the native DNA, then you end up with anti-nuclear antibodies, and then you end up with SLE, friends. So the method doesn't change. It's not, we have to, ultimately, it's not about which drug that you give in SLE or any of these autoimmune disorders, but it is a method that is going to actually deliver the practices. So Dr. Malati was saying that she will present both SLE and antiphospholipid syndrome case studies, and then ask strict questions. Come.
Yeah, good afternoon, one and all. I am presenting an antiphospholipid syndrome disease. A 45 years old female came to a GP clinic with a chief complaints of erythematous macules on the right and left hand, and bleeding of stools 2 to 3 episodes since 2 months. And he came up with a confirmatory diagnosis with antiphospholipid syndrome. Due to that antiphospholipid syndrome, he had a pulmonary embolism, and he had a history of past illness like hypothyroidism, and he went a pyeloplasty with stunting in 1997. Previous history includes she was on a treatment of rituximab and tablet electroxin. And her pulse diagnosis, upon his pulse diagnosis, we found that in cardiovascular system there is a moderate aggravation of Vata, and in the right brain there is a moderate aggravation of Pitta, and in liver there is a moderate aggravation of Pitta, and in her immune system there is a mild aggravation of Pitta, and lumbar spondylosis was observed, and in her small intestines mild Pitta was observed, and vitamin B12 deficiency was found. we given with some of the supplements, and we asked to follow the 5-pronged approach. We suggested with a diet Pitta for 4 weeks, Kapha for 1 week, and Vata for 2 weeks. After 14 months of regular follow-ups, her platelet count was, before PSA treatment, there was a fluctuations in the platelet count. After the 14 months of PSA treatment, her platelet count was gradually increasing. Now her platelet count was came up to 3 lakhs, and it was increasing to 3,30,000 in an increasing order. And when coming to coagulogram, before the treatment of PSA, the coagulogram levels are abnormal. After the treatment of 14 months in PSA, the coagulogram levels are get normalized. Before coming to PSA, he was on acetylene, it's 6 mg. Now we continuously weaning off that. Now she was having 2 mg OD, and she was also on nifedipine for 10 mg, and now she was on wean off of having 2.5 mg daily, and he was having the tadalafil of 10 mg, and now he was taking once in 3 days. And when coming to soda bicarbonate and HCQs, the soda bicarbonate was completely wean off from now, and HCQ now she was having 2.5 mcg. And when coming to deflocort, she was having the 6 mcg, but now she was having 1.2 mcg for 3 days in a once. Ambecentan is of 600 mcg. Now he was having 50 mcg once in 3 weeks. And then continuous follow-ups of 14 months, she has improved her quality of life. We have taken the quality of life questionnaire and SFS too. She improved the quality of life, and she was living with a symptom-free survival. And next, when coming to systemic lupus erythematosus, there is 2 patients here. A 13-year-old female patient came to a SGP clinic with the chief complaints of oral sores, fever, and recurrent fevers with peripheral edema with red spots. And she came with a confirmatory diagnosis of SLE. Upon his pulse diagnosis, we found that in cardiovascular system there is a moderate aggravation of Vata, and in her immune system there is a moderate aggravation of Kapha. In her large intestine and small intestine there is a mild aggravation of Pitta. In her liver we found that moderate aggravation of Kapha, and OBG moderate aggravation of Vata, and in her right brain moderate aggravation of Kapha. And we suggested with a diet of Pitta for 3 weeks, Kapha for 3 weeks, and Vata for 2 weeks. And same protocol 5-pronged approach we suggested for her too. And for case 2, a 42-year-old female patient, in her immune system mild aggravation of Vata, and in her right brain moderate aggravation of Kapha. We suggested with a diet of Pitta for 2 weeks, Vata for 4 weeks, and Kapha for 2 weeks. She was unable to walk for a mile to 1 minute also. Very joint pains and a lupus flare was observed. And after the treatment of 12 months, in these 2 cases, the lupus flare has continuously decreased, and there is no lupus flare was observed, new flare was observed till now, and they was living with a symptom-free survival. And MMF was from 500 mcg to, they decreased it to 250 mcg once in 3 days, and Vicelon from 5 mcg to 2.5 mcg OD. And we have taken a lupus role quality of life. From quality of life, before the treatment of case 1, we found that 138. After the treatment, we found that 53. As it shows that there is a decrease in the rate, it indicates the improved in the quality of life. And in case 2, we found that 126 was her value before the treatment. After the treatment, we found that 42. By this we can say that in 2 cases quality of life is improved, and they are living with symptom-free survival. There is another interesting case of idiopathic thrombocytopenia. A 27-year-old female patient came to with a complaints of recurrent fevers, decreased platelet counts, and heavy local bleeding. And her past illness was weakness. And her pulse diagnosis, upon his pulse diagnosis, we found that in her immune system there is a moderate aggravation of Vata, and CS means cervical spondylosis with VBI. And we suggested her to have a diet of Vata pacifying diet. And we recommended some of the SGP supplements. We asked to follow her Five-Pronged Approach. And after the treatment of 16 months, her platelet count was continuously growing. Now it was in 2 lakhs, 1.5 to 2 lakhs. Before the SGP treatment, her platelet count was fluctuating. And after the treatment, there is a balance in the platelet counts we can observe in the graphs. And after the, now allopathy medicine and modern medicine was completely weaned off for her. And we can observe the platelet counts too. Thank you.
Wonderful job, Malati. Wonderful presentation. Very well done. Very good. This is your PharmD patient talking the language of polyscientific Ayurveda, which is an amalgamation of our Ayurvedic and allopathic understanding together. And they have heard me at least 3 hours speaking every day, 3 hours to them, right? At least 3 hours. Initially, they used to say, sir, we're getting tired. Now they say, when are you going to start the lecture? So it's our senior doctors, they had listened to me at least for 3 years, for the past 7 years now. And that is polyscientific Ayurvedic lectures, friends. So wonderful job, Malti. Excellently done. Very good, very good. Thank you. And call in your people and then... So, see, unfortunately, we have to do these case studies, but this is a scientifically accepted practice, friends. Don't think that, we are trying to promote anything, but then this has to be and will be reported. We have filed several patents and we are reporting such cases because according to Ayurvedic, several Ayurvedic scholars as well, they mark such patients as asadhyas. No, it is susadhya, really. But it's only that, you have to have a deep understanding of the doshic influence at a molecular level. That's exactly why I was pushing this even in UK, and then we had several important and interesting discussions. So, no, thank you.
Namaste andi.
Yeah, please.
I will. My wife Vijay Bhaskar Lakshmi. నేను విశాఖపట్నం స్టీల్ ప్లాంట్ నుంచి వచ్చాము. అయితే 2017లో డెంగ్యూ ఫీవర్ ఎంటర్ అయింది. అక్కడి నుంచి చాలా ప్రయత్నాలు చేశాము. అక్కడి నుంచి 7 హిల్స్ హాస్పిటల్కి అడ్మిట్ చేశారు. అక్కడ 7 to 9 days ఉంచారు. అక్కడి నుంచి క్రిటికల్ అని చెప్పడంతోనే క్రిస్టియన్ మెడికల్ కాలేజ్ సిఎంసి రాయవేలూరు అక్కడికి షిఫ్ట్ చేశాము. 3 months ఉంచారు. బోన్ మ్యారో ఇంకా అన్ని టెస్టులు కంప్లీట్ బాడీ టెస్ట్స్ అన్నీ చేస్తారు. అక్కడ ఆ మీన్ టైంలో 10,000 ప్లేట్లెట్స్తో వెళ్ళాము. ఇక్కడ నుంచి 1,000 కూడా వచ్చింది. అది కమ్ డౌన్ 3,000 1,000 కూడా వచ్చి బోన్ మ్యారోలో ప్రాబ్లం లేదని చెప్పారు. బట్ ట్రీట్మెంట్ అయిన తర్వాత 30,000తో డిశ్చార్జ్ అయ్యాము అక్కడ నుంచి విశాఖపట్నం. ఇంకా ట్రీట్మెంట్ చేస్తూ 3 years అలా టైంపాస్ ఏం చేస్తాం. 2021 మేలో మళ్ళీ తనకి బ్లడ్ క్లాట్ వచ్చింది. హార్ట్ టు లంగ్స్ పంపింగ్లో 3.2 mg రావడంతో మళ్ళీ అగైన్ ఎవ్రీ 3 monthsకి ఇంకా అక్కడికి వెళ్ళిపోవటమే. ట్రైన్ టికెట్స్ బుక్ చేసుకోవటం, ఎమర్జెన్సీ అయితే ఫ్లైట్లో వెళ్ళిపోవటం, వచ్చేయడం. ఇంక ఇదే డ్యూటీ అయిపోయింది. ఇయర్లీ 4 to 5 times. సో సార్ గురించి నేను అక్కడ దీనికి రెమెడీ ఎక్కడ దొరుకుతుంది ఏంటి ఆ యూట్యూబ్లో చూసిన తర్వాత సార్ గురించి విన్నాను, తెలుసుకొని ఇమ్మీడియట్గా ఫోన్ చేస్తే మేడం గారేమో మీరు చూస్తే అవ్వదు, వెంటనే అపాయింట్మెంట్ అవ్వదు, మా కౌన్సిలింగ్ ఉంటుంది, దానిలో మీరు లింకప్ అవ్వండి అంటే అయిన తర్వాత అపాయింట్మెంట్ ఇచ్చారు. వెళ్ళి కలిసాము 2021 May ఐ థింక్. అప్పుడు సార్ దగ్గర ట్రీట్మెంట్ స్టార్ట్ చేసాము. గ్రాడ్యువల్గా ఇంక అక్కడి నుంచి అంటే మేము సార్ దగ్గరకు వచ్చేటప్పటికి 60,000 ఉండే ప్లేట్లెట్స్. ఇతనికి 97లో రైట్ కిడ్నీ సర్జరీ చేయించాము. అప్పటి నుంచే 37% ఉంది. లెఫ్ట్ కిడ్నీ 100% ఉంది. సిఎంసిలో ఇంకా వాడిన డ్రగ్ ఒకటి లేదు, అన్నీ పెట్టేశారు. ఈ స్టెరాయిడ్లో డెఫ్కాట్ 72 mg నుంచి స్టార్ట్ చేశారు. అది దగ్గరలో 1 year వాడించారు. తర్వాత యాంబ్రిసెంటన్ 5 mg మార్నింగ్ ఒకటి, ఈవినింగ్ ఒకటి. ఎసిట్రామ్ మీ బ్లడ్ లెవెల్ ఎప్పుడు కూడా పిటిఐఎన్ఆర్ 2.5 to 3.5 మధ్యలో ఉండేటట్టు చూసుకోవాలండి. చాలా జాగ్రత్తగా చూసుకోవాలి. తగ్గకూడదు, పెరగకూడదు, ఆ మధ్యలో ఉండాలి. తగ్గితే ఎసిటమ్ పెంచండి, పెరిగితే ఎసిటమ్ తగ్గించండి. ఇంక ఇదే డ్యూటీ అయిపోయేది ఎవ్రీడే. సో సార్ దగ్గరికి వచ్చిన తర్వాత అప్పుడు 30 to 35 ట్యాబ్లెట్స్ పెర్ డే, మార్నింగ్, ఈవినింగ్, ఆఫ్టర్నూన్. సో ఈ టైంలో ఆ ట్యాబ్లెట్స్ తీసుకోవడంతో సైడ్ ఎఫెక్ట్స్, బాడీ మీద జాస్ట్ వచ్చింది, క్యాటరాక్ట్స్ డెవలప్ అయిపోయాయి. వీటన్నిటినీ ఎదుర్కొంటూ సార్ దగ్గర అడ్మిట్ అయిన తర్వాత గ్రాడ్యువల్గా అంటే 3-4 months తర్వాత మాకు డెవలప్మెంట్ కనిపించింది. ఇంకా అక్కడి నుంచి సార్ ఒకటే చెప్పారు, ఫస్ట్ మిమ్మల్ని మీరు నమ్ముకోండి, తర్వాత దేవుడిని నమ్మండి, తర్వాత డాక్టర్ నమ్మండి. అదే చెప్పారు. మేము కూడా అదే చేసాము. సో ఇప్పుడు ప్రజెంట్ తినకి కిడ్నీ ప్రాబ్లం లేదు, 0.9% ఉంది. హోమోగ్లోబిన్ ఎప్పుడు చూసినా 7 లోపే ఉండేది. సిఎంసి వెళ్ళిన వెంటనే 2-3 ప్యాకెట్స్ బ్లడ్ ఇన్పుట్ ఇచ్చేవారు. ఇప్పుడు ఆ ఇబ్బంది ఏం లేదు. ఇప్పుడు 11+ రన్ అవుతుంది. నౌ ప్లేట్లెట్ కౌంట్ ఈజ్ 3.4 lakhs. అక్కడ చెప్పారు, మీకు ఎట్టి పరిస్థితుల్లో తిన్న లైఫ్లో 60,000 to 80,000 మించి రావు, మీరు ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ చేయకండి. సో ఆ రికార్డ్ని అంతా, బ్యాడ్ రికార్డ్ని కంప్లీట్ రిమూవల్ చేసేసి సార్ మాకు కొత్త రికార్డ్ ఇచ్చారు. ధన్యవాదాలు సార్. థ్యాంక్ యూ అనండి. మా మిస్సెస్ లైఫ్ని సార్ మళ్ళీ పునర్జన్మించి మాకు ఇక్కడ నిలబెట్టేట్టు చేశారు. థ్యాంక్ యూ అనండి.
గుడ్ ఆఫ్టర్నూన్ అండి అందరికీ, ప్రతి ఒక్కరికి కూడా. నా పేరు వాణి అండి. నేను ఎస్ఎల్ఈ పేషెంట్ అండి. నేను జస్ట్ నాకు 27 years ఉన్నప్పుడు సార్ నాకు ఒక మీటింగ్ ద్వారా ఇలా అని ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేస్తున్నారు. అప్పుడే ట్రీట్మెంట్ కూడా ఇస్తున్నారు. ఒకసారి చెకప్ చేద్దామని చెప్పి అందరికీ రమ్మని చెప్పారు, పరగడుపుని రండి అని చెప్పారు. సరే అని చెప్పి పరగడుపున వెళ్ళాము. నాకు బాగా మధ్యాహ్నం అయిపోయింది, చాలా హెడేక్గా ఉంది. సో హెడేక్గా ఉండడంతో అసలు నాకు నుంచోలేను, కూర్చోలేను. తొందరగా చూస్తే వెళ్ళిపోదాం, ఏదైతే అది అయింది అనుకున్నా. నియరెస్ట్గా వచ్చిన తర్వాత సార్ నన్ను చెకప్ చేసి, మీకు బాగా హెడేక్గా ఉంది, బాగా పెయిన్ఫుల్గా ఉన్నారు, మీకు ఎలర్జీస్ ఉన్నాయన్నారు. షాక్ నేను, అసలు ఎలా తెలుస్తుంది నాకు ఎలర్జీ ఉందని సార్కి ఎలా తెలిసిందని షాక్లో ఉండిపోయి, సో కంపల్సరీ మెడిసిన్ యూజ్ చేయాలనుకున్నా. ఫస్ట్ నేను అంతకుముందు ఇక్కడ నిమ్స్ హాస్పిటల్లో మంగళగిరి ఎన్ఆర్ఐలో అడ్మిట్ అయ్యా. కాన్షియస్ స్టేజ్లో అడ్మిట్ అయ్యాను. అక్కడ కొన్నాళ్ళు ట్రీట్మెంట్ చేసి అనలైజ్ చేసి నన్ను సెకండ్ ఒపీనియన్ కింద హైదరాబాద్ నిమ్స్కి పంపించారు. వాళ్ళు డిక్లేర్ చేశారు ఎస్ఎల్ఈ అని. 3 years పాటు నేను అక్కడ మెడిసిన్ వాడాను, అలోపతి మెడిసిన్. సో 3 years బాగానే ఉంది, కానీ తర్వాత గ్రాడ్యువల్గా సైడ్ ఎఫెక్ట్స్ బాగా స్టార్ట్ అయిపోయినాయి. ఈవెన్ ఇంకా ఇంట్లో నేను పడుకోవడానికి కూడా చాలా ఇబ్బంది అయిపోయింది. పెయిన్స్ తగ్గడం లేదు, ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ అలాగే ఉన్నాయి. టెస్టులు చూస్తే నార్మల్గా ఉంటున్నాయి. ఏం చేయాలో నాకైతే అర్థం కాలేదు. సో అదే టైంకి సార్ నాకు అలా పరిచయం అవ్వడం, ఈ మెడిసిన్ వాడడం జరిగింది. సో మెడిసిన్ అయితే 6 monthsకే నేను అలోపతి మెడిసిన్ ఆపేశాను. ఈ మెడిసిన్ గ్రాడ్యువల్గా నాకు చాలా బాగా యూస్ఫుల్ అయినాయి. ఇప్పుడు నా లైఫ్ చాలా బాగుంది. నాకు 2 చిన్నపిల్లలు. అంతకుముందు వచ్చేసి వాళ్ళిద్దరు చిన్న పిల్లల్ని నేను చూసుకోలేకపోయేదాన్ని. ఈరోజు నేను జాబ్ చేసుకుంటూ నా పని నేను చేసుకుంటున్నాను. అంతకుముందు హౌస్ వైఫ్గా ఉండేదాన్ని. థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్.
Here is an evidence for the antiphospholipid syndrome and the SLE, and surprisingly we not found any reoccurrence in the antiphospholipid syndrome. We mainly observe the reoccurrence in the antiphospholipid syndrome like thrombosis. On the modern medicine, he had a reoccurrence of pulmonary thromboembolism. On our treatment, there is no reoccurrence of any thrombosis was observed. Thank you.
Good job, Malti. So friends, this These are just a couple of, the second patient was with SLE. Now her ANA, which was positive for 3 antigens, is completely negative now, ANA. So we go completely by the modern parameters of diagnosis, and then establishing, if the cure is done, we establish it through medical diagnosis and genetic tests wherever required. We do all the tests rigorously, and then antiphospholipid syndrome, she's going for the genomic test very soon, and then all the quality of life has tremendously improved, and in all of these patients, SLEs, So, several patients with, Crohn's disease, ulcerative colitis, as I mentioned, we have, we'll not talk about it. I'll quickly move to the cancer sessions and CKD, and we'll then go for lunch, okay? So that, I'll not take much time, 20 minutes, we can have our lunch, and so that, we spend more time on panel discussions. That's going to be very important because that's the purpose of our discussion. So friends, as I mentioned, if anyone has any questions to the patients, please, it's again a scientific approach where you can talk to the patients, ask the questions, what is the methodology of treatment, everyone has the right to know. So that's going to be interesting, but I think we'll reserve that a little later. Okay. So that, people don't starve. So now, when we talk about the kapha aggravation of the monocyte, another important function, there are more than 72 functions of the immune system, friends, out of which only half of them are actually immune functions. The rest of the half are non-immune functions. So one of the non-immune functions is the maintenance of blood glucose homeodynamics or homeostasis. That's what I meant. And also the cholesterol, another biggest disruptor of our modern age is cholesterol. And then, as I mentioned, whether it is LDL should be high or low, HDL should be high or low is a big confusion right now. But then the standards, guide us differently. So that is like blood biochemical homeostasis or homeodynamics is maintained by the monocyte. Now, another important aspect is maintaining of the cellular homeostasis. What does that mean? So what the monocyte does is, from what we did, from the analysis we did, in the Russian labs, what we figured out, I'll give the methods later because that's going to take up a lot of time. So what happens is that the monocyte, essentially, we just mentioned, it continuously runs, it acts as a cellular cell counter, essentially. I mean, I'm using a very simplified word, but it's not a cell counter. It doesn't profile the way, it does when we do a flow cytometry. It doesn't do that. But then it continuously maintains the cellular homeostasis, which means it brings up the number of cells per tissue to a certain normated level to maintain the blood biochemistry or to maintain the cellular and tissue level physiology at a normal level. What it means is, say for example, for the optimal functioning of the tissue, whatever number of cells are required, those number of cells the monocyte maintains. And we know, for example, the RBCs. The RBCs are, they live for an average of only 120 days. So how does the RBCs come back again? It is a monocyte that triggers the BCL2 pathway and then, leads to myeloexpression, leading to reticulocyte, the myeloerythropoiesis, leading to production of RBCs. This happens continuously, which means per day, a 60 kilo individual is actually, in his blood, 25,000 crore cells are dying every day. So every day the body is producing as many cells. Now look at this scenario. So the same thing happens with your monocytes. Monocytes die every 8 to 12 days, thrombocytes every 17 days, but they get replenished. What happens if the monocyte doesn't trigger cellular response? What happens when the monocyte enters a state of kapha reactivity and becomes sluggish in respect to this particular tissue maintaining of the cellular or tissue homeostasis. What happens, it triggers at a certain stage when the cellular response is ineffective or the cellular metabolic pathways are ineffective, it triggers a cell division, a pathway to mediate or exacerbate cell division. Cell starts dividing, and if at that time, or if the monocyte at any stage becomes kapha reactive, it doesn't stop the cell division, because the stopping of the cell division is also a monocyte mediated pathway actually. We all know that it's a BCL2, right? There are at least 17 genetic pathways through which the cell division is mediated. But then the trigger is, we have to still understand the response. The monocyte is definitely an effector here. But through interleukin 10 or interleukin 12 or both, we still don't know. Because, and what all other interleukins apart from 1, 2, 6, 8, 10, 12 are involved, we still don't know. We have to do that investigation of how interleukins are produced, are secreted by the monocyte, under the influence of which doshas, what interleukins are produced, we don't know. But one thing definitely can be summed up. If the monocyte enters a state of kapha reactivity, and at a time when it has to stop the cell division, it doesn't stop, then the cells keep dividing. When the cells keep dividing, can you go to the next slides, please? When cells keep dividing, that's nothing but cancer. All right, so, and beautifully, Ayurveda clearly classifies Vata, okay, Ayurveda classifies benign and malignant when it calls as Arbuda and Gulma and Arbuda respectively. And there again, Doshaja, the Dhatuja, and Doshaja means dosha mediated cancers or benign or malignant cancers. There are dhatu mediated benign and malignant cancers. A lot of work is going on. Again, there are the problem that we essentially encounter in our cancer chemotherapy is, number one, chemotherapy itself. Number two, the myelosuppression that the cytostatic drugs. And also in autoimmune disorders also we use a lot of cytostatic drugs. So we have, in the earlier cases, we have stopped all the cytostatic drugs. That's what should be attributed to the success of PSA. So we administered similar techniques. Again, there one mechanism is known definitely, that it's the kapha activation or kapha aggravation in the monocyte is essentially leading to several cancers. And then there are several different pathways, again, not in the scope of particular discussion, but several end-stage patients who came to us, end stage, they have only 2 to 6 months of time. Especially when you have skeletal mets. Skeletal mets or mets in the brain, you don't have much time. That's when, most of the allopathic doctors also, would love to work with people like us. And then, when we started working in collaboration with several, when a patient comes to me, I don't immediately say, okay, just adapt our technology and you'll be fine. I ask them to work. I express my interest in working with their physician in tandem. And then slowly, several allopathic doctors, from our fraternity, modern fraternity, have become friends, and then we work together. So we developed this framework of working together. So most of the cancers, at least the cancer chemotherapy, the effects are mitigated, number one. And then in advanced stage or even end stage diseases, we were able to offer, tremendous response. We have one very well-known, we don't want to actually present these cases, but we requested some of our patients to be present at the meeting, so that it gives, number one, the confidence, and also this is a part of our scientific activity as we agreed, that we have a Pitta mediated Gulma, Pitta mediated Arbuda, that we have dealt with, and to a great extent we were able to restrict the progression of the disease. And we had HER2/neu mediated, right? breast cancer patient who also was in her end stage. And we have several of them. We have more than 450 such end stage patients. There are at least 175 different classifications of cancers actually right now. And then what we cannot, I mean, until and unless you run your clinical trial on several, at least hundreds of patients, you cannot essentially, convince the FDA. So we don't have that luxury. We are dealing with whatever patients we have. So to sum up, we have dealt with with this approach in restricting and or arresting this disease completely in literally most of our end stage patients. And of course, there's a strict compliance that is required. Those who have complied, they have complied with our treatment methodology, which involves this five-pronged approach of giving herbal supplements to the dietary regimen that we give. Very strict dietary regimen has to be followed. Detoxification regimen that we suggest very strongly. And the yogasana regimen, the pranayama regimen has to be strictly followed, and then there are scientific reasons for what we are saying. And then we have been able to achieve tremendous success in about 450 patients only, only. But these are all end-stage patients. As opposed to the Ayushman Bharat's data, they have dealt with about more than 16,000 end-stage patients, and all of the end-stage patients in the next 11 to 14 months, they died. So I'm only saying, I'm not saying my method is better than them, but then I'm saying that there is a promise, there is a method in which we could progress and then offer our methodology to mitigate or improve the quality of life and in end stage, even cancer patients. So I would request the next, we'll call in our young doctors to present. So we'll wrap this session and then we'll have, uske baad kya hai? We'll have lunch. Lunch tarvata, okay na? Yeah. No, we'll, who's present? Come fast. So we have Dr. Suresh presenting whatever he has to present in the form of case reports, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Good afternoon all. I'm here to present a lung cancer and adenocarcinoma and AML, acute myeloid leukemia, and B-cell lymphoblastic anemia cancers. Slides, please. Slides, please. Here I came up with some statistical analysis of the patients who are with cancers in worldwide. They are the survival rates. In these three cancers, they are the 5% rate of survival rate in who are reported in the WHO site. The expected survival rate of these all type of cancers is about 5% of survival rate. They are declared as an end stage. They already invented. 28%. The 28% of lung cancer. Yeah. I'll explain the cases. No. I had to represent this. The PSA patients have a data about different type of cancers. In a different type of cancers, we have a breast cancer with a high patient rate. Undergoing established treatment, they undergo with the treatment of cancer treatment protocols. They under chemotherapy, R-CHOP therapy, CHOP therapies, and there are MAP therapies also. The expected end stage declared as an end stage, and confirmatory as given as a palliative care treatment. The approach to the SGP. These are the statistics related to the survival rates of the patient. So in acute myeloid leukemia, there are 30% of adult individuals has a 5-year expectancy rate. In the non-small cell lung cancers, according to the WHO standards, in 2023, the lung cancer was 5% rate, in United States, 23% of lung cancer's survival rate, and 28%. And the chronic lymphoblastic leukemia has a different type of fight relative rate, 72% of diffused B-cell lymphoma and follicular lymphoma and other lymphoblastic anemia. Next slide, please. These are the epidemiology and the incidence and prevalence rates. This is the estimated rate of next to 2040 years. So in Asia, as most people, this graph represents as about 2020 statistics, and that graph represents about 2040 statistics. The expected incidence prevalence rate, which type of cancer is the most prone to in patients. Breast cancer is the most prone cancers in the 2040, and the estimation rate also WHO standards according to the Cancer Observatory Institute. So the breast cancer is the most prone type of the cancers in all type of cancers, and the 6% rate in the lung cancers, and other 17% in all different type of lung cancer expected this rate in 2040. Next slide, please. These are our patient data who are approached to the PSA treatment. So these are the categorized upon their cancers and based upon their age and gender and death rate. So they are all declared as an end stage and approached for the palliative care for the SGP treatment. So next slide, please. So these are the cases. There are 3 who are the wonderfully improved patients here. So a male patient of 60 years old who came with the myeloid leukemia anemia. So another female patient, 57-year-old female patient, is the B-cell lymphoma, and a 59-year-old male patient is a lung cancer adenocarcinoma. So these are the treatment guidelines according to the scientific congress approved by the National Cancer Institute, and the treatment duration was 2 years, and the comments are declared as an end stage and approached for the palliative care. The next slide. So these are the diagnoses according to the patients. In the patient 1, as a LSCS may represents a lumbar spondylitis and cervical spondylitis. This is a mild Pitta aggravation. He is the patient with a Pitta dominated person. So for this, he is already established diagnosis. He is under the treatment of MAP therapy like imatinib 400 mg. And his SCP treatment protocol, he followed the 5-pronged approach of diet and home remedies and detoxification procedures. And the case 2, the liver has a mild moderate kapha aggravation and a Vata aggravation. And CVS has a Pitta and kapha aggravation. Immune system shows kapha aggravation and Vata aggravation. And the prostate shows mild kapha aggravation. And the diet represents a PPD diet. And he is also on the chemotherapy drug, the omacitinib, the common standard drug for the lung cancers, 80 mg OD. So, and the other case, B-cell lymphoma is a Pitta dominant female individual as a P all over, moderate P all over. See, in a CVS, cardiovascular system shows moderate Vata aggravation and Pitta aggravation. Immune system shows kapha aggravation. Liver shows kapha aggravation and cervical and lumbar spondylitis. Same, she also followed the 6 cycles of chemotherapy, and after that ended with end stage condition and approached palliative care. So what is meant by the palliative care? According to the ICMR standards, the palliative care is a different kind of approach who are in the patient with end stage or who are survival rate is too low. In the palliative care, we support the lifestyle modification and the change in the treatment alteration, and it gives the support to the patient to follow the treatment and motivate the patient to follow the instructions what are given by the guidelines. The next slide, please. So these are the, after following the treatment after 2 years and 3 years, these are the results. So we expected like, so in lymphoblastic and acute myeloid leukemia, as a WBC count was at the first time, at the near to the 40,000, Now it shows that below 10,000, exact rate was the recent report shows that the 4,000 blood cells, WBC cells. The second graph shows this is a B cell lymphoma, is a PET scan. These are the nodules present in the heart nodules. So that's the WBC count. Next slide. So this is a PET scan of liver lung cancer. So SU max at the starting of the treatment, SU max shows that 9.6 individual versus 40. After the following the treatment, metabolically active nodules come to the inactive residual cells. And now the recent report shows that SU max about 2.5%, 2.5 versus 2.8, and the recent report shows. Next slide. So this is the quality of life, estimated quality of life of the patient. This is the European standard. Society produced a questionnaire. We implemented the questionnaire in our study and give the quality of life in the D3 individual patients. So before the treatment, the quality of life is, the first graph shows that AML patient. So the quality of life is too low. After following the treatment and during the treatment, the graph shows a gradual improvement in the quality of life in the three patients. The next slide. So this is the survival free from 52 according to the RAND analysis from the WHO standards. These are the different criteria we will work with: physical fitness and physical functioning, and the pain management and general health management and emotional status, and everything we consider as each domain. So after the completing of the treatment, the symptom-free survival shows this. Next slide. They are coming to the discussion and conclusion and discussion. The exact report shows that I explained in the results. This is a treatment, and according to the holistic approach and Ayurvedic understanding of the cancer mechanisms, and give the patient the right treatment in the end stage conditions. Thank you.
Good job, good job. Good job, Suresh. Wonderful. Again, a PharmD produce. That's their job, doing pharmacovigilance. So they're doing a wonderful job. Thank you very much, guys. Suresh, you want to come? One more moment, please. We'll have lunch after this. Huh? Come. Anyway. ఇప్పుడు కాదు లంచ్ ఇప్పుడు ఫినిష్ టాక్ టు ది పేషెంట్. ఇంకెవరున్నారు మనకి? అరుణ గారు ఉన్నారు. యా మన we have our friend from VAP. He's a Vishwa Ayurveda Parishad, Dr. Lakshmi Narayana. We'll call you on the dais very soon. Yeah, Mr. Satyanarayana.
I explain this case about. So I briefly explain his case. He is an acute myeloid leukemia patient. He approached the PSA treatment. So at the time of his approach, the WBC count was more than 40,000. But now it shows that the recent report shows that for 4,000. He already in the treatment of cancer treatment chemotherapy. So imatinib is the first medication. After that, he come fluctuating in WBC count. So we wean off that imatinib 400 mg to OD2. Now he taking as a half 200 mg alternative days. So we weaning off that chemotherapy also, and the quality of life is so improved in his patient.
100 mg వాడుకున్నామండి. అప్పుడు సార్ని కలిసిన తర్వాత అసలు కలిసి వద్దాం ఏం చెప్తారని వెళ్ళా విజయవాడ. లేట్గా తగ్గుద్దండి మీరు వాడండి అన్నారు. అప్పుడే భరోసా ఇచ్చారు సార్. మొదలుపెట్టాను. ఇప్పుడు దాసాటిని 25 mg వాడుతున్నాం. బాగుంది ఆరోగ్యం. ఫ్రెష్గా ఉంది.
Yeah. So It's a AML, presented as AML, who's a Pitta aggravated person, essentially. So then we realized that, it should be categorized as a Pitta Arbuda, and leading to excessive myeloproliferation, leading to, his WBC count, as he rightly mentioned, that it went up to 55,000. So he was on two monoclonal antibody therapies, and then, the monoclonal antibody, it's not only about the cost, but also about the quality of life. And slowly over time, I think there was one instance when the WBC count came down to 2,000. So that's when, we had to slowly wean those monoclonal antibodies. Right now, he used to have 200 BD of this dasatinib, imatinib, right? And we have now reduced his the monoclonal antibody therapy to 50 mg on alternate day. Right. So that's where he is, and his quality of life, that's very important, because the quality of life is an important predictor. Right now, outcome, essentially, that is being registered and that's being talked about. The symptom-free survival. Yeah, I'll take your questions, please. Symptom-free survival is another indicator that we are actually strictly monitoring, because that's ultimately what defines as an outcome of the treatment. Please, yeah, any question, please? So that's what, there are several manifestations of myeloproliferation. So there are no blast cells at all in his blood right now. No blast cells. See, usually when there is myeloproliferation, blast cells won't increase too much. If the blast cells were nil, literally. 6% was at the time when they went up to 40,000, went up to 6%, please. In the bone marrow, he's asking about the CBC, complete blood picture. Blood law? It needn't be. See, that's what I'm saying here. It needn't be always, that, you find blast cells in the blood. Your bone marrow proliferation, that's what I'm saying. There is a bone marrow proliferation. There are several, at least 3 different types recorded in the literature review, that the marrow presented as exclusive increase in the WBC with normal count. But then that's not good, and with, of course, increase in myeloblasts and myelocytes as well. Not only blasts, but myelocytes could be seen. But the more the myeloblasts, the worse is the prognosis. But when he came, what was his, at the first time when he came, what were the, no, not symptoms. The complete blood picture, what did it show? That's true, but what were any blast cells found? No blast cells at the time when he was already on, he was already on monoclonal antibodies when he came. So with monoclonal antibodies, some people respond, but your WBC count still has to be, we try to target it below 15,000. We wait until, to initiate any chemo or, any anti-cancer regimen or cytostatic regimen. Different doctors, different congresses have advised different guidelines. Some initiate the, chemotherapy or a monoclonal antibody response, monoclonal antibody therapy when it goes beyond 30. Some wait until 60, some wait until 80,000. But that's up to the doctor's discretion, because he knows his patient. So in our case, it was already established, and he was already on 200 mg BD dose of these monoclonal antibodies. And from there we took him, and then, it's about 3 years now, 2 years. No, he was not refractory. He was not refractory. He was responding. He was on, he was on two drug regimen, and it was maintained. See, again, refractory is when it goes beyond 100,000. When the WBC count goes beyond 100,000, that's when you label it as refractory. It was not refractory. For me, it should not be categorized as refractory. But still, it's again patient's choice, and quality of life, as I said, is another important predictor and also a reason why we recruit such patients. They were normal pretty much, They were within the normal limits, 150 to 450. I think they were, I don't remember any instance they went beyond the normal limits. It was only the WBCs. Definitely bacteria, but they also are opportunistic. They can attack and then cause serious infection. So that's when what we have to do is correct the immune system. Again, the correction of the immune system doesn't mean immunoboosting. If your immune system is already hyperreactive, Tulsi should be contraindicated, because in our experimental models we demonstrated how giving excessive of Tulsi or normal levels of Tulsi as prescribed in Ayurveda could lead to production of interleukin-4, which means that monocyte is already hyperactive. It's Vata aggravated. In Vata aggravation, you need to pacify Vata. So you need to choose appropriate remedies. So that's why you cannot have a standard formulation of addressing the immune system. If it is hyperreactive, you reduce the activity. If it is spontaneously reactive, you feed the you pacify the immune system with, when I say spontaneously reactive, I'm talking about when it's Pitta aggravated, it could trigger a type 2 hypersensitivity reaction, including, your infections. That's when, you administer Pitta moderating remedies. And if the immune system is in a type 3 or Kapha reactive state, then, essentially, pacify kapha by appropriate remedies. And once you do that, your bacterial count also, the body appropriately responds to the bacterial invasion and then sets them back to normalcy. That bacterial human interface and coexistence and actually mutual interdependence and benefit is exacerbated through this. That's my take on that. So most of the times, 95% of times, until and unless it is a very serious infection, and I go by, when I say serious infection, it is like when there is neutrophilic proliferation, when there's WBCs go beyond 13,000, that's when we start administering antibiotics. Otherwise, you wouldn't need antibiotics. There are several remedies in Ayurveda that bring about, as I said, number one, this immune correction. Number two, there are several classes of drugs, Ayurvedic dravyas I should not call them as drugs. So there is krimignas, kriminashinis, krimirodhinis, kitamardhinis. There are 4 different classes of herbal formulations that are mentioned in the Rasendra Sara Sangraha of Ayurveda, which are very, very effective. So we use only those. They're more than enough, most of the times. No, that's what I said. See, when you talk about any monoclonal antibody or any other therapy, you should think about 2 remedies, 2 mechanisms. There could be a feed-forward mechanism and a feedback mechanism. So, in respect to monoclonal antibodies, say for example, if you're blocking a CD20, for example, cell with a certain antibody, why are the CD20s, what are their function, first of all, we need to understand. The CD20 functions for, andarki vinipinchedattu undaలి. Yeah, the CD20 or for example CD8 or CD45 for example, they function towards angiogenesis. All right, if there is a CD20, if there is an angiogenesis, if someone's recovering from a disease, there will be angiogenesis and you'll have a CD45, say for example, proliferation. That, so which means if you block the CD45, you need to titrate. First of all, what was the trigger that led to the CD45 or whatever CD20 proliferation? Right, number one. Or you could have a monoclonal antibody against several leukotrienes. Right, leukotrienes. Again, leukotriene 3 that is like right now being administered. See, there are feed forward, feed backward mechanisms. This is a very grey subject. The biggest problem in understanding the immune system as a whole is there are 36 interleukins. And recently 2 more interleukins were, we thought there were only 36 because in from 1976 until 1989, we discovered all the 36 interleukins. Afterwards, they've been searching for these interleukins, but none of them were found. But recently 2 more interleukins were found. Number one. Number two, when you talk about monoclonal antibodies, there are self-surface antigens that mark the leukocytes. All right, and there are 174 such cells. CD1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, CD10, CD7, 8, 9, 10, until CD174. There are 174 CD cells. For example, CD133 cells, cardiomyocyte proliferation. CD117, monocyte macrophage proliferation. CD90, angiogenesis. CD40. I mean, there are several cells marked for their functioning in the body. But we don't know the functioning of all of these cells. If we don't know the functioning of all of these cells, how are you, if we administer one or the other remedy, we don't, without understanding either the feed forward or feed backward mechanisms, it is going to lead to a disaster. But I'm not against monoclonal antibodies, any pharmaceutical drug, as long as it is properly weighed out for its, or traded out for its benefits and, pros and cons. So only an allopathic doctor can actually be useful here. He knows where to start your medication, where to stop these monoclonal antibodies. So that's why we take him into confidence. And we also talk about our methodology. Of course, they are, what I have learned in the last 7 years, 72 bad words in Telugu. Because these were the words given by the allopathic doctors. So my vocabulary also increased, during the course. That's very good because I learned 120 such bad words in Russian also. Because initially they thought, I'm just a magic, I'm talking some magic or trying to luring people. I said, okay, don't pay me anything if you don't see the benefit. And then I used to say, if I don't treat your heart, take my heart. And I used to not just simply say, I used to write agreements, stamp paper agreements, which can be enforced. So after all that, now I realize, now all these doctors, all these big people, those are powerful people, right? We are also not less powerful because knowledge is power. That's what is with us. We have been able to convince several, I tell you, out of humility again, whatever I spoke in Canada, in the University of Toronto, University of York, the entire lecture became a national policy in Canada. That's what is knowledge is power. Anyway, we'll come to that later. So what I'm saying is, without proper understanding of the kind of interleukins we are dealing with, chemokines we are dealing with, the CD cell marked up cells that we have in the body, without understanding their function, our understanding on immune system is very, very limited. So we need to have, until unless, we understand the immune system, we cannot treat immune disorders. But should we wait for the next 4,700 years to treat a certain disease now, to arrive at that knowledge? Because I see if the modern science grows at the pace at which it is going based on a certain machine learning algorithm, I came up with this number that it takes 4,700, it will take at least 4,700 years for the modern science to reach the understanding of Ayurveda that we are talking about. We cannot lose that time. So that is why this is where we need to deploy these methods of Ayurveda, Ayurvedic Vata, Pitta, Kapha, understanding, pacification, and then relieving the body of the ama, and then, appropriate Langhana, Brahmana procedures when you deem fit, and then adapting the bodies or your methodologies involving Panchakarma remedies. That's what I would say. Is it? Yeah. What we'll do is, this is good for a panel discussion. So we'll have a panel discussion. People are hungry, and also, we'll do. Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed for lunch, we would like to honor a few of our eminent dignitaries who are present here with us today. First and foremost, may I invite on stage Dr. Padmaja Desai. She's an MD, Ayurveda faculty with Ayurvedic Medical College, Vijayawada. Let's put our hands together for ma'am. And may I also invite Dr. Lakshmi Prasad. He's from Sri Vishishta Super Speciality Ayurvedic Hospital. I would like to invite Dr. Anant Raman and Dr. Rama. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have with us Dr. Lakshmi Prasad today, but we will request sir to give his address after the lunch in the panel discussion session. Thank you very much indeed. And Dr. Anant Raman and Dr. Rama. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for these two eminent doctors we have with us on the stage. Thank you very much indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed for lunch, we will request Dr. Lakshmi Prasad to kindly say a few words. And then we break for lunch and come back for the panel discussion.
Good afternoon, Andy. Andariki namaskaram. Ee roju ee manchi vedik meeda Dr. Ravishankar garu Polisetti gari ఆధ్వర్యంలో ఆయన ఇన్వెంట్ చేసినటువంటి డివైస్ని ఇనాగ్రేట్ చేయటం, దానికి సంబంధించినటువంటి డీటెయిల్డ్ సెమినార్స్ రూపంలో అందరికీ అందించడం చాలా ఆనందంగా ఉంది. ఈ రోజున ఆయుర్వేదిక్ సిస్టమ్ అనేది గ్లోబలైజ్ అవుతూ ఈ రకంగా డిజిటల్ సైన్స్ని కూడా అడాప్ట్ చేసుకుని ముందుకెళ్ళటం అనేది చాలా శుభదాయకం. సో మాకు బీయింగ్ ఆయుర్వేదిక్ ఫెటర్నిటీ ఫ్యూచర్ చాలా బాగుంటుంది. టోటల్ గ్లోబ్ వైడ్ కూడా ఆయుర్వేదాన్ని ముందు తీసుకెళ్లేటువంటి పరిస్థితి రవిశంకర్ గారు, అట్లాగే మన దేశంలో ఉన్నటువంటి ప్రసిద్ధమైనటువంటి ఆయుర్వేద డాక్టర్స్ అందరూ కూడా కృషి చేస్తున్నారు. చాలా సంతోషంగా ఉంది. మా ఫ్యూచర్ మాకు అర్థమవుతుంది. ఇది నెక్స్ట్ జనరేషన్కి ఒక మంచి ప్లాట్ఫామ్ కింద ఉపయోగపడుతుందని నేను భావిస్తూ ఈ టీం మొత్తానికి కూడా గ్రేట్ వర్క్, హార్డ్ వర్క్, చాలా హర్డిల్స్ వచ్చినాయి. ఈ టీం అందరికీ కూడా రియల్గా హ్యాట్స్ ఆఫ్ చెప్తూ, రవిశంకర్ గారికి సంకల్పానికి ఆయన పట్టుదలకి కూడా హ్యాట్స్ ఆఫ్ చెప్తూ నమస్కారం.
Thank you very much indeed. I would also request Dr. Anant Raman to kindly speak. He's a very senior advisor, been to the Government of India, also was advisor to Sam Petroda. And over to you, sir, for a few words.
Good afternoon to everybody. It's a rare privilege, and thank you very much, Dr. Ravishankar Garu, for this wonderful opportunity. I don't want to stand between you and the lunch. I just want to say just one thought that is reverberating in my mind that it is only God's grace that we have someone like Dr. Ravi Shankar here, who's come onto this planet with a purpose. And he is bringing this wonderful knowledge, what he has encapsulated over so many hundreds of volumes of books that he might have read or digested and assimilated and everything, and now he has come out into this beautiful device that is going to transform the entire humanity, because the most important thing is that one should know what is our health status, so that if we can improve upon our own health status, we can contribute something more to society. The entire purpose of human life, as I see it, is what we can contribute something for the betterment of society. And Dr. Ravi Shankar has translated it so beautifully and so wonderfully. So all of us have only one objective now, in my opinion, as to how to take this wonderful knowledge to each and every person on this planet Earth. And we are in a very beautiful time now where technology is seamless, digital connectivity is seamless. Only we have to have a sankalpam. And our sankalpam must be that we should take his knowledge, we should take his expertise for the betterment of society. And that is all that I would like to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, please join us for lunch served outside. The lunch break is of half an hour only. After that, we'll come back and have a short session on our franchisee and trainee model, followed by the panel discussion. And with that, we end the conference. Thank you. And it is 2:30. We will start at 3 o'clock, requesting everybody to be back in time. Please enjoy your lunch and be seated back in time by 3 o'clock. Thank you.
You're watching Asia One presents Greatest Brands and Leaders, Asia Americas Africa 2023. Powered by Asia One Magazine and URS Media. Our next category is India's fastest growing brands 2023 and Asia's greatest leaders 2023. And the winner is the founder and CEO,
Dr. Ravi Shankar Polisetti. Moving on to the next Global Intern of the Year 2023 and World's Greatest Brands 2023. Going out to CEO and Director R&D, Sai Ganga Panekia Private Limited, India, Dr. Ravi Shankar Polisetti. Many congratulations to you, Dr. Ravi Shankar Polisetti.
requesting the Prakash sir as the Dr. Ravishankar Pulse.
I'm a big fan of Ravishankar Pulse.
మన ఫిట్బిట్ లాంటి వాచ్ కానీ యాపిల్ వాచ్ ఒక 10 minutes డేటా పెట్టుకుంటే 10 minutes పెట్టుకుంటే మీ బాడీ నుంచి వచ్చే డేటాతో బ్లడ్ బయోకెమిస్ట్రీ నాన్ ఇన్వేజివ్గా ఇవ్వచ్చు. అటువంటిది మేము తయారు చేసాము. అది వెరీ సూన్ లాంచ్ అయిపోతున్నాం. ఇన్ అబౌట్ 6 to 8 weeks ఇది ప్రీ లాంచ్కి అవైలబుల్ ఉంటుంది. ఫస్ట్ టైం ఇన్ ద వరల్డ్ మీ బ్లడ్ బయోకెమిస్ట్రీ అంటే బ్లడ్ గ్లూకోజ్, HbA1c, లిపిడ్ ప్రొఫైల్ కంప్లీట్లీ నాన్ ఇన్వేజివ్గా వస్తుంది. ఇది ఒకటే కాదు, దీంతో పాటు మీ అలోపతిక్ డయాగ్నోసిస్, ఆయుర్వేదిక్ డయాగ్నోసిస్, మీరు ఎప్పుడు ఏం తినాలి ఏం తినద్దు. ఇప్పుడు ఎలా అంటే మిల్లెట్స్తో బుల్లెట్స్ వేసుకునే రోజులు ఇవి. అన్ఫార్చునేట్లీ ఒక డైట్ రియల్లీ కరెక్ట్ అయితేనండి, ఆ డైట్తో అంటే ఇన్ని బుక్స్ రాయరు మెడికల్ ప్రాక్టీషనర్స్ కానీ, ఆయుర్వేదంలో కానీ, అలోపతిలో కానీ, యునానీలో కానీ ఎంతో గొప్ప గొప్ప ఆయుర్వేదిక్ అనే మెడికల్ రైటర్స్ చాలా రీసెర్చ్ చేసి రాసిన డాక్యుమెంట్స్ ఉన్నాయి. అంత ఎలాబరేట్గా మెడిసిన్ ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేయాల్సిన పని లేదు. సో ఈరోజు పెద్ద సమస్య ప్రపంచంలో ఏంటంటే రైట్ డైట్ ఏంటి, రైట్ ఎక్సర్సైజ్ ఏంటి, రైట్ యోగాసన ఏంటి, రైట్ ప్రాణాయామం ఏంటి.
ఐఎమ్ ఏ బిగ్ ఫ్యాన్ ఆఫ్ రవిశంకర్ పులిశెట్టి. ఎందుకోసము నేను ఫ్యాన్ అయినాను అంటే, ఒక 3000 కార్డియోథొరాసిస్ సర్జన్గా గుండె ఆపరేషన్లు చేసి ఆ తర్వాత మళ్ళీ మన చారిత్రక వారసత్వమైన ఆయుర్వేదాన్ని చదివి ఆయన కంప్లీట్గా ఆయుర్వేదాన్ని వంట పట్టించుకొని ఈ రెండింటిని క్లబ్ చేసి పాలీ సైంటిఫిక్ ఆయుర్వేద అనే ఒక కొత్త థియరీని తను కనుగొన్నారు. నాకు తెలిసి ఇటువంటి డాక్టర్ని నేను ఎక్కడ చూడలేదు. సో ఒక్క మాటే చెప్తాను నేను, ఆయనను హైదరాబాద్లో మనం కలిగి ఉండడం అనేది ఈ రాష్ట్రం చేసుకున్న సౌభాగ్యం, మన అదృష్టం. వెరీ ప్రౌడ్ ఆఫ్ యూ సార్.
Dr. Ravishankar Polisetti is a distinguished physician who has been invited to speak to the House of Commons in the British Parliament, a rare honor that has not been bestowed on any other doctor in the last century. He has served several prestigious institutions, including the Russian Parliament, and has gained worldwide recognition for his revolutionary polyscientific Ayurveda approach. Through this approach, he has taken allopathy to new heights and has developed a unique clinical methodology that has emerged as a new form of clinical biotechnology. This methodology allows for the personalization of not only Ayurvedic diets but also allopathic drugs based on the VPK fingerprint of an individual.
Hi friends, how are you doing? This is your Dr. Ravi Shankar Polisetti presenting to you all the polyscientific Ayurveda. People think that Ayurveda and allopathy are incompatible. That's not right at all. Ayurveda and allopathy are two sides of the same coin. No one in the whole world has done so much work that we have done in correlating Ayurvedic doshas with the modern science, friends, where you're going to hear for the first time how the doshas correlate to blood biochemistry. How do they correlate to blood biochemistry? How they correlate to interleukins? How they correlate to genomics is all will be explained in the plenary. And for you to test your blood biochemistry completely non-invasively, visit us in the stalls. A model-based device, which we call as Dr. Poly, which is going to give you your blood biochemistry completely non-invasively. Not only that, it is going to give you your Dhatu, Dusha, complete Ayurvedic diagnosis. It's going to give you your allopathic provisional diagnosis. It's going to give you your personal dietary herbal supplement regimen. This is the world's most advanced digital doctor assistant, and if this goes into the markets properly, friends, we're going to put India ahead by at least 15 years of the United States. And this was possible only because we were able to model Vata, Pitta and Kapha in animal models, and from there we derived data. No one in the whole world has done this, friends. Everyone else had tried to do it empirically, but that's not how science works. You'll see the culmination of science and you'll see the advanced analytics of your body types, of your blood biochemistry in our stall, friends. Thank you very much.
Dr. Ravi Shankar Polisetti is a distinguished physician who has been invited to speak to the House of Commons in the British Parliament, a rare honor that has not been bestowed on any other doctor in the last century. He has served several prestigious institutions, including the Russian Parliament, and has gained worldwide recognition for his revolutionary polyscientific Ayurveda approach. Through this approach, he has taken allopathy to new heights and has developed a unique clinical methodology that has emerged as a new form of clinical biotechnology. This methodology allows for the personalization of not only Ayurvedic diets but also allopathic drugs based on the VPK fingerprint of an individual.
Dr. Ravi Shankar possesses a unique combination of skills and expertise. He's one of the only few medical researchers in the world who is not only a trained cardiac surgeon, but also an accomplished Ayurvedic researcher. He is very fluent in Sanskrit, which allows him to easily decode Sanskrit verses. His proficiency with the programming language Python makes him a skilled data analyst. His wide set of skills and his understanding of medical researching is what allows him to stand apart in his field. Let's hear the mission for an empowered and healthy India from the medical giant. Namaste, Dr. Ravi Shankar.
Namaste, hello.
First, the people want to know, what makes you unique as an Indian global businessman and a medical researcher?
This polyscientific Ayurveda is very, very algorithmic, and we are the only ones who have presented this in a scalable version called Dr. Poly, a very, very advanced digital doctor assistant, the future of health GPT, and this, if properly implemented, will not only empower the Indian pharma industry, the Indian allopathic industry, but also it will make India the health capital of the world. What I think is very unique in what we present is that we have brought in the best of both the streams into a certain stream of medicine that I would call as polyscientific Ayurveda, and that targets the end-stage diseases, number one. And you know, the global market is about $1.2 trillion. And you know what? All that market can come to India if we properly present polyscientific Ayurveda, and we have already done a lot of work treating diseases left and right. I mean, all the end-stage diseases. We don't violate any Congress guidelines, scientific Congress guidelines. None of them are violated. We respect all of them. And then this would actually empower India and make India the health capital of the world.
So, since you mentioned polyscientific Ayurveda, the public have a general idea about what Ayurveda is, and India is in fact the birth home of Ayurveda. However, you're very specific about polyscientific Ayurveda, and you break certain stereotypes about Ayurveda. Can you please tell us what polyscientific Ayurveda is and give the general public a simple breakdown of it?
Sure. Thank you very much for this question, because this is very, very important, because what I today see is not Ayurveda being practiced, but herbal allopathy is being practiced world over, because people have lost this idea of what original Ayurveda is. I'll break it down from the scriptures. See, what original Ayurveda is: Samadosha, Samagnischa, Samadhatu Malakriya, Prasanna Atma Indriya Manaha, Swastya Iti Abhidiyate. I mean, that's too complex, but too Sanskrit, but that's what it is. Ayurveda is originally documented in Sanskrit. And if you don't know Sanskrit, it will be very difficult. So what this verse actually means is that when the three agents, there are three agents in the body, the Vata, the Pitta and the Kapha. When these three agents are in equal proportion in all of the 7 tissues and 42 organs, then the body automatically sets itself into a self-healing mode and cures itself.
So now I have got complete cure.
From now, I'm cured by breast cancer.
అసలు ఇంతకు ముందుతో కంపేర్ చేసుకుంటే ఇప్పుడు అసలు ఏమీ లేనట్టు.
నేను లుకేమియా డిసీజ్ నుంచి క్యూర్ అయ్యాను.
ఇప్పుడు బాగుందండి, నాకు ముందటికి ఇప్పటికి చాలా బాగుంది.
పూర్తిగా ఆరోగ్యంగా మారాను.
చాలా హ్యాపీ అనిపించిందండి.
So there is a lot of improvement in my health. So I thank Ravi Shankar garu.
You've given a speech at the British Parliament for the House of Commons twice, and you've not been there as a representative but as a physician on your own. Congratulations on that.
Thank you very much.
Would you like to tell us what you have spoken about and what was the reason for your visit?
The reason was pretty simple, because this packaging of Ayurveda in the language of allopathy has made Ayurveda acceptable to the Westerners. And this polyscientific Ayurveda, when I demonstrated the data to the elite representatives of the British Parliament, they were fascinated and flabbergasted by the results that we have achieved in treating several end-stage diseases, because these end-stage diseases are also problems for the NHS. And with our indigenous sciences translated into the language of modern science, we're able to solve the problems of the Western governments, Western civilizations, and that is a proud moment. I definitely accept this very humbly, that it is a proud moment for all of us. And we have specifically talked about diabetes on those two occasions, and heart diseases, and I demonstrated how the geriatric care, the diabetes care, end-stage diabetes and also end-stage heart disease care could be cut down to just 1% of what they are actually right now incurring, and save them a lot of money and save the lives of the geriatric population.
You have contributed a lot to the medical community and patients over a long period of time. Is there any message you would like to give to your viewers?
You know, there's very little we have done when I compare to what has to be done, what we have done is just 5%. There's a lot to be done. That's point number one. And I'm too small at this stage to give any message, but I'll certainly share my experience that if you really embrace the indigenous Indian sciences and translate them into the language of modern science, then you are going to make India a superpower by solving the problems of the current world and then giving them tangible solutions. Not only that, just this idea of polyscientific Ayurveda could solve the problem of $1.2 trillion market for the world. Just imagine what would you be able to do when you are able to properly translate the Parashara Hora, the Agastya's Samhita, the Bharadwaja Samhita. You know what? Friends, this is what I want to share. There's still a lot to do. I'm very small, but we can really make it very, 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 very big and make India a real superpower.
Being an allopathy doctor, and that too professional as cardiovascular surgeon who has done 3,000 cardiac surgeries, has magically converted his direction to establish a new science called polyscientific Ayurveda, which is a combination of modern science with ancient Ayurveda. He is none other than Dr. Ravishankar Polisetti, founder of Polyscientific Ayurveda, which is driving Ayurveda in modern terminology.
Dr. Ravishankar Polisetti is a cardiovascular surgeon, and he is the member of Cardiovascular Association across the world, including the PCSA of India. Because of his humble background, being a student of Bhagavan Sri Satya Sai Baba, he had taken up Ayurveda as a special research of interest and has evolved a new integrative medicine called Polyscientific Ayurveda. And based on his translation research of Ayurveda, he evolved a digital IoT platform for healthcare, which could potentially revolutionize the way healthcare is delivered. Let's listen about PSA from him. Dr. Ravishankar Polisetti is a distinguished physician who has been invited to speak to the House of Commons in the British Parliament, a rare honor that has not been bestowed on any other doctor in the last century. He has served several prestigious institutions, including the Russian Parliament, and has gained worldwide recognition for his revolutionary polyscientific Ayurveda approach. Through this approach, he has taken allopathy to new heights and has developed a unique clinical methodology that has emerged as a new form of clinical biotechnology. This methodology allows for the personalization of not only Ayurvedic diets but also allopathic drugs based on the VPK fingerprint of an individual.
Suresh Swarnapuri here, President Association Europe Ayurveda Academy, France, and Executive Director Association Ayurveda Academy, London, UK. Today is a great day for me to talk about Dr. Ravishankar Polishetty Garu. So probably one of the extraordinary brains in India right now, an extremely talented and gifted person, and his way of understanding in a different angle makes us always curious to know what kind of approach he is trying to make us to understand Ayurveda. This is amazing for Ayurvedic science and even the future generations to know the angle which he's approaching to make us to understand, to make the Ayurveda more modernized, in sense not without disturbing the basic concept of Ayurveda. It's very important for the future generations. And invention of device, Dr. Poli, very new instrument he has designed, helping people to get their complete blood picture and getting their diet regimen. It's the biggest thing in the history of medical field. It's an amazing achievement by Dr. Ravishankar Garu, and we wish him all the success in his future endeavor. And we are always there to support him for all the projects which he is doing for the welfare of the humanity and serving the human culture as it is. And we wish him again from bottom of my heart, the entire team of European Ayurveda Academy, and Ayurveda Academy from London, UK, and entire European countries which are working all these years. On behalf of them, I congratulate and I wholeheartedly once again wish him all the success. Namaste.
Dr. Polishetty Ravishankar is one of the renowned scholars who has initiated translational research on the grounds of ancient wisdom, Ayurveda, from different scriptures like Yoga Vasistam to Sankhya philosophy, Vedanta darshanas, and many scriptures looking from the origins of the life from the soup of chemical processes. Symbolically, 84 million species, Chaturashiti Laksha Yonayo, as it is described in Sharangadhar Samhita, and he transliterated to the cellular level of these biological changes, biochemical process, equated to millions of varieties, and coming into that level of correlations for Vata, Pitta and Kapha into the cellular model, and that great initiation of translation from Vedic wisdom is evidently proven by his devices, which he is going to launch soon, and giving all the biochemical validations from his testing parameters, and also his several evidences gained through animal experimental studies, finding the imbalances of the doshic variations from the constitutional basis is interpreted for the possible biochemical changes, where it can be used as a tool for understanding the quantification of these doshas. So many ways, Dr. Polishetty Ravishankar is an bridge for conventional medicine, modern science to ancient Ayurvedic wisdom. So I wish him all success for his future ventures and launching of his device very soon. I wish him all success. Thank you one and all. Namaste.
Ravishankar Polisetti is a distinguished physician who has been invited to speak to the House of Commons in the British Parliament, a rare honor that has not been bestowed on any other doctor in the last century. He has.
Ladies and gentlemen, request you to quickly finish your lunch and settle down. We are supposed to start at 3. We are already 10 minutes late. We have 2 sessions here. One is a detailing of the franchisee and training of SGI by Dr. Polisetti, and then we'll have a panel discussion that follows. So the earlier you settle down, the earlier we can finish. Request everybody outside to please settle down, reach the hall, so that we can start the session. Standing at the back, I request the NCC volunteers to please persuade them to move into the hall. Yeah, may I request Dr. Ravishankar Polisetti to take over about the franchisee and training at Sai Ganga, Panechia.
So I think, before we start that, while people keep assembling, I wanted to quickly come, all my young doctors who haven't done with their presentations yet, case presentations yet, come over quickly, get your patients, and we'll quickly wrap it up, and then move to the very important session of how we go forward. What is it that we need to do? According to what I understand, what we have brainstormed over the last 32 years, what do we have to do is something that we need to speak. Then we'll open up, as Dr. Suresh said, have the panel discussions. So friends, Mujib, come. Yeah. So friends, what are the next cases that you have? Okay, we had interesting case presentations again of our of a 7 or 8-year-old. Okay, Dr. Malti, right? Who's going to present? Correct. Who's going to present it? Dr. Mansa, quickly come. And then, present this, so that we'll go to the next step. We'll have some the IBD and Crohn's and CKD, pancreatitis, chronic pancreatitis, which again is a big gray area in the modern medicine, and CKD. People are struggling. We need to definitely talk about it. We have cases. Yeah, we have some patients coming in. We'll do case presentations. We have hundreds of CKD patients who really got benefited, and then we're going to present. Dr. Mansa, over to you.
Good afternoon, one and all. This is Dr. Manasam, and I'm here to present 3 different cases on GIT disorders. My cases are irritable bowel syndrome. All of you, in irritable bowel syndrome, there are 2 major classifications, ulcerative colitis and Crohn's disease. And next one, chronic pancreatitis. And here there are 3 cases which are Pitta mediated diseases, total 3. And coming to the chronic pancreatitis case, he started acute pancreatitis in 5 years ago, and gradually he used some allopathy medications, but he doesn't see any improvement in his symptoms. Sorry. So after 2 years, he came to our clinic with symptoms of fatigue, rapid weight loss, and abdominal pain. After following vigorously 6 months of PSA therapy, his quality of life was improved, and also his serum amylase and lipase levels are improved. You can see it in graphical representation. Excuse me, slide please. Coming to the irritable bowel disease syndrome case, in a 25-year-old male patient came with complaints. Here is the cases, 3 different cases. This is the Pitta-mediated chronic pancreatitis. A 42-year-old male patient exhibited symptoms such as difficulty swallowing, poor digestion, typical gut pain and itching. So he was diagnosed with Pitta-mediated chronic pancreatitis because in his nadi, Dr. Ravishankar Polishetty observed moderate to severe Pitta all over. So it is Pitta-mediated chronic pancreatitis. Coming to the IBD case, 25-year-old male patient presents with rapid weight loss, frequently loose stools and blood, weakness all over the body and loss of appetite. And he also diagnosed with Pitta-mediated IBD. Coming to another case, a 9-year-old male patient came with complaints, same complaints as rapid weight loss, abdominal pain, and bloating, gas, etc. He is Pitta and Vata mediated Crohn's disease. Next. Coming to the ulcerative colitis results, here you can observe that at the before coming to the PSA, his colonoscopy reveals that severe colitis with backwash ileitis, but now after duration of 1 to 2 years, there is a normal colonoscopy was seen, and also infection was reduced in his ESR was at present, there is a normal that is 4 mm per hour, and liver enzymes also got normalized, that is SGPT and SGOT, and also alkaline ALP and GGT, gamma glutamine triaminase also got reduced. So here you can see the gradual reduction in each enzymes. Next. Also, he gained weight up to 25 kgs. In the beginning, he was about 49 kgs, and now he was 72 kgs. Next, inflammatory bowel disease, Crohn's disease. Here are the infection levels at present. There are 4 mm per hour. ESR is 60 at initial stage, that is which shows severe infection, and infection got reduced, and also he gained weight up to 8 kgs and normalized bowel movements within the span of 2 years, and also he got appetite also was improved. Coming to the chronic pancreatitis case, here patient has poor digestion and itching. Also his serum amylase levels also above 3000, and the lipase was 1050. Now they are normalized to 63 and 48. Also, his USG abdomen shows from pancreas coarse echo texture to normal impression. So he's also experiencing no abdominal pain, and his quality of life also improved. So conclusion is, here PSA provides not only the supplements, detox procedures, home remedies, personalized exercise regimen, etc. Also, PSA also tells about what is the timing. In our body there is a VPK proportions, right? In a day also there are VPK proportions, that Vata time, Pitta time, Kapha time. So we are here to guide you at which time what to do. That means you have to take supplements on 6 to 8, morning 6 to 8 and evening 6 to 8. That is the Kapha time. In why we should take supplements in that time means, in Kapha time there is more absorption. So we are telling to take, so like that we are guiding patients according to their VPK levels. Thank you.
Good, good, very good. Any questions, please, Dr. Mansa? Yeah. So call pick quickly your people, and then
Here is. She is the mother of Crohn's disease patient, Sriram. Ex, yes.
Not anymore.
Here, come.
So in 2021, my son was diagnosed with Crohn's disease, but the story goes back to 2019, 2018, where I saw him not eating much, but I just brushed it aside thinking he's just a fussy eater. My whole day used to be occupied with running after him, trying to get him to eat. But in 2021, when he complained about acute stomach pain, abdominal pain, we rushed to a doctor. And even before that, 6 months before that, I was getting concerned because he wasn't eating much at all. But like I said, he was just a 10-year-old kid, and even the doctors thought it's just a phase of fussy eating. But when he complained of the severe and acute stomach pain, we had to run a lot of tests, and it took almost 1 month for us to go through the diagnosis. He had to undergo colonoscopy, and then the doctors confirmed that it's Crohn's. I would say they labeled it as Crohn's because in the report also they were not clear, but when one of our very reliable sources recommended Dr. Garu, we went to him after 6 months of suffering, even after the diagnosis. After the diagnosis, he had to go through a 6-week intense regimen of steroids, and then he was put on anti-inflammatory medicines. And every time they tried to wean him off, he would again go back into that stomach pain phase. And the worst part was that the steroids induced new symptoms. He never had any other complaints except appetite loss and stomach pain. He started having diarrhea also. Then once we got to know about Dr. Garu, we had to go through an orientation session, and Shanti Garu in the session itself assured us that the boy would get better. So finally we saw light at the end of the tunnel. And when we met Dr. Garu, he just assured us so much. He asked me to stop using the word chronic and said he would be all right and as healthy as any other child. So that's when we started the regimen. Of course, it was rigorous, but our entire family committed to that regimen because we would rather spend 2 years in trying to get him to get better than worry about his quality of life for the rest of his entire life. Yeah. So it was intense, but completely worth it. who would want their child to live with such a disease? And we all committed to it. My entire family supported because we all ate the same diet, except that we didn't take the medicine, so he wouldn't feel left out. So we supported him at home, and also Dr. Garu used to be so friendly with him. Actually, my son proudly says now I know a celebrity. Whenever he sees Dr. Garu on TV, he feels proud about it. So we all adore Dr. Garu, and yes, and about school, the only positive part during that phase was COVID time. So he used to school online as much as he could, and he didn't lose an academic year. But had it not been for COVID, I know not many will agree with me if I say COVID helped us. But that way, my son schooled at home and got through that phase. And like I said, we hold Dr. Garu in great regard, not just because he cured our son, but also for his high levels of motivation and undeterred commitment. We see it every now and then whenever we visit him. It actually is so contagious. Whenever we visit him, it's actually a patient visit, but we come back so rejuvenated talking to him. He truly resonates with our age-old saying, Vaidyo Narayana Hari.
He's completely all right now, right? Then.
We gradually weaned off allopathy medicines, and now he's totally off the diet and Ayurvedic medicines also. So he's just as good as any other healthy child, like Dr. Gurukula.
It's like
He's completely all right now, and he's on normal diet. He's going to school as well. There is no medicines at all. There's no medicines in Ayurvedic and allopathy. There's no medicines. He's completely rid of all symptoms and medicines. His quality of life was improved.
So friends, I don't want to bore you with so much of jargon, but this is not jargon, friends. This is science, and I see that we need to communicate this in the language of the most. Huh? No problem. So in the what was I saying? Yeah. So. In the language of the most popular medicine, that is very, very important. It won't harm us at all. It will actually, in fact, help us integrate with the whole world, and then, the real Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam will usher into when we speak, and when everyone else will be able to understand each other, then, it is the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. That's what I feel. So that's why, this really wonderful that, we are able to speak together, and then we have esteemed panelists from both the fraternities. So I'll invite Dr. Raman Ikran. Don't waste time. Just call them. Yeah. Just call them. So, while they wanted to quickly bring in, please, why don't you... So there are several, as I said, hundreds and hundreds of patients who have been, administered this remedies of polyscientific Ayurveda in different situations, in different clinical situations, and most of them, if not, most of them, okay, had really pathetic quality of life, and also really categorized as, end-stage diseases, or completely, symptom-free survival was not assured at all. They used to have, their quality of life, as I said, was very low, and then, come. Malati, come, bring them, you know. We'll get another, explain.
Here is the one of the Vata-mediated hypothyroidism patient with osteoarthritis and osteoarthritis of knee joints. We can hear quality of improvement and symptom-free survival for her words.
నా పేరు పద్మావతి అండి. నేను హైదరాబాద్లోనే ఉంటాను. నేను 15 సంవత్సరాలు థైరాయిడ్తో బాధపడు ట్యాబ్లెట్ కంపల్సరీ 75 mg వేసుకునేదాన్ని. అలాంటి దాన్ని 2021లో నేను డాక్టర్ గారి దగ్గరకు వచ్చాను. వచ్చిన తర్వాత సార్ వాళ్ళు నాకు కౌన్సిలింగ్ ఇచ్చారు. కౌన్సిలింగ్ ఇచ్చి తర్వాత డైట్ గురించి చెప్పారు. డైట్ కంపల్సరీ డైట్ ఇలా వాడుకోవాలి, జావలు తీసుకోవాలి, ఆయిల్స్ మసాజ్ ఇవన్నీ కంపల్సరీ చేసుకోవాలి. చెప్పినటువంటివన్నీ క్రమంగా చేసుకున్నాను. తర్వాత ఇప్పుడు నాకు 1.5 year నుంచి డాక్టర్ గారి దగ్గర వచ్చిన తర్వాత క్రమేపీ నేను వేసుకునేటువంటి గోళీ ఎంజీని తగ్గించారు. అట్లా 3 monthsకి అట్లా తగ్గిస్తూ చివరికి నాకు పూర్తిగా ట్యాబ్లెట్ మానేశాను. ఇప్పుడు 1.5 year అవుతుంది. 1.5 year నుంచి నేను 3 monthsకి ఒకసారి థైరాయిడ్ టెస్ట్ చేయించుకుంటున్నాను. కానీ నాకేమీ ఉండట్లేదు, నిల్లుంది. విపరీతమైన కాళ్ళ నొప్పులు ఉండేది, సైడ్ ఎఫెక్ట్స్, ఆ ట్యాబ్లెట్స్ వాడడం వల్ల సైడ్ ఎఫెక్ట్స్ ఉండేది. అలాంటిది పూర్తిగా తగ్గిపోవడం నాకు ఎంతో సంతోషంగా అనిపించింది. తర్వాత రవిశంకర్ గారు పొలిశెట్టి డాక్టర్ గారు చేసినటువంటి సేవలను అందరికీ పున్నమి చంద్రుల్లాగా వెలుగొందుతూ అందరి జీవితాలలో వెలుగు నింపుతూ ఉన్నారు. కాబట్టి తనకు నా హృదయపూర్వక నమస్కారాలని ఈ చిన్న ఉపన్యాసాన్ని ముగిస్తున్నాను. ఇంకా నమస్తే అండి.
So why we are presenting is that she, upon pulse diagnosis and other methods of investigation, while she was labeled as hypothyroidism, we didn't quite think that she is a hypothyroid patient actually. And why I thought in a series of observations that I made, and we did search. I mean, not now. We did search for literature review. We did a lot of literature review on raised TSH, but I mean on any studies that were done, in which the studies demonstrated increased levels of TSH without having any what is it called as any symptoms of hypothyroidism. So we are typically calling as a compensated hypothyroidism, number one. And there were certain conditions in which even the TSH levels raise, but the T3 and T4 also raise. So these were certain conditions, I mean, there are certain patients that led us to do intensive literature review, but we have to do those specific animal models. And that's exactly why, I wanted to, we'll partner with several pharma institutions. What is the hypothesis? See, if the TSH is raised and T3 and T4 are low, T3 or T4 are low, then you can label them as hypothyroidism. Or if the TSH is raised, but T3 and T4 levels are normal, then you can say that it is a compensated hypothyroidism. Okay? There's a certain limit for the rise in the TSH. Okay? Now, how do you understand those conditions when the T3 and T4 are also raised and TSH is also raised, and you have, you do a battery of tests to rule out all of the causes of increase in T3 and T4, because this algorithm is not understandable. See, increased T3 and T4 should trigger decreased levels of TSH. You cannot have all the three raised, isn't it? That's when I was thinking, and then trying to pull up, we were thinking and trying to pull up literature review in which we really found certain animal experiments in which there was specific trigger, I mean, they used certain metabolites that specifically triggered only the follicle stimulating the region of the pituitary where the pituitary hypophyseal hypothalamus axis, where the follicle stimulating hormones are released. And interestingly, when there is isolated triggering of electrophysiological activity of the brain, isolated, that could lead to increase in TSH without demonstrating any deficiency, any levels of hypothyroidism. It should not be labeled as hypothyroidism. So we detected that this lady was she belongs to that category where she was in hypothyroidism, as we all know from the Charaka Samhita and also several other Madhava Nidhana, they clearly mentioned that Agni Mandya should be there, which means Agni should be correlated to Pitta, so Pitta should be depleted, and or Kapha aggravation should happen. Essentially, that's when you could detect hypothyroidism as per our Ayurvedic understanding. But then there was no Agni Mandya. In fact, there was like the Nadi Pariksha revealed in a perfect normal pulse characteristic. So that's when we have definitely weaned her off all, her thyroid profile looks excellently well, and also she's having exceptional quality of improvement in quality of life. But there are several patients in which our proactive preventative measures are trying to give preventative thyroxine starting with 25 micrograms is actually triggering a state of drug-induced hypothyroidism. That's what I wanted to report here. And then we need to be aware of this condition. Number one, of drug-induced hypothyroidism. The same thyroid drug, thyroxine or whatever we're going to give. Number one. Number two is there could be if in a situation where there is a Vata aggravation of the Majja Dhatu or Vata aggravation in the brain tissue, then what will happen is your stimulating hormones levels would raise without actually having any effect on the, not effect, that's an isolated condition. This has to be investigated. We're not saying that we have to take this as a Congress guideline or something like that, but we need to definitely investigate further, create animal models where we are actually inducing Vata or Pitta in the pituitary hypophyseal regions, and then see what happens, and then be able to address. But then this lady is doing perfectly well. We have other other sessions, so we will. Another thing that we wanted to report also is this CMV, cytomegalovirus, and Epstein-Barr virus has shown great incidence right now in India. We have a lot of data now. We are reporting to the CDC as well. I would advise my colleagues, fraternity, to be aware of this virus that could essentially cause a severe myelodepression, leading to myelodepression syndromes leading to cancers or aplastic anemias and or Burkitt's. In the West, EBV leads to high incidence of Burkitt's lymphoma and triggering of certain cancers or leading to immune depressive syndrome. So this is CMV and EBV. Please investigate in your patients. Whenever you have a patient with a long, at least 4 weeks of cough with fever, do investigate. And then this fever and this cough is, this is subfebrile to febrile, definitely the fever. But then when the cough literally restricts itself to the lower third of the pharynx. That's typical of this virus, and then it is not. In influenza, the upper third of the pharynx actually gets involved, and para-influenza is likely the middle third of the pharynx, but then this one goes a little lower than the lower third of the pharynx, number one, and also it could lead to severe pneumonitis. And what is the diagnostic indicator of this disease is that your monocytes will be high in count. That's why it's called as infectious mononucleosis. So I thought, I should report it to the scientific fraternity so that we appropriately diagnose and then, take not preventive measures, diagnose and then be aware that, when you see a patient with chronic cough and fever, and when you have ruled out all simple, influenzas and all, you definitely be aware that we have this incidence of virus, and it could, this virus, why it should be reported and we need to talk about is that it could potentially cause liver failure, or cirrhosis of liver, early onset of cirrhosis of liver. It hardly takes 18 to 24 months for the onset of cirrhosis of liver, and it could happen within as low as within 3 months. So we now all need to be wary about it. We are writing paper on this before, it will be too late. By the time we prepare the paper, print, send it for a publication. I thought, I should share this so that you spread it across the community. And then we have, we have a couple of hundreds of CKD patients. So we have a clear-cut classification of CKD patients into Vata mediated, Pitta and Kapha mediated. You all know that the kidney is an organ made up of the rasa, rakta dhatu and medha dhatu. So most of the CKD patients that I see are Pitta mediated in India, essentially because our modern medicine fraternity is oblivious of this, and then what we are following the guidelines to restrict intake of carbs, high glycemic indexed foods, and fats. When we restrict that in a Pitta mediated individual, you're essentially triggering the body to and over and above, if you give fats, you give your statins, blocking HMG-CoA reductase, which means what are you doing? When you are blocking beta oxidation, my biochemistry friends, pharmacology people will definitely have to understand, will know, when you block beta oxidation of a fatty acid, what will happen, friends? What will happen? The body, if it needs fats, it will find an alternative pathway to oxidate your alpha carbon or gamma or omega carbon. If the omega carbon gets oxidized to produce the essential fat required by the body, then your kidney is gone. If your alpha carbon is gone, if your alpha carbon is oxidized to produce essential fatty acids, then your brain is gone. If the body resorts to, if you block, beta oxidation of fatty acids, and if your liver needs essential, fatty acids, then your gamma is gone, gamma carbon is gone. So, when gamma oxidation is triggered, then the liver is gone. Friends, so what I'm assuming, number one, taking a cue from how the patients have presented with different organ failures or organ coarseness, which is reflected in the ultrasonograms, and then number one, and also from the data generated from the Hunt study. The Hunt study clearly mentions that there are about, in 92,000 patients, they did a retro-analysis of patients who have taken statins, and they show that people especially between 40 and 60 years of age, about 38,000 of them have presented with either interstitial tubular necrosis of the kidneys leading to CKD, or liver failure, or new form of heart failure is actually induced by these statins. That's the Hunt report, which spans over 92,000 page. 92,000 page report it is. Please feel free to go through at your leisure, because it's a 92,000 page document. But then there is a huge synopsis of how we have used statins, not definitely in the favor of patients. I'm not saying some pharma agent wanted to do that, but because of misunderstanding of the fatty acid metabolism, we have not applied the American research to understand Indian population. The Indian population is slightly different. We are either we see a lot of Vata, Pitta aggravations in our populations. In the West, Kapha, Pitta aggravations are seen. We cannot exactly classify people like that. But then, if you encounter people exclusively with Vata or Vata Pitta or Pitta Vata or Pitta dominance, then statins definitely, according to me, are contraindicated. Definitely, I'm opening this for a debate, a discussion, so that we do appropriate research in our own setup, and then identify population samples, and then present the data. point number 3. So here we are going to present another CKD patient. We have hundreds and hundreds of them, and by God's grace, 95% of the CKD patients have improved quality of life, friends. This is really important. We would say that at least the Vata-mediated CKD patients and Kapha-mediated CKD patients, we can literally reverse back the condition. But Pitta-mediated CKD is slightly difficult to treat, but quality of life can be improved. So here it is. Now, Dr. Bhavana is going to come in, our young warrior again. And thank you.
Good evening, everyone. And here we are demonstrating the integrated approach of CKD and gives the subjective and clinical outcomes. And here one of the case of CKD. Actually, in the year 2021, he received a vaccine, and after that he reported the persistent fever for 1 month. After that he went for Nizam's Institute, and accordingly that they give the primary diagnosis is CKD 5th stage. And went to the several medical hospital, the nephrologist opinion for kidney transplantation. Due to this economic crisis, they are not affordable for dialysis. After that, they approached this PSI. In that, her condition was generalized weakness and also fatigue. After that, we are continuing several months of the treatment, and the creatinine levels was at the earlier 6.3. After that, few months later, it came down to 2.7. And patient was on allopathic medicines or continued initial treatment. After that, according to the NADI, some of the medications we are changed cardiovascular medications. After that, after that patient continued follow-ups the treatment and improved quality of life also. Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
Good evening to all. My name is P. Sujata, working as electrical engineering, electricity department, Janagam. నేను తెలుగులో మాట్లాడచ్చు. స్టార్టింగ్ 2021 జూన్లో మెడికవర్ హాస్పిటల్కి వెళ్ళాను. అంటే యాక్చువల్గా నాకు కరోనా డోస్ ఫస్ట్ ఇంజెక్షన్ ఇచ్చినప్పుడు 5 days ఫీవర్ బాగా వచ్చిందండి. హాస్పిటల్కి అంటే 1 month తర్వాత హాస్పిటల్కి వెళ్తే మీకు రిపోర్ట్స్ తీసి 6.5 క్రియాటిన్ ఉంది, డయాలసిస్ చేయమని చెప్పి మెడికవర్ హాస్పిటల్లో డాక్టర్ చెప్పాడు. తర్వాత కిమ్స్ హాస్పిటల్కి వెళ్ళానండి. కిమ్స్ హాస్పిటల్లో కూడా కంపల్సరీ మీరు డయాలసిస్ స్టేజ్కి వెళ్ళిపోయారండి, కిడ్నీ ట్రాన్స్ప్లాంటేషన్ చేయాల్సిందే అని చెప్పి వాళ్ళు సజెషన్ ఇచ్చారు. మళ్ళీ డాక్టర్ని కన్సల్ట్ అయ్యి అది యూట్యూబ్లో పొలిశెట్టి రవిశంకర్ సార్ది మొత్తం విని ఒకసారి అపాయింట్మెంట్ తీసుకోవడానికి క్లాస్ అంతా విని అపాయింట్మెంట్ తీసుకొని ఇక్కడికి వచ్చామండి. సార్ దేవుళ్ళ మాకు సజెషన్ ఇచ్చాడు. జస్ట్ 3 monthsలోనే క్రియాటిన్ 3కి పడిపోయిందండి. మళ్ళీ ఈ ఇంగ్లీష్ మెడిసిన్ ఒక్కొక్కటి తగ్గించుకుంటూ, అంటే సార్ ఏం చెప్పలేదు, మీరు ఆటోమేటిక్గా హాస్పిటల్కి వెళ్తే మిమ్మల్ని చూసి డాక్టర్ ఒక్కొక్క ట్యాబ్లెట్ తగ్గిస్తారండి అని చెప్పారు. సేమ్ అలాగే వచ్చిందండి. బీపీ ఫస్ట్ 50 mg 3 times వేసుకునేదండి, ఇప్పుడు 1కి వచ్చేసింది. అంతా డాక్టర్ వల్లనే. ఆల్మోస్ట్ నార్మల్ స్టేజ్కి వచ్చేసానండి ఇప్పుడు. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
A wonderful presentation, Malti. Very good. Bhavana, sorry. Okay. Charishma Nevi? Okay, good. So, thank you very much. Kuchan, please. Yeah. So, there are several of these things, friends. We are now compiling, we're doing a retro-analysis of our center, pulling up the data of all of the 28,000 patients. Whenever we are done with that, we'll have another conference. We will, before coming to the conference, we'll publish the data and then seek for clinical trials in an integrative approach. Because I see, that we have immense potential to, generate, number one, generate data is a secondary aspect, but then to work together, that is what I think is missing. And then several Ayurvedic doctors expressed their, where is our doctor? Sunita Grace's friend, I forgot her name. She was also saying, sir, we are so welcomed in your fold, so we are interested in working. So I see that there is immense potential that we should work together. So what is the frame of our working? Presentation, please. How do we think we could work together? Then I'll ask you, how do you think we could work together? There's a framework. We have brainstormed not 1 or 2 days. It's like we have brainstormed with, IIM grads. We have brainstormed with professors from Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, Indore, and also a couple of my friends from the Harvard. And the CEO of, let me not mention the name of the very big pharma company. He expressed his interest in joining me as my executive secretary for 18 months. And then he said, sir, I'll learn things and then, I'll become your CEO of the US and then US company and then take it forward. So that's the kind of interest we could generate, really. And that's very happy, happy information that I wanted to share with you, because if we work in an integrative fashion, we can really come up with a proper model of addressing end-stage disease. I again reiterate that we are targeting only the end-stage disease. So let me just quickly wrap up what, in quick few sentences of what we have done. Number one, we were the only ones to model Vata, Pitta, Kapha in experimental animals, in cellular models, generate data, friends. This is very, very important as to what these doshas do to the cellular, at a cellular physiology level. That's very, very important, number one. Number two is, go to the slide where the, we generated data in about 3,000 markers for Vata, Pitta, Kapha. Quantification and identification were identified, identified, friends, number two. Number three is, the only ones who have been able to regenerate dead tissues, dead hearts, dead brain, liver, pancreas, and kidneys in experimental animals. See, all that we did in respect to deploying these treatment methodologies have seen a lot of animal experiments, because without which I could not have, and personally I could not have gone further, because that's how we are trained. That's the only way I saw we could move forward. So a lot of animal experiments still pending, and I would tell you that we had some, definitely a lot of challenges, but lot more satisfaction in the sense that when we see 63% approximately of we're still doing the retro analysis. We pulled up all the data of all the patients, and then we could approximately say that 63% of our patients are free from all medications. Number one. And then how many patients are lost to follow up? How many patients are, because we are dealing with end stage. End stage patients, they die in the next 2 to 4 years, max. Actually, 6 months to 4 years is the max time that they have. At least 60% of our patients fall in that category. At least 60%. We are literally dealing with, life and death, on a minute-to-minute basis. And by God's grace, by the infinite grace of the rishis, I would say that it's been quite, satisfying when you see, that hope, when you see that patient, even the CKD patients. I'm not saying that we have cured them all. No, several patients have maintained their creatinine levels, but their urea levels have gone down. But several patients also decrease. We have found decrease in the creatinine and urea levels as well, and then increase in the EGFR. But several patients had no change in the creatinine or urea, but their quality of life has improved. Quality of life has improved in all of the patients. And I usually, I cannot make this claim without having my friend, Dr. Francis, from, a urologist friend, because, you need to have a lot of urologists on your panel to make this claim. But then what I usually say is, don't go for a kidney transplant. From the research or studies that I have done, at least from my own personal experience is one. But then the literature review shows that, your kidney won't, transplanted kidney won't last for more than 5 years in about 60% of patients. And in about 70% of patients, it doesn't go beyond or even 90% of patients doesn't go beyond 10 years. 10 years survival is really good. But I tell you, with dialysis, you have a better option, number one. Number two, of course, it's costly, but dialysis with the polyscientific Ayurvedic approach slowly will decrease the dependence on dialysis. That's what I would say. We have been able to successfully treat those diseases. Quickly run the slides, please. So, demonstrated complete regeneration in experimental animal models. Then IDDM, we have, go ahead, please. Don't stop, go ahead, please. So we have a beautiful, okay, so we talked about it. So I usually say yoga or pranayama is not breathing technique. It's the yama of the prana. Again, a 1 hour lecture. So we don't want to go there. So, and then, see, these are the adverse effects of the most common diets, friends. The DASH diet, if you think the DASH diet is helping you, look, there are studies that are showing the negative aspects of the DASH diet. You're talking about the keto. The original founder and propagandist of the keto diet, Dr. Atkins, is in jail now. In class suites filed against him in compensation of $40 billion in the US. Original keto. There are like people talking about keto diet as if it's a panacea for everything. See, please don't go by this logic. This is not right. Again, your millets diet, 20% of people who have followed millets diet, we have studies now. These are several. Go ahead. I mean, go quickly, please. At each slide, I need to stop only 7 seconds, please. Here we already talked about this, so stop here. So what I'm saying is, for us to actually deploy the right thinking in terms of what is right food, what is wrong food, what is right exercise, what is wrong exercise. You've got to be scientific, friends. You've got to be scientific. While there is a huge promise in yogasanas and pranayama techniques, they cannot be deployed or they cannot be used for left and right by people, because several of my patients, they come to us, sir, I'm doing Bhastrika. Why is my hypertension not getting mitigated? Then when I look at the nadi, I tell them, see, you're a Pitta mediated hypertensive patient. Your Bhastrika is actually aggravating Pitta, and you will automatically end up with hypertension. So you've got to do the differential nostril breathing and deploy those Shitali pranayamas and also Shitali yogasanas to reduce your Pitta or mitigate the Pitta and bring about a balance. That's the only way you will go forward. So all this is an advanced science, friends, as I mentioned in the morning again. So this takes about 545 hours of understanding what we are doing, and then unlimited learning of Sanskrit. Because Sanskrit, even if you learn the whole life, I don't think it will be enough. But you will keep learning. All right, so that is polyscientific Ayurvedic way of understanding. You've got to be an Ayurvedic scholar, allopathic doctor, or an Ayurvedic doctor and allopathic scholar. Then you should be trained in fundamental research, translational research. You need to have advanced, at least basic concepts of applied math, data science, Python. By the way, when I say Python, screensaver, please. When I say Python, it's about algorithms. See, after understanding Ayurveda in the language of modern medicine, I see that, these are advanced form of classification of data sets. And this has given me a very, very algorithmic understanding of the human physiology. Next slide. So we definitely, have been able to metabolic disorders for us is not a problem at all. That's what I was able to demonstrate. Improved clinical outcomes has been the end outcome that we are focusing, and then we are going to do advanced studies now. That's exactly why we started this conference. And this conference doesn't end today, doesn't end in the next 1 hour. This actually has started. We want to do these sessions again and again and again. We do workshops so that we talk with each other, we improve our knowledge, and then deploy these methodologies together. That's the primary focus. Next slide, please. Keep going, 7 seconds only for each slide, please. Okay, this is how we address our Next slide. No, we were talking about the model, the polyclinic models and all. Okay, so what we are planning now is to set up an integrative hospital. See, one question to all my friends. If any of your patients or any of your kith and kin ends up with heart attack, what will you do? Admit him in ICU, isn't it? Number one, that's the only way. Or a brain stroke, or a hypertensive emergency crisis, or a severe pyrexia unresolved with any of your antipyretic. So that's the dependency we have on hospitals, even the ICUs. I'm not saying it is bad. I'm only saying that we need to work out a model in which we come up with an effective integrative approach. So what is that model that we're speaking of is setting up of these end stage hospital setups in which you have, at least 15% of my patients who approach our clinic in end stage require hospital administrations and extremely close monitoring, close observation, and which we are not able to do right now because we are running it as a polyclinic and not as a hospital. So we are escalating our facility to a hospital where we would set up an intensive, integrative regenerative care unit, which means it is an ICU plus the regeneration technology that we came up with. So we integrate both, apply for IEC protocols. We already discussed with the clinical research organizations and also the IEC ethics committees to allow us to do that, because we're not violating any guidelines, because we are saying we'll follow all the ICU protocols, but we want to add our regeneratives hub. That's the only way you could demonstrate some efficacy, or you can. If there is no efficacy, you can just be done away with it. You say, no, there was no efficacy, there's no improvement, so we have stopped that. So, but then this has to be tested. So the intensive integrative regenerative care unit will be automated, will have all the 12 disciplines in which we have improved clinical outcomes. The cardiology, the diabetology, the autoimmune disorders, rheumatology, cancers, kidney, nephrology, and several other disciplines. All the 12 disciplines would have. Can you come up with the slide, please? ఏంటి ఎంత 5 minutes అయిపోతుంది చెప్పేది. All right. So this hospital would have 12 departments, and then supported by respective intensive, integrative, regenerative care units. And this 12 disciplines, we need at least 200 bedded hospital. 200 bedded hospital. And why? Because we have as much demand. As I said, our target is end stage patients. There are 3.7 crore end stage patients in India. If we don't do anything, in 4 years they're going to die. But is it like redeeming us of the end stage menace? No. Our lifestyles and also the WhatsApp University, I'll blame solely this WhatsApp University, discourage these stupid discussions on the WhatsApp Universities about health. Please, all those people, send these messages, because they're spoiling their lives actually. Because the discussions on health should be organized among doctors and learned professionals, because they are trained to think. So, if we don't reach out to these people, as I mentioned in the morning, we're losing a GDP of $70 billion year on year, number one, which means if we save them, we'll add $70 billion to the Indian economy, at least, To the world, we are adding $700 billion, 10 times more of what we are going to save in India. We're adding that. And we are adding GDP and, earning money. So that's pretty, logical, sustainable, and, that is what we could actually offer. That's what we are here for. So this integrative medicine model, yeah, very good. Thank you very much. So this is a hospital that we have envisaged. We set it up in Vizag, and we have planned to set it up in Hyderabad. As I said, 3.7 crore end-stage patients. Now, with a CAGR, compounded annual growth rate of increasing of the patients by 28%. Of them, 22% are dying. So which means we have a net increase of 6% of end-stage patients. So this data that I'm pulling up is from the year 2019. So by this time, we have additional 50 million 5 million patients in India of end-stage patients. So we have 4.2 crore patients because we have not done anything, literally. So we have lost GDP as well. So the point is that if we have an integrative setup like this, in which we have ICU plus regenerative care model, then we can really demonstrate efficacy, or we have to run a clinical trial, because these patients are already left off all streams of medicine. So with the help of Dr. Pauly, we're going to automate that. This hospital would require about at least 1,000 doctors here. In each discipline, there is a certain model which we have devised. 1,000 PSA doctors, which means they need to have all the 12 disciplines in their brains. You understand? And number one. Number two, the hospital we need one such hospital to cater to the needs of 4 crore patients, 4 crore population. So in all, in India, we would need, next slide please. The feeders for the hospital would be the polyclinics. In center, as I see here, you have a ICRIB. ICRIB at the center is the Indian Institution for Clinical Research in an integrative fashion. ICRIB will be supplied by 14 nodal polyclinics, and each nodal polyclinic will have 5 polyclinics. And this will cater to the population of about 4 crores. So if we look at about approximately to cater to the needs of 4 crore population, in which we have essentially about 13.5 lakh end-stage patients, we would need this model to at least start addressing patients at a rate of at least 10 per day. If you go by that way, in this manner, if you go, so you will be able to target, you will be able to address the entire end-stage disease in a certain region of 4 crore population in the next 7 to 9 years. So it takes as long, because for you to set it up and then make it sustainable, it's not easy, right? It will take time. So we envisage setting up of 70 polyclinics for a population of 4 crore people. We'll have 14 such nodal polyclinics and 14 such mobile polyclinics. In all, we would need about 98 such polyclinics, and each polyclinic would have about 1+3 or 1+4 of PSA doctors, who will be essentially, we are looking forward for integrating Ayurvedic professionals into this model, retrain them, and then, so that they're eligible to work in such an environment of, varied exposure. They would get a varied exposure, and also, they'll be trained in that. The training itself takes about 3 years, essentially, because training for just about 3 disciplines will take 3 years. So for all the 12 disciplines, it's going to take at least, hey, Dr. Sridhar garu, please, Josna garu, please come in, Andy. We'll just finish, please. Have your seat. So it will take about, why did we say that we need about 4 PSA doctors? Is each discipline takes about 3 years. So in 3 years, one PSA doctor would be able to master only 3 disciplines. So we need 4 PSA doctors to master all the 12 disciplines, and then we can now start scaling up this model. If we don't scale up this model I just mentioned, we are losing at least 40% of these end-stage patients they fall in the category of 20 to 40 years of age, loss of young population, loss of DALYs, and also loss of GDP, as I mentioned. So with this, we'll add $70 billion of GDP. Okay, now let me just quickly go there. So we need 4 such doctors. And so in this model, you need 1 ICRIB, 14 nodal and 14 mobile polyclinics, and 70 polyclinics. In each of these polyclinics, we would have 4 doctors. So that amounts to training up for the whole of India, with a population of 145 crore people, and with about 3.7 to 4.2 crore end-stage diseased patients, we would need 34 such institutions, which means 34 multiplied by 1,000 here, so 34,000 doctors would, 34 into 200, sorry. We'll need about close to 5,000 doctors here itself. The polyclinics would need about another 4 into 34 into 70 plus 28 into 70 into 34. That's about 33,576. That's about 34,000 doctors is what we need, friends. So that is the need that PSA envisages. This IPSA envisages the need of as many doctors and we have a scalable version of training such people. As I said, this is a brilliant opportunity, not only because we already have this methodologies. In the last 2 days, we have gone through all the methodologies of how to treat end-stage patients. I mean, not the methodologies, but a quick glimpse into what is possible treating this end-stage disease. And now, if we generate this data, we need to generate this data so that we are scientifically accepted. So what will we save? Next slide, please. We have a vision to integrate it with the public health systems of different countries. Of course, this was presented to one of the UN panelists and also the WHO panelists, and they're also seriously looking at this model to make it, international healthcare model. So we're coming up with that. But then in India, we have the Ayushman Bharat concept already running. And the interesting part is, the HWCs, health and wellness centers were created under Ayushman Bharat. 1,800 are just in Hyderabad, Andhra and Telangana. 2/3 of the centers are in just 2 Telugu-speaking states. That's how highly aware is our political leadership here, and also our population leadership. Popular leaders are very aware of health, and then it speaks of volumes, having 2/3 of these health and wellness centers are concentrated just in Hyderabad and Telangana. Telugu people, I feel very proud of this because it speaks of high awareness of this, number one. And then as we talked, it's a pharma capital, the IT capital. Let's make it a health capital of the world. Of India first and then of the world. India could become a health capital. Next, I have a quick 2 more slides and then we'll take in there. Friends, this is the money. The blue is the money that is spent right now in different disease categories. Be it cardiovascular disease, COPD and asthma, diabetes, neoplasms and cancers, peptic ulcer and GERD. And, we are with the PSA approach, you could reduce this cost. Okay, by the way, who is paying this money? Only 6% is coming from the government. Only 6%. 95% in India is falling on the burden of out-of-pocket expense for the patient. So, relying for everything on the government is not right. Isn't it our duty also? That's exactly why we are trained, isn't it? We are trained as doctors to be socially responsible also. And while being socially responsible, we can also come up with a, while serving our profession and serving our patients, we can also be socially responsible and then carve out a model that could potentially be acceptable to the world. And then how do we, I'm not just saying that, okay, we'll make India health capital of the world just to garner some votes. No, not for that. We have a model. We have a way forward. As I said, we need 34 such ICRIB institutions in India that will reduce the cost burden on patients. Now, go down, please. You know how much money Indians will save in this model? 25 lakh crores in the next 5 years. Next slide, please. Please concentrate here. Next slide. Indians will save in the next 5 years 25 lakh crores, friends. That's the size of, the last corner down right is the right bottom is the number of, the money saved only in 5 different disease categories if we adopt this model. So that much of saving for us, we could spend in research actually. We need, as I said, we have come up with, all that, that research that was done by us and we presented today and yesterday, coming up with all these markers for the translational, panel discussions. For the markers, to identify those markers, we spent our own 22 crores of money. And that's just 2% of what has to be done according to us. Because we have investigated about 187 herbs, only 187 herbs. And remember, imagine friends, out of the 5,400 herbs actually described in Charaka Samhita, we have used only 200 herbs, properly researching. And we got results which no one else have got. Imagine what if we are able to scale this, research, and then try to, incorporate the research methodologies to bring in the rest of the 5,200 herbs into the mainstream. So Ayurveda is rich in, in 40,000 formulations are already given in Ayurveda. 5,400 herbs are already described in Ayurveda. It's only just that, we have to do a bit of our part to translate the Dravya-guna properties into the language of pharmacokinetics and pharmacodynamics. And then, what is the money that we need to spend is 4,700 crores just to do this research, friends. We have done all that studies. What is the amount that we need? How will we gain that money? We don't need doctors, I tell you, I'm sure, 99% of doctors, unfortunately doctors are blamed in our society because of, again, the WhatsApp University, and then certain vested interests against our nation. That's what I would say. They're trying to create a rift between intelligentsia and the common people, just to garner, some very petty selfish interests, which can be mitigated. See, doctors, there could be, in a bag of rice, if you have 10 sand particles, will you throw the entire bag of rice? Isn't it stupid to throw away the entire bag of rice? That's what they are doing, unfortunately. So doctors are the most hardworking people on the planet of Earth, and they're the cream in the society, friends. I can bet for this because they are the cream. If you look at the data, only the top performers in our respective classes must have become doctors. So we are not here for just money, but where does the money come from? Will the government be able to give us? No. Why should we ask the government? I mean, it's not about not asking or asking government, but now the government is spending a lot of money on research. But where else can, again, this money that is spent on research has again to be taxed. And here we have a model in which we save money to the patients, and through the money that he is saving, we can ask him to fund our research. So there is a commercial proposal which can essentially help meet our research demands and also the patient's demands. So for which, as I said, we are planning to present these polyclinics in a franchisee program where we train the people. We train to become the future polyscientific Ayurvedic doctors, and then they'll be deployed so that they are effectively, they don't have to reinvent the wheel of the 32 years of research that we have done. They can just stand on the shoulders of this 32 years of polyscientific Ayurvedic, more than 150 man years of PSA research that's done. You can stand on our shoulders, have a better visibility, and take this mission forward. And that's exactly what we are planning to envisage. So we are open for franchisees. We have opened the academy. That's why we are launching this academy as well, Institute of Polyscientific Ayurveda. And then the Novodyne franchisee program is also being unveiled, in which the potential franchisee partners will be recruited after a rigorous screening process, and then they'll be trained for the next 3 years, so that from the 4th year onwards, they're on their own, serving the needs of end-stage patients, because it requires as much intensive program as I mentioned. So scale up potential business partners, is creation of talent pool through universities and training centers. That's the first thing. Then we have our own set of ERP and manufacturing companies are also identified so that we scale up, so that the quality is maintained. We have our own ERP. We are automating all the processes in our institution, and we have partnered with some of the best clinical research institutions. Dr. Mujib, Dr. Sridhar Garu had been very kind enough, they're very generous people, and they're available anytime, irrespective of their personal problems. Thank you very much, really appreciate it. Clinisol, for example, our Cheraka, the clinical research agency, and also I should definitely thank our Vishwanand from Infocus RX team to have brought us all together, during this conference. And then we are talking to several private hospitals in India, outside, and we were able to, impress the Ministry of Health of 7 different countries, friends. what do I say? We are talking to European Union as a whole union. 6th of March, you've heard Sujit Nair has invited us to present to the European Parliament. That's amazing, isn't it? We are offering solutions to European Parliament. We have already offered this to the UK Parliament. Thrice in the last 1 year, I addressed the UK Commons, House of Commons, and then they're like, no, I explained how they could save 100 billion pounds by just spending 1 billion pound. And then I said, oh, what is it that you're going to charge? I said, you pay me a minuscule percentage of what you're saving. That's all I said. I don't even bargain, because it's a matter of health. We said we are Indians. We cannot, we are not here to make business out of the miseries of anyone. Because we truly believe in Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. We just don't say that. We truly believe that it is possible. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is possible only by cross-disciplinary framework of work and then taking across. So ministries of 7 countries roped in. I mean, we haven't added European Union. Next time we prepare the slide, we add European Union. We're talking to them. It's going to take time in the UK and European Union. But then once, okay, what is my plan? Our plan to address the European Union next. Farmers' incomes, friends. It's not just about a political stunt to tell people that you're going to double the farmers or triple the farmers' incomes. There's a roadmap, friends. So because in our roadmap, these medicines that are going to come, they're going to be partnered with the tribal. We're already working with the tribals in the Paderu region. We give them not only free medicines, but also free food. And then we are planning to train them on their skill development so that they give us those original organic herbs, so that we come up with more quality, higher quality of the herbs, okay? We can all produce them here. So the roadmap is pretty simple, friends. We target only the end-stage diseases. See, this is very important. I want everyone to, all leaders here. So we are going to target only the end-stage diseases. We set up one hospital, target, and 70 polyclinics, I envisage at least 25 polyclinics. We already are working across 10 polyclinics in the world right now. So we plan to scale it up to 25 in the next 1 year. If we do that, and then setting up a hospital, we are planning it very soon. Once we set up this hospital and then 25 polyclinics, if we see at least a minimum of 7 patients per day, 5 days in a week, 3 weeks in a, 4 weeks in a month, and only about 11 weeks, so that 1 month everyone gets a holiday, paid holiday by the way. So we envisage seeing at least about 7 into 5 into 4 into 11, that into 25. That's approximately about 1400 into 25 is 350,000, 3,500, 12, 12, 5, 6, 12, 3, it's about 4,200 to 5,000 patients per year. That's very less, friends. We are seeing about 40 to 50 patients per day. That's a need, actually. If we do that, in 3 years, if we set up all the polyclinics that we need, we would generate data of about more than 190,000 patients. Remember, 190,000 patients properly investigated, all the data generated and stored in a certain ERP. We can generate evidence of efficacy in different disease categories in tens and thousands of patients. That will essentially convince the US FDA or any other FDA in the world to accept this methodology as a standard practice. And once it becomes a standard practice, friends, there's no looking back. This first 2 years will be extremely crucial. If we do this, compiling the data and data presentation, if it happens at the end of the 3rd year, polyscientific Ayurveda or our version of integrative medicine will become a global standard, friends. Once we do that, I know, our allopathy fraternity, modern fraternity might say, oh, do you still need us? I say yes. Why? We will never venture into the I mean, at least in the envisaged 10 years of time, we will never be able to have comparable data of patients, because they have run, so for example, diabetes. 3 million patients were investigated. How will you generate data on 3 million patients? For the next 20 years, we will not be able to generate so much patients. But if you scale up all the 34 institutions and then, see about 7 patients every day and all, you will be able to generate, but it will take at least 10 years from now. And post-market surveillance, it will take another 10 years. So for our methodology to become standardized in chronic care, it will take 20 years. So we don't have so much of patients. What we could do is, at the end of the 3rd year, once this PSA is accepted for end-stage disease, we can retrain our allopathic practitioners who are doing chronic care. We say, okay, you take over, we'll train you, you make money. Pharmaceutical companies, if they come, guys, you take over the pharmaceutical manufacturing as well. We don't have any problem, because with pharmaceutical industry taking over the manufacture of Ayurvedic medicines, our pharma companies are global leaders. Today, we have exported 270,000 crores of pharma drugs all over the world. We are a generic drug capital of the world. So if we if we outsource our needs to them, we get pharma-grade Ayurvedic medicines, friends. That will establish the standard of care, number one. Ultimately, when you target the chronic care through them, even if you get a 5% of royalty from them, 5% only, the market is, friends, $40 trillion. World over, the end-stage market is $1.2 trillion. We will be fine with that itself. The whole of India, how many doctors we would need to cater to the needs of 1.2 trillion market that is available globally? We need 17 lakh PSA doctors. We need 13.6 crore farmers, all small and medium sized farmers as classified by our Indian government. They will have to work only for us to cater to the needs of end-stage disease of the whole market, whole world. That's the potential that we have, and we have a methodology ready. See, Americans are already here. If we don't do anything, if we just listen to this conference recordings or proceedings and do nothing, nothing will happen to us. We have to take action, friends. We have to take action, because did you know that Americans have already carved out this something called as a functional medicine? They've already carved it out. And you know what? They're integrating every damn thing possible into the functional medicine. They're selling it. Our yoga has become power yoga in the US. If we sit just like that and do nothing, then nothing will happen. But if we work together, I guarantee that in the next 3 years, we'll become global leaders for polyscientific Ayurveda remedies for end-stage disease. Then we will slowly get our allopathic fraternity interested in managing their chronic diseases. And if they target $44 trillion market, friends, and we are asking only 1%, remember 1% is 400 billion. That's 1/10 of our economy can be brought in only by these, 16 lakh doctors. In all, how many doctors we have in India? 800,000 Ayurvedic doctors, 13 lakh allopathic doctors, and 2 lakh family doctors. 23 lakh doctors, that's all. We will not be enough to serve the needs of PSA, friends. So once we go into the chronic care, we don't need to, conquer anyone. We'll conquer people's hearts. By how? By saving their money, giving their remedies. And then, once you generate data, allopathic doctors generate data. We don't have to generate that data. Chronic care data, they will generate. They will share it in their congresses. Once they generate data, chronic care will be accepted. PSA will be accepted for chronic, then acute, then, emergency setup. And in 9 years, US FDA, I feel if we go in a rigorous, programmed fashion, in the next 9 to 10 years, US FDA will approve PSA in emergency medicine as well. In 10 years, India, in this roadmap, can become health capital of the world, friends. And that's exactly what is driving. That's the only thing that is driving, because I frankly tell you, I have nothing to achieve, literally speaking. Because if I write, I tell you my billing. My billing in Russia, 1 hour, 15 lakh rupees. I just work for 3 hours, bill 45 lakhs and come back to India. I don't even have to work. I tell my doctors, I'd say, you can just sit and eat. You don't even have to work. because my billing is so. When I bill, it's not about billing. I don't even ask. They just give me. I said, okay, whatever you feel is good, you give. That's what I do back in Russia or European Union, friends. I really have nothing to lose, but India has everything to gain with this. We all can together make India. That will make us really proud, because it's not about becoming proud or making ourselves proud also. We will be called as the true legacies or heirs of this infinite wisdom that is stored in the Samhitas, friends. That is what is driving me. I can't even sleep properly because of this. Not properly, I don't love sleeping, basically, that's number one. But I see there is a huge potential, and we are like, you know what? Our rishis have given us a smoothie. They have given it. You just have to drink it, that's all. You don't even have to work, find the mixer, mash it up. No, it's a smoothie. You just have to drink. But this smoothie has to be repackaged in the language of allopathy. That's all I'm trying to do. So, and with that, we can really have an entire roadmap. Friends, this was conceived not today. It was conceived over 22 years ago. I'd been proactively working towards this. Every time I meet Lakshmi Prasad Garu or Sridhar Garu, I keep bombarding him, and he says, Dr. Garu, I don't want to meet you, but I can't stop meeting you because I'm like your lover. I say, Tujhe dekha to ya jana sanam bolte hain. Even Mujib is like that. Anyway, so thank you very much for your love, and everyone, Sridhar, and Dr. Garu, everyone who's come, Anantaram Garu, everyone. Friends, next slide, please, next slide. Yeah, as I said, okay, we'll just quickly run through this slide. So, the question with which we started yesterday is that the different guidelines being advised by different institutions. Now we know that American College of Physicians' problems is that they have investigated Vata people. So, if Vata people approach you, you need to set your guidelines to 7 to 8. If there is a Vata Pitta combined Dvandvaja, Doshaja, Prameha or Madhumeha you're tackling, then you will have to set the guidelines, reset to 8.5 to 9 and so on and so forth. So this Vata, Pitta, Kapha physiology translated into the language of modern medicine. Next slide, please. Modern medicine can really show solutions to literally all of the diseases, friends. Diabetes or cholesterol, we talked about it. High HDL is causing problems, low HDL is also causing problems. Heart attacks, not just problems. High LDL is causing problems, low LDL is also causing problems. So now, what is good cholesterol for you, or what is good or bad for you, should be individualized, and VPK has shown the method. In the last 2 days, we talked about it. Next slide, please. So the take-home message is, friends, India has immense knowledge. If we just say, ki ma taatalu netulu tagaru ma norulu vasana chudandi, it won't help. Just because our ancestors have cleared the jinx and they have come up with the samhitas, it doesn't absolve us of the responsibility of translating it into the language palatable for everyone else across the world. So that's exactly, if we properly integrate this wisdom into our routine practices, I see the opportunity of making India the health capital of the world. This is what I've been saying for the past at least 16 or 17 years, friends, since 2006, and I'm still saying we have come far this way, and I think this will usher into us a time where we could collaboratively work and then take this mission forward, friends. Thank you very much. Next slide. So we have Mujib. Dr. Suresh. Yeah. We'll honor
What's the second name? Full name? That's fine. I'll just call. May I request Ms. Jyotsna to please come onto the stage so that we can honor her. Please. Thank you, ma'am. Please come on, Dr. Jess. Can you have the memento and the shawl, please? Ladies and gentlemen, as this ceremony goes on, we will now get on to our next session after this, the final session.
I'll come there. Good evening, one and all. I hope I'm audible. I hope I'm audible. Then good evening, one and all. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, and the esteemed doctors over here and the distinguished guests. It's indeed an honor, and also I think I should say pleasure is mine to be standing here in front of all of you amidst the technical, lot, what we call. I think I'm the only non-technical lot here when it comes in. But yes, I extend my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Ravishankar Polishetty Garu, the SGP organization, and everyone who is involved in making this event. Probably, I would call it a groundbreaking event. Yes, because as Jyotsna, if I have to tell you about myself, I'm the spokesperson for a national political party and also an advisor for National Integrated Medical Association, and also a professional with a background in computers, pharmacy, and management. So, abhi tak jo dekha na hum logon ne, you know, they are mixing the technology, they are mixing the Ayurveda, they are mixing the allopathy, they are doing, you said smoothie, sir? Yes, definitely the smoothie. So, probably, I am Jyotsna Tirunagari. I have done my graduation in computers. I have done my post-graduation in management. I have done my diploma in pharmacy. And I run an NGO. And I am with National Integrated Medical Association as an advisor for them. And yes, I'm a politician. So, again, when I come here, I think I thought, when I walked onto the stage, I said namaste to Ravishankar Garu. I was scared for a second. Come on, is he going to say namaste spiritually to me, or he is going to check my pulse? I didn't know that. Because I think I'll have to be careful with the doctors over here, because they are mixing technology, they are mixing spirituality, they are mixing everything over here. Yes. So again, as I told you about myself, my journey, my life journey has been a confluence of healthcare, administration, and technology. Just as what we see here, a confluence which brings us all here to explore the revolutionary blend of Ayurveda and artificial intelligence in healthcare. You all see a badge on me, isn't it? This is Vision 2047 of Chandrababu Naidu Garu. I'm a follower of CBN. It's not political, but what I see is what the world thinks tomorrow, if we think today, that's when we progress. Simple, period. What the world thinks tomorrow, if we think today, that's when we progress. And probably when Ravishankar Garu told about, he gave this a thought probably 22, 25 years ago, sir? Yes. So he thought of it almost 20 years back. And now, today, I see that Novadim, if I'm not wrong, they're talking about the smart watches, they're talking about the smart rings and all that. Probably Ravishankar Garu and a group of his own people with the similar wavelength might have thought of it long back, if I'm not wrong. Probably they didn't have the technology properly then, if I'm not wrong, and if I have to put forward correctly. So, here, just two things I'm going to mention. I'm going to wrap it up very, very quickly. As I said, because I'm a non-technical person here, standing on a very technical platform, and it's probably making me jittery. As I said, I'm scared. I don't know for how long if I stand here, they're going to check my pills, and they're going to, at the end of the day, give me a ring or give me a smartwatch saying that, ma'am, why don't you have it? It's going to make you better. Jokes apart, it was just on a lighter note. Yes. Today, as I said, we are here for the past 2 days. This is the second day to probably talk about how the old secrets of staying healthy today are joining hands with the new artificial intelligence magic. We are talking about a blend of old and new. We are talking about a blend of our, I think I should say, our old traditions, our Sanatana Dharma or whatever we call it, and also our new technologies. The magic of computers, the magic of artificial intelligence, the magic of what is probably making us very, 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 very powerful today. Because today, if I have to give you a small example, I think I'm referring some papers because I don't want to, probably lose certain terms here. So, in today's world, we sit on our couch, similarly there, and we say, Alexa, play me this. Alexa, show me a recipe. How to make pulihora also we do it, isn't it? For today's kids, even pulihora recipe, even vada recipe, even idli recipe, even probably any other recipe has to be told either by Siri or Alexa, if I'm not wrong. Yes, and for the kids, probably for the new generation moms, for the kids, if we have to tell them the drawing tools, we use AI today. So for us, it's all about completely technology. And also, especially if, probably for people like me, because I use chat GPT a lot for my regular interactions across my party lines also, or the different fields that I go in, because I'm a spokesperson for the party. So I'll have to talk about various issues. On a probably very dynamic range, I'll have to talk about it. So I use ChatGPT very oftenly. I use probably Google Bard sometimes. But yeah, most of it is ChatGPT for me. So why am I telling you all this is, as I said, the blend, the smoothie that Dr. Ravishankar Varu was talking a little while ago, is the need of the hour. Is absolutely the need of the hour. And today, what is the importance of artificial intelligence or technology in healthcare? This, whatever we are talking about, I think we are talking about most of it is technology and artificial intelligence, if I'm not wrong. Yes, sir? In healthcare, why do we need it? What is the need for it? He very pretty, I think elaborately told you all that. Where are we spending money? How are we spending money? Who is spending that money? How can we reduce the amount? How can we actually go about in making life simpler for the people? Simpler. Isn't it? Simpler. That's, I think, the most important term that we have to think of today. In recent years, we have witnessed an unprecedented artificial intelligence revolution. I think I should say that. Once it was a figment of science fiction, but now it is a very tangible, transformative force in healthcare. इससे पहले, once upon a time, it was considered to be only a science figment, artificial intelligence. But now today, we see it as a very transformative tool, very transformative force in healthcare. This is what is making us probably very, very unique. And also, today, from probably predictive diagnostics to personalized treatment plans, AI's capabilities are reshaping, probably making us rethink our approach to patient care as doctors. I have a doctor in my family. I belong from a medical fraternity family. So definitely these changes are having an impact on the way you handle your patients, the way you are interacting with your patients. And also, to be very precise when I say this, I don't know much about the treatment plans. I don't know much about the different technicalities of medical thing. But one thing I know is, when you make it simpler for the patient, when you tell the patient what it is, as simple as that, they'll get more connected to you. They'll feel more secure with you. They think, yes, ये डॉक्टर बहुत जानता है भाई, बहुत जानता है, बहुत मेरे बारे में ख्याल कर रहा है. If you tell them a lot, diverse things, that what we call. And today, when I said the fusion of artificial intelligence and Ayurveda, what the team is talking about, the IPSA is talking about, the fusion of artificial intelligence and Ayurveda, both seemingly diverse fields, absolutely, but it is a testament to human ingenuity today. The ancient wisdom of Ayurveda, which has got a holistic approach. I personally believe Ayurveda a lot because it has got a very holistic approach to health and well-being of an individual, combined today with the precision and analytical prowess of artificial intelligence, is definitely paving the way for a new era in healthcare. We are paving that way. Today, we are definitely paving that way. And probably here at, I think, IPSA, we are just not witnessing this fusion, but if I go through all the slides that were shown earlier, I think we are being leaders in it. We are just not showing the way, or probably we are just not witnessing this fusion, but we are being leaders in that, probably exhibiting and using that fusion. The development of the Dr. Polly's digital doctor assistant, if I'm not wrong, is it the same thing, right? It's a prime example of being a leader in that field. Because the tool that I just now spoke about embodies the synergy of Ayurvedic principles and AI, both together, offering a groundbreaking approach to patient care. As I just mentioned a little while ago, definitely it makes you more closer to the patient and the patient feels more secure in your hands. Here I would also bring in NEMA. We have the President of Telangana chapter, Dr. Anil, also with us here, and also the team of NEMA, National Integrated Medical Association, for which I am the advisor. We at NEMA, the major, probably the principle behind NEMA is integration. Even in NEMA, we believe a lot in integrating all the fields of the healthcare and also integrating technology with healthcare. As I said, which is the need of the hour. Until and unless, because everything today is completely tech savvy. I had to come to T-Hub and I was running out of time because obviously the organizers were a little bit late in informing me. So definitely I was running out of time. So I had to look for the shortest way possible to reach T-Hub. Again, I used technology there. So technology has become an integral part of our life today. Very, very integral part of our life today. And yes, definitely, if we mix technology with whichever field we are in, we are going to see good results. We are going to see very, very, very positive results, I believe it, because I'm using it in politics. And today, yes, definitely, it's probably making me a little bit closer to success. So technology is something that takes us forward. And also here I would like to quote a small quotation. When the wisdom of the past and the magic of the future, yes, the wisdom of the past and the magic of the future, when both of them work together, definitely it's like having a, I think all of us know about Superman and all those superheroes what we talk about. So definitely in any field that we talk about, it's creating superheroes there. So a mix of the past, the wisdom of the past, and the magic of the future, even in healthcare, is going to be a superhero thing in the coming future. And yes, definitely I would like to appreciate the team and also thank you from the bottom of my heart for making me a part of this wonderful event and giving me an opportunity to probably deliver some things. I probably, as I said, I'm not technically strong enough as a medical person, but yes, some things that probably might fit in your framework somewhere. And Nima is very, very fortunate to be associated as a partner for this particular conference. And also, from this platform, we would extend our wholehearted support to the team of IPSA. From Nima, whatever your future endeavors are, whatever your path is, if in any point of time, any juncture, you feel Nima can be a part of it, and you feel the help of Nima or the support of Nima would be required, Nima would always be there. I request Anil Garu also to kindly give your, with due permission from you, sir, I think Telangana chapter of Nima is always with you. And before concluding, thank you so much, each and every one sitting here, for all your attention, for listening to me, and also putting your foot forward, a step forward to making this world a better place to live, making healthcare more affordable to all, making healthcare more reachable to all. Thank you so much, and congratulations to the entire team of SGP and IPSA.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. So last day, another 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes I'll take. So 2 days of the conference. It's a dream come true. So I think 3 years back I met Ravi Shankar sir, and that first discussion was itself a technical discussion, which still it is ongoing. So now also sir calls me at 10:30 and start discussing about, Mujib, how can we develop this PSA for clinical trials? So sir is the first person who believes on scientific evidence and as well as technology and Ayurveda. So all together the medicine and technology and Ayurveda. So whatever problem comes, so he speaks or he evolves out of that problem with more solutions. His ideas are so much brilliant. So I think with this, we should do one favor for all of us. Let's give standing ovation for 2 days of conference for Ravi Shankar sir with a round of applause. Let's start doing it. It should go out of that border, guys. Come on. A little bit louder. So thank you so much, sir, for this 2 days of a wonderful conference. So thank you everyone for active participation. So let's invite now Ravi Shankar sir to felicitate madam.
Sridhar Tirnagari onto the stage, please, and Dr. Harsha and Dr. Uma Priya. Dr. Harsha and Uma Priya. Sridhar. Audience. May I also request Dr. Sunita to come onto the stage, please. Dr. Sunita.
Called her.
Now we'll get on to the last part of our event. I'm sorry for the delay. It's been an hour's delay now, but we will try and wrap this as soon as possible. May I request Dr. Satya Dornala, Dr. Lakshmi Prasad, Professor Harshvardhan, Dr. Jay Sudha, Dr. A.R.V. Murthy, Dr. Anjaney Murthy to please come onto the stage for the panel discussion. Dr. Satya Dornala, Dr. Lakshmi Prasad, Professor Harshvardhan, Dr. Jay Sudha, Dr. A.R.V. Murthy, and Dr. Anjaney Murthy to please come onto the stage. We will have Dr. Ravi Shankar Polisetti moderating this session. Over the last 2 days, we have heard a lot about how we can make our lives better in a number of ways. Dr. Ravi Shankar has been on stage, and I'm amazed at his energy and his zeal for the last 2 days. We are ordinary mortals. I would have collapsed in his place. Now that we have come to the last session in this 2-day conference, let's start the panel discussion.
So, as I said, I would want each of you to have your inputs so that we move together. We made several proposals, several claims, and a lot of scientific data and scientific extrapolations of the data that we presented. You might have questions, you might have views. Please, I think we'll start with Dr. Jayasudha Garu. Ladies first, kada. We'll start with.
Thank you, sir. Actually, I'm really very grateful to you. Today, after 2 days of workshop, I'm going home with lot many concepts and lot many questions. And I have a few jotted down here. I'll ask only 2 important questions, which I really hope I'll get answers from this, because they are important ones which, as allopathic doctors, like they're basic. things which we need to know about Ayurveda. So one thing is like, what's the Ayurveda's concept about the complications because of diabetes and hypertension? They are the basic ones, because most of the patients we see in chronic diseases, I think they come with complications, and then how to manage. And then in, especially in diabetes and hypertension also. See, I know a person like who has been diagnosed at 60th year. He just went and got the test done, regular checkup. Then it was 6.8 was the HbA1c. So he was put on some medication, anti-diabetic. Right. So within 1 year, he developed kidney complications, and now his creatinine is 4.8.
What's his age?
60, now 63. Yeah, 2020 he retired.
Right.
Yeah. So, and then retinopathy also. Okay. With absolutely we can't explain it with the diabetes level.
True. So my take is definitely we want expert panelists to have their comments.
So one more thing related to hypertension only.
Right.
Just I think both we can club together. See, from these days I have understood like Prakriti, Vata, Pitta, Kapha, and they're not pure. Usually it will be mixed.
They're mixed.
Yeah. Though the main person's Prakriti is something, his the Prakriti of Vata, Pitta, Kapha may differ in different organs. Correct. So when you said hypertension because of Vataja, so Vataja, Pittaja you said. Yeah. Okay. So does it mean the regular, his original Prakriti, or the that is changed, or the Prakriti of CVS only? So Vata in CVS only, does it mean by that?
True, yeah, okay. This is a question and answer. Okay, let it be a panelist discussion. So I want Dr. Satya, I'll also come as a part of the panel. Dr. Satyanarayan Dornala, celebrated scientist, and please, your take and also your views on...
Yeah, please. Good evening, you all. Madam, usually what happens, anything metabolic disorder, chronic disorder, what do you say? Many clientele, I used to attend 100+ patient in a day. कई पेशेंट आते हैं, सर मुझे ये बीमारी हुआ है, ये ठीक कब होंगे? आज का बीमारी ये मत सोचना कल से ही शुरू हुआ. फॉर एग्जाम्पल यू आर ट्रैवलिंग बाय रोड, एक्सीडेंट हो गए, गिर गए, हड्डी टूट गए, ये तो अभी हुआ. एक्सीडेंट हुआ, हड्डी टूट गए, ये तो करंट काज. बट आज का डायबिटीज मेलिटस ये मत सोचना कल से ही शुरू हुआ. तो डाउन द लाइन मे बी इट इज टेकिंग 10 years. आपके सामने आया हुआ है, and you expect that ये एक ही साल में ठीक हो जाए. How could you? Yeah, fine. It's not that every time you go by the only markers. तो मेरा कहने की ये है, तो 6.8 हो सकता है. There are people at the 12 are also enjoying their lives.
Actually, what has this happened is like it has
no, the question. Correct. Yeah. Sorry.
So the point is, it's not that only the level is इतना ही हुआ इसलिए ये हुआ. तो एन एन एवरेज हमारा इतना लाखों पेशेंट्स देखने के बाद हमारा अनुभव में यही निकल के आता है, जो इट्स नॉट ओनली द लेवल्स विल डिसाइड. सो देयर आर पीपल इवन एट द विदाउट at 5.8 also they have developed the complications. There are people at the 12 are also they have not developed the complications. But back end definitely your Prakriti decides. Prakriti in a sense something which you carry forward from his parents. So that is also matters. So and Prakriti it always in modern science also we say genetics and epigenetics. So in Ayurveda there is a dual Prakriti. So for example you may take one fellow is an Vata dominant and associated Pitta. So Vata dominant associated Pitta is being more prone to be taking in a Pitta dominant Ahara Vihara. The epigenetic factor of this phenotypic expression of Pitta may take domination over the Vata. So somehow in due course that there is a variation change in the percentage of Vata and Pitta ratio. So that definitely there is a possibility. The reason maybe Acharyas mentioned there is a possibility of a Dvandaja only maybe we'll see, we never see in monoprakriti individuals. So that is the one way, madam. So it's not, it's generalized we can't apply to, but maximum cases this we see. And coming to the technology, all these 2 days we are looking into. So particularly Ayurveda fraternities always we speak about the integration. And all these years we spoke about the integration in another way. So we more focus on the integration with allopathy. But as we are in the era of decade, it's not the decade, it is decade. The technology dominates decade. So it is the era, definitely, even modern science is looking for the integrating the technology. Abhi ye time aa gaya. So that means you leave the integration with allopathy, baad mein jaye. You should look further, that is it, integration with the technology. That is the absolute need of the hour. Second point, हम एक चीज भूल गए, that is integrating the disintegrated knowledges. Integrating the disintegrated knowledges. अब समझ लो हम पुराना टाइम से कहते हैं नाड़ी 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 कहते आ रहे हैं, तो जिनके पास जो बस वो पूरा डेडिकेटेड है वो नाड़ी देखने आए. अब जो करंट जनरेशन में तो कहीं ना कहीं डिसइंटीग्रेट हो गए. अब हम कहने के लिए ये भी कहते हैं सुश्रुता इज द फादर ऑफ सर्जरी. Can you quote one surgery done by Sushruta is in being practiced today? Because it is disintegrated. And there are many herbs. These days, a lot of discussions happen in the pan-India. That is in hemp, there is Vijaya herb is there. So, कहने के लिए हम कहते हैं वेदों में the first herb it is mentioned as sacred herb, but present days it's not in use. That is also disintegrated from your practice. So, integration is also doesn't mean that integrating the currently available technologies, focusing also to disintegrated knowledge also to bring back to the integration into the current practice. Thank you.
Madam, you raised the question regarding the diabetic complications. In Mysore, my student Dr. Gurukula, who was the professor of JSS Ayurveda Medical College, he has treated more than 1,000 cases of diabetic neuropathy with Takradhara. The results are very, very good. Persons who have this burning feet, who are not able to sleep, and they feel sometimes they have to cut their feet. That will be the serious situation. One course of Takradhara is giving maximum good results, and there is no doubt about it. In Ayurveda, what we tell is Sanchaya, 6 Kriya Kalas are there. Sanchaya Apahruta Doshanam Labante na Uttaragatihi. Sanchayancha Prakopancha Prasancha Sthana Samsham Vyaktim Bhedancha Yoveti Doshanam Sabhavat Bishak. So usually what happens, a person comes to the Ayurvedic doctor, he handles the case in such a stage that it does not go to the stage of Bheda. Bheda usually a stage of complication. It doesn't go. It is not just only the medicine part as such. Aushadha, Ahara, Achara, Vichara. All these things is a composite of Ayurveda. Now, whatever we're talking about this PSA, I strongly advocate it. For example, what is happening is, Acharyas are clearly mentioning, Ekam Shastram Vidya na Janiyar. Tasmat Bahushrutam Shastram Vijaniyar Chikisaka. They are very, very broad-minded. He's telling Prutudarshina. Prutudarshanams, they had very broad idea. Whatever is supporting the system, they wanted to take from Paratantra. Absolutely Paratantra. But what happened at that time, because of the lacuna of the writing material and other things, they had a lot of tremendous knowledge. Only some portions they could reduce. And they're telling, for example, he's telling some diets are to be prepared. You go to the Sutra Shastra. Some separate Vijnana is there. You go there, he's telling. In Indriyasthana, he's telling regarding Varnas or other things, you go to the specialist. So Acharyas are telling, you go to the specialist. Then we don't find any like Madivantik in Kannada. Madivantik means we don't want to touch this artificial intelligence. We don't want to touch technology. It is not like that. We are open to these particular things, provided it doesn't destroy the original structure of Ayurveda. What is the original structure of Ayurveda? Vata, Pitta, Kapha. There are very, very clear-cut statements. As the bird is there, which is roaming around all the place, but it never goes beyond its shadow. Shadow always follows the bird. Similarly, whatever is happening, whatever we are thinking since two days, madam, I just want to tell, this is what is happening. People with the PUC background who have studied physics, chemistry, biology, enter Ayurveda. They don't know anything about Ayurveda. Not even 1 milligram of Ayurveda is taught at the high school level. They come here and they are learning so many things about physics, and suddenly they are exposed to Vata, Pitta, Kapha. So in the starting, I tell them how this Vata, Pitta, Kapha can be correlated with the amoeba. Just very simple, in a short time. Pseudopodia. Podia means legs. So the legs are responsible for movement. One amoeba is not moving fast. It means that Vata is increased. One amoeba is not moving fast. It is having Vata reduced. Cytoplasm is representative of Kapha. In one amoeba, the cytoplasm is having more Guru Guna. It means Kapha is increased. In another amoeba, cytoplasm is having less guruguna. It means kapha is reduced. Mitochondria representative of pitta. So mitochondria is over functioning, pitta is more. I explained like this to this first, madam, I did my BSc. After BSc, I entered BMS. I was thinking where I have come. From BSc to this particular place. So what is cardiac? We train these people to understand it. This is what we have been doing since 30 years. But what I am doing, now our sir is doing, Ravi Shankar means, I refer him to Guru Ravi Shankar ji, who has started this art of living. Another Ravi Shankar ji has come here, who is trying to do this type of aspect. I respectfully bow before him. He is doing a most wonderful service. Just, whose job it is? Whether it is the job of Ayurvedic doctor, whether it is the job of allopathic doctor, whether it is the job of government. It is very easy to blame the government. Government is not doing this. So he is telling one particular things. We are not blaming any particular person. What is possible by his help, he is doing it. All of us should join hands and try to support him. This is my point.
Good evening. Though 2-3 points. First thing is we should all appreciate Dr. Ravi Shankar for doing a wonderful job. What Ayurveda doctors, Ayurveda society could not do, he has done it. So Ayurveda is ever indebted to Dr. Ravi Shankar for the wonderful work he has done. First thing.
No.
I agree that it's a preliminary work. As a critic also I agree, I say that it's a preliminary work. It needs to go on. He has taken 30 years. I told you that he has not done it in 30 years. He has spent his previous birth time and in the this birth time he has worked for 30 years. But in previous birth he has at least worked for another 60-70 years, and that's why he has come here. Because Ayurveda always says that mind and soul they go together. And once the person leaves the body, the mind and soul, they enter the next body. So the mind, there was a part of the mind called as chitta, carries all the previous impressions. You start from where you stopped earlier. And that's what he has done it. A person in a second innings, if he scores 100, he starts from the first innings he has scored 100, second innings he starts from 101. That's what has happened, and that's why he has been able to do wonderful work. We wish him another 100 more years to work like this. And we are all with him, and we all support him. Whatever he wants to do, whatever he wants to take from us, whatever the help, we are always ready. Dr. Polishidi, thank you very much for this one. Second thing, we have to differentiate between Vata dosha and Vata prakriti. Yesterday also I told it, Vata dosha and Vata prakriti needs to be differentiated. What he is doing today is based on Vata Pitta analysis, means Vata aggravation, Pitta aggravation and Kapha aggravation. These are the aggravated factors of Vata. Tatra ruksho lokushita karha sukshma chalonilaha. These are the symptoms of Vata. These are the aggravated symptoms of Vata. These are the aggravated symptoms of Vata. Vata has a particular qualities. Tatra sukshma lokushita karha sukshma chalonilaha. This is Vata gunas. But Vata aggravating factors are being analyzed now. But Vata as a prakriti is different from Vata as a vikruti. So what we are analyzing here is Vata vikruti. So Vata prakriti person, if he gets Vata symptoms, it becomes difficult to cure. If a Kapha prakriti patient gets Vata symptoms, it is easy to cure. This is as good as this. So we should differentiate these two things. Third point I wanted to make it is, I had a wish. Somewhere in 1970s, Professor K. N. Udappa, the then director, basically from Karnataka, was asked by the government to find out what Ayurveda doctors are doing in the society, what type of practices they are doing. He found out and he came out with four methodologies that he found what Ayurveda doctors were doing. Quite a number of doctors, around 5% of the doctors, were making Ayurveda diagnosis and Ayurveda treatment. Ayurveda practice, Ayurveda diagnosis and Ayurveda treatment. A few of them Ayurveda diagnosis and modern treatment. Some of them were doing Ayurveda modern diagnosis and Ayurveda treatment. Some of the doctors were doing modern diagnosis and modern treatment. Today Ayurveda doctors, most of the doctors, if I am wrong, I may be corrected, most of the Ayurveda doctors, present generation, they are doing modern diagnosis and modern treatment. Anemia is diagnosed as Pandu is diagnosed as anemia and treated by giving iron. This is what is being practiced today. This is absolutely wrong. Anemia should be diagnosed as Pandu and it should be treated on the principles of Pandu. If either
such a device and what his background thinkings towards the modern to Ayurveda, it may be possible. And Sir might not have the much exposure in the discussions of Ayurveda. It seems to some areas a little lacunous. Otherwise, it is a big contribution towards our science. We must highly appreciate for these enthusiastic efforts towards this particular modern research mode. Because if we talk about, because Ayurveda is the ancestor system, it is the old and right now present, and it is only the future. Because back to see, only 100 years back the modern system has come, and if you think about the health, there is no any particular methodology regarding how we should be healthy. Being a Ayurvedic doctors also, no one is not following Dharnacharya and Rutucharya and how we should be maintain Ahara Vihara as per the seasons. So these are all the depicts of giving the medicine and discovering some of the devices is not, because the ancestors, if you think about our grandparents, they lived 100 years. How? Because their lifestyle, their lifestyle, they didn't approach any of the doctors except only Ayurvedic doctors. And they are following the Virechana and all, because seasonal shodhanas they are undergoing, and the seasonal pathyas, because that is the high base of Ayurveda. Because if it is, we are in this particular winter season, if you are taking all cold objects and Sita Guna, Kapha Guna, Ahara, then immediately we are provoking the doshas. There we should not follow the certain protocols. Immediately we are implementing the doshic malfunctioning. If it is malfunction is years together, then it is the Vyakthavastha. That's what the disease progression in Ayurveda. As for the doshic constitutions, what Sir has elaboratively discussed last 2 days, I think it is very innovative, but some areas, because Samadosha Samagni, Samadhatu Malakriya, Prasannatmendriya Manah. So all the healthy awareness people, it's not meant that only the doctor should think this quotation, because even WHO was accepted for health-wise definition, it is approved. So if only doshas, if we are concentrating, what about the dhatus? Because if you are talking about the, today they have discussed regarding this thyroid. If you think about thyroid, in Ayurveda parameters, if you talk about only Vata, Pitta, Kapha, see, if gross penetration of the particular roots of the fundamentology, the treatment protocol, if you think about hyperthyroidism and hypothyroidism, hyperthyroidism where Rokshaguna is more, where Pitta Prakopa and Vata Prakopa is more, there the metabolism is high. So there the opposite quality of, see, that is Santarpana is the treatment there, where Krusha is always is there in opposite. The Manda Lakshanas is there in hypothyroidism. So the treatment protocols is highly different than the approach of only Vata Pitta Kapha, because there Dhatvagni, Rasa, Rakta, Mamsa is going to, in Dhatu level it is vitiation is there. And in doshic level, Vata and Kapha, or in Vata and Pitta is there. And we have to coming into the Srotas level, all the channels is, one is Sangha, pathology is there in hypothyroidism, where if you are thinking about hyperthyroidism, there Atipravrutti. That's why the Rokshaguna of the all manifestations we can see. And ultimately, we have to Sankalpa Vikalpam should be done. So we have to be removed the doshas one after one and maintain Dhatu Paka. And afterwards, we should maintain the Ojavardhaka things. And if it is Shodhana is required, we have to go for Shodhana. Because dosha kadachit kupyanti jita langana pachanehi vruddha nirharitavya. We should not maintain that if it is doshas, Sar has told, in our clinics all the Shodhanas is not possible. Because if it is Ativiruddha is there, the protocol we have to be followed as per science. Otherwise, the reputation of the progression of the diseases may occur. That's why we have to go for the Shamana in the dosha avastha. Watch out, because dosha kadachit kupyanti. If it is kupitavistha of the doshas, we should go for only Shamana, as Murti sir told. Because where the excess dosha symptoms, if you confine that, what the Vata, Pitta, Kapha, the Vata Vriddhi Lakshanas is there, Vata Kshaya Lakshanas is there. Pitta Vriddhi Lakshanas is there and Kshaya Lakshanas is there. So when we assess that particular areas of consideration into the Vruddha Avastha, that's what the Shodhana we are doing in our hospitals. And thereby the treatment protocol is not at all that much depends with the Shamana Aushadas for a long course. That's why the seasonally, even for the Swastha also, the Panchakarma was recommended. In Vasantaratu, the Vamana should be given where the Kapha Prakopa will be there. And in the Pitta dominance in Sarat Kala is there, everyone should undergone for Virechana, but no one is not at all doing this particular subject to Ayurvedic methodology. That's why we are living with the Ayurveda, especially if you are thinking about even kitchen. Last Corona has revealed that so much of our lifestyle depends with the Ayurveda. And we are not at all accepting that is the science. For simple cold and all, and for simple stomach upset, we are putting the cumin seeds and all. So the scientific way of approach, once if we elaborate to the world, that is the high recommendations. Such a devices, if we incorporate in the PG level institutions, especially for the PG scholars, so this is one of the good boon to our PG scholars to make their research more, and the government of India should think about to innovate so much of money or contributions to uplift our science, because only he has done this, otherwise no one is not at all concentrating about this particular devices and all. See, this is the hard area, because because of the passion, he has come to our science and contributing something. But so much of lacuna for our science was not at all recognizing from the government of India. I am strictly saying this, because by approaching our PG scholars, they are saying for all the dynamics, sir, we don't have sufficient money. So with their stipends, they are doing only HPTLC for some extent. But for the procedure, how it is going to observe, if you are giving Vasti and all, what is the blood level mechanism is going to, because in Acharyas they are saying Prabhava, Virya, Vipaka. So such things we are dealing very, because our hospital, we are getting almost all 500 patients per day we are seeing in our SV, Ayurvedic Medical College, Tirupati. We are proud to say that besides that, birds, one super specialty, and swims super specialty, those even neuro cases, ortho cases, even all sort of GIT cases, they are referring towards us. Even from Roy Hospital, government, they are also referring. See, this much crowd, we are dealing several spectrum of the diseases, because right now all the lifestyle disorders is so much, even youngsters are suddenly collapsing because of improper lifestyle and food habits. So that's why what the topics he has talked, especially cardiology and even cancers and even diabetes, obesity. So these are all the sedentary deaths. Even at USA, they have 2004 and 2011 studies which reveals that almost all sedentary lifestyle deaths are more, almost all 400 million people are dying per year. That's why they was highly interested to concentrate about other system of medicines. So everyone is, they are knowing, but they are not accepting. That's why at abroad also so many people in the name of yoga and meditation, and simultaneously they are giving herbal teas like that, and they are promoting. So if you think about the science with new dimension, that is the high possibility, because only Sari has to be discovered all, means it is a highly, see, Dhatu level, yesterday I was questioned regarding Dhatus, see, it is everyone's responsibility. It's not only we are getting the answers from Felicity Ravishankar sir. See, all the Indian doctors, especially modern doctors, if they are keeping on one system of medicine, especially if it is the GIT, one group of the doctors, and some other systems, some of the group of the doctors, if they contribute like this, then definitely our system of medicine will be enriched, and what SAR says that the capital of the world, India definitely it could be. I once again thank for giving this opportunity to share my views and thoughts towards our Dr. Felicitation sir. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Myself, I am Dr. Lakshmi Prasad from Sri Vishishta Super Specialty Ayurveda Hospitals. I am very proud to be with Dr. Felicitation sir, being a panel doctor in his team. So we are closely observing Dr. Felicitation sir activities since last so many years, that he is approaching Ayurveda in a scientific way and evidence-based. And now the time came, and now we are in fear that how he move forward with this big his friendship and his ideology. And my friend and our friend, I am reminded to one greatest doctor, Dr. Raghupati Pantul sir. He is also very close friend to Dr. Ravi Shankar sir, and I do accept all his activities. Thanks a lot. And one more thing, my sincere namaskar to our Gurujis, Anjaneya Murthy garu and Vilod sir. Thanks a lot, sir. So many years, 15 years back, చూశాను మిమ్మల్ని.
You can speak and then I'll speak.
Specialization. So you have done super specialization, cardio, pediatric cardiac. Yeah, vascular surgery. Okay. Yes. But what now, while trying to understand allopathy, are trying to explain us Ayurveda in allopathic terms. Exactly. So now you have become super specialization. You have in every field, neurology, cardiology, everything. Like you have to touch everything in deep, in depth. You have to learn, and then apart from that, physiology and biochemistry thorough. When you asked about Krebs cycle and all, that we have learned 35 years back.
Even I learned 35 years ago.
Yeah. So it's really, I can't explain. I'm really in awe of you, sir. And what you're doing now, all these days, usually allopathic doctors, very few of them really consider Ayurvedic doctors as, okay, they're doing something. But usually like, oh, it's like, it was like that. Now you make them sit up and take notice. Because you are talking in their terms, explaining Ayurveda in their terms. I'm really grateful to you regarding that. Then, sir, about Sushruta, he was plastic surgery. His father of plastic surgery, actually.
In all the studies that were done, I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just trying to pull up. Scientists are here to talk truth, the bitter truth, accept bitter truth like honey, and then speak out bitter truth. Because that truth, whatever it is, it have to be spoken. So the truth is that we have, we have taken a standard of maintaining a blood glucose level at 7. Earlier it was 5.5. Now, if it goes beyond 5.8, you're done. You're pre-diabetic. If it is 6.5, you're on the deathbed. That's what we are being taught. I'm only asking, and we have to introspect and retrospect, is it helping our population? And what is the data available? When we talk, I don't want to talk anything that that's not backed up by data. What is the data available? The only data that is available, that that fits into the standards where this patient's age is 62-year-old, 63-year-old. It fits into the age of the trial that was done for those category of patients. Veterans Affairs Diabetic Trial is a specific trial. Hey, Veterans Affairs Diabetic Trial. So there they have investigated patients between 52-year-old and 78-year-old with an average mean of 62 plus 3 or minus 62 plus or minus 3 years. That's the average that they have checked. And then they're saying you should never let your blood glucose HbA1c levels go below 7. See, we haven't taken cognizance of that. What we have done is we have treated that as a statistical outlier and removed out of our computation. Because that study had only 70,000 participants, but 70,000 participants for India is huge. While all the diabetic organizations across the world, they have done studies on more than 500,000 patients, and the data is continuously being recorded. That is what is lacking here in the electronic medical records. So how do we arrive at standards for Indians is the biggest problem. So I would say in his capacity, I'm not a diabetologist, I give this disclaimer. But when a refractory diabetic patient comes to me, I first ask him to go back to his diabetologist and then arrange a connection between me and his doctor so that I speak to him. Then I explain my concept. I tell him, see, VADT trial. The VADT trial says that in this age category, you should maintain it between 7 and 8. I tell him. So if someone is above 50, you should start relaxing. And that makes tremendous sense from the Vata aggravation models that we have actually created. So Vata Pitta, say when we talk about veterans are literally army veterans. They're fighters, and the average age is 50, range is 50 and 78, which means they're slightly older, elderly people, not older people, okay, elderly people. So, but then they fall into this category of the VADT trial. And also according to Ayurveda, as you grow, between 40 and 60 years of age, Vata gets predominant. So Vata predominance is making the tissues hyperactive, number one. Being veterans, they have induced that Pitta aggravation into their nature. So Pitta demands more glucose. So what I'm saying, trying to say, Murthy Garu, while I accept there's no, I have investigated the Vikriti only, definitely Vata aggravation. But then that is solving the current world's problem. Because this itself is not understood. So I am trying to, see, being an allopathic doctor, I'm trying to find the problems that the allopathic science is facing, and if you are able to give a solution, because Ayurveda has the knowledge of Sarvaroga Nivaratva, so if you give that knowledge, that will take the allopathic community to the next level, they will adapt it. That's my idea. That's why I have done only that research that is immediately usable. Otherwise, if I have read, I told you, the science that I have read in Ayurveda, in our scriptures, is so advanced. I'm talking about, when you talk about the dosha, say for example, Vata Prakriti or Vikriti, for example, right? So the problem there, not the problem. So how do you model Vata in experimental? You cannot model that. Okay, now, is Vata the genomics? There's a problem there. If you talk about IBD, the irritable bowel syndrome. The irritable bowel syndrome, you know what? The irritable bowel syndrome comes commonly with a certain genetic locus. So, irritable bowel is mapped to a certain genomic. I don't remember exactly the genomic. I think the P17 arm, the P17 telomere has the mapping of this particular genome. Now, irritable bowel is classified into ulcerative colitis and Crohn's disease. Now, ulcerative colitis is mediated through Th1 and Th2 cells. Now, Crohn's disease is mediated to ulcerative colitis is mediated through Th1 cells. Crohn's is mediated to Th2 cells. T cells both, but two, T helper 1, T helper 2 here, number 1. Number 2, interleukins that are involved in ulcerative colitis are interleukin 13 and 6. But the interleukins involved in Crohn's is interleukin 12 and 23. See the difference. So I'm asking, and I'm also self-introspecting, how did this difference come in if they had the same genome? If they had the same genetic origin, their presentation should have been same. It's not the same. There's something that changed in the expression of the genome and its post-genomic expression and post-expressive manifestation of the disease changed. Ulcerative colitis cannot be treated the way you treat Crohn's disease, even according to Ayurveda, isn't it? So, how did the same genome lead to two different manifestations? Who will explain? Point number one. So, there is a problem of us understanding or correlating Vata or Pitta or original Sahaja Vata, Pitta, Kapha with genomics. That should be ruled out. Now, to explain this, you have epigenetics, right? Now, epigenetics. What are the factors of epigenetics? Only 6 I have identified. Now, if we equate Vata, Pitta, Kapha with epigenetics, I don't agree. Why? Because it is beyond the epigenetics. Why am I saying beyond epigenetics? Is because, not because I want to correlate it to, but because the Kapilacharya Sankhya Darshana, as interpreted and given commentaries by our Ishwara Krishna Prasad, clearly mentions, see, the doshas are adravyas, dosha iti adravyaha, 6.1, 6th chapter, 1st shloka, clearly mentions Kapilacharya Sankhya Darshana's interpretation by Ishwara Krishna Prasad. He says, karya karana prakarane iti doshaha. What is dosha? Is that which affects a karya karana. So, because God is beyond Karya Karana, He has no doshas. Right. So, that is how the origin of doshas, while, see, what are doshas composed of? Panchabhuta Tattvas. Why are we not talking about Panchabhuta Tattvas in individuals? Is because there is a certain Karya Karana Vyavastha. The organization of the cause and effect is already encrypted in that program. So, it is beyond epigenetics is what I am trying to argue. So, that is why, Murthy Garu, this discussion, that's why merits another entire conference, and that involves, see, I think, we should give the references, Vedanta Panchadashi, Viveka Chudamani, Madhava Nidanam, and our Kapilacharya Sankhya Darshanam and Sutrasthanam. People who are well versed with this should come together, discuss about it, because that will quell. See, if we, whatever, I'm not disputing anything that is present in Ayurveda, but then how do we translate it and explain it into the modern language is what I'm trying to answer. So, my position is that, you know what, I applied this understanding of Vata, Pitta, Kapha at a supra-quantum, I'm not talking quantum physics. And I explained it to the quantum physicist professor in Harvard. Because there was a discussion going on. He was saying, Ravi, gravitons are the subatomic particles. They're not indivisible. I said, I disagree. Because gravitons are particles that are giving rise to gravity, and they're also moving because the quantum fluctuation, they're continuously in motion. Motion is a property attributed because of the chalatva of Vata. Gravity is a property attributed to the Bhutatva. And hence, it should be comprised of two particles. And I made some math and I said the particle size should be so much that it's, he was astonished. He said, Ravi, how do you think about it? I said, because I understand the Panchabhuta Tattvas Vyavastha and where the Vata Pitta, from where the Vata Pitta Kapha got derived, and hence know the positioning of Vata Pitta Kapha. They cannot be positioned to Dravyas because they are already Adravyas as mentioned by Ishwara Krishna Prasad Garu. Number one, and they are above the quantum because the properties explained are attributed to Vata Pitta Kapha helped me explain the flaws in quantum fluctuation theory. This is a very tall claim. In the Western world, they will literally crucify me forever if I say this. But I know I can argue, debate, present my point and then convince them. That's what I did all my life. So this is like the Prakriti Vyavastha. It's a very complex topic, Murthy Garu, isn't it? We cannot take it up in a just a teaser kind of a presentation that we had in the 2 days. And now coming to the Dhatu Vyavastha. See, Dhatu Vyavastha for an allopathic doctor is not a problem because Rasa, Rakta, Mamsa, Meda, Asti, Majja, Shukra, Dhatus are well versed according to them. What I am trying to address is their inability to understand the abnormal physiology or pathophysiology. Pathophysiology, if it translates, is the Vikriti if we talk about. If we take the original Prakriti of the Dhatus as is, then the Vikriti will become pathophysiology. So I am trying to address their pathophysiology. Once we address the pathophysiology, explain it to them, and then help them understand the disease and help them treat, they will accept it. It's not about their acceptance or inacceptance. I'm saying that this science is so all encumbered, I mean, all embracing, that it should not be left with only our interpretation. And we have to try to come up with new methods of helping them understand. That was my concept. Because definitely you cannot, I know that Vata, there are certain properties, there are the physiological mechanisms explained in the Kriya Sharira Vyavastha, and definitely I'm not oblivious. Not that I know everything, but I'm saying, we're trying. So that is the problem that I would say. Satya Dornalgar, amazing, and so we have to bring in that knowledge that is disintegrated, absolutely agree. Today we have to, address, and then Andaru Murthy garu, everyone, Lakshmi Prasad garu, everyone, thank you very much for being here. Yeah, sure. And Harshavardhan garu, as you said, the PG scholars, definitely we will, we have an elaborate program for the PG scholars as well, so that they, because they're youngsters, they have time on their side. So it's not that I don't have time, but I don't have much time. So we need to encourage the next generation to take this up. I'm willing to, we can do wonderful job. And then, as you rightly pointed out, everyone should contribute. And then if we together we do it, it will be really great. Thank you very much for coming in, Lakshmi Prasad garu. Yeah.
So one more, our dignity here, like our Dr. Kishanji, he's just, installing one Ayurvedic college in Telangana, first of its kind in a private organizing. So he's our Viswa Ayurveda Parishad General Secretary, Telangana State also. We are very proud of him. So, Kishanji, 2 words.
No, actually, I didn't follow the program. I came late with work. Okay, just I'm congratulating Dr. Felicitation ji, behalf of Ayurveda fraternity. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Check. Hello. Sri A.R.V. Murthy will present a book to Dr. Ravi Shankar Polishetty. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for staying back so late. And if any of the VIPs on the stage were not honored before, please let us know if we missed you out, so that we can also give you a memento and a shawl. Please let us know. May I call on Dr. Nikhilesh Korada, Dr. Harshvardhan, Dr. Hari Santosh, Dr. Gayatri, Manohar, Dr. Tulsi, Archana Lakshmi, Dr. Uttara to come and collect your certificates, please. Dr. Vaishani, Dr. Manasa, Dr. Soundarya, Mamsi Krishna, and Durga Abhinav Sai. Please come and collect your certificates. Thank you all for being with us on the panel discussion. I know it's too late in the day, but it's a wonderful end to a conference. I'm sure those videos that were shot will get uploaded soon, and a lot more people who didn't make it to the conference can also see it. Thank you all for being here, and have a wonderful evening. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Oh, I don't have enough words to thank, of course, number one, the panelists here, and not to, forget to mention, I can never forget, our partners. I mean, first of all, Dr. Suresh, Mr. Suresh Garu, but you're a doctor according to me, you're a master in the profession, you are in Suresh Kochetil Garu. Really appreciate your, contribution. I really appreciate your spontaneity, in taking decisions and making it happen, making a smooth flow of a possible chaotic organization. But I wouldn't say much, about the way we organized. I think, it went really well. And Governor Ji came, it was so overwhelming. I cannot thank adequately Shiva Prasad Garu from CNN, CNN News 18. He's done his wonderful contributions. And Vishwanand and his team with Mr. Azhar and Santosh, and then the team from Vibha, amazing, you know. We had some problems, but we resolved them, and then we came up with whatever we had come. And the Cafe Desire people, the people from VAP, mana Premanand garu vacharu ninna, and also our Dr. Sarangapani garu. I love both of those personalities. Sarangapani garu is an amazing, scientist, Ayurvedic doctor, and very enlightened person. And then the partnering with them, and all the panelists. Okkokalli per cheppina kashtam. So from university, mana Murthy garu, Prasad garu, Dornal Satya garu, Jayasudha garu. Meer kotta college start chestunna, all the best for you andi. Kishan garu. And Nima, not to, forget to mention Nima. As I said, we're not with any political affiliations. It's about our mission, affiliation to the mission. So from whichever country, whatever they do, if they're aligned with the mission of integration, then we're working. So Nima as a partner, is really interesting, and then we're looking forward with doing the same thing with VAP also. Lakshmi Prasad Garu has been always, supportive of the mission, and then, and all my young doctors, Dr. Harsha, Nilesh, Nikhilesh, mana Saundarya, mana Gayatri, all those people who volunteered, sorry, peru cheppalante kashtam, Santosh, Tulsi, everyone here. Oh, Mansa aithe mana valle. Ante meer ma vallu kadani kadu. Kaboye mana vallu meeru. Kaboye managallu mana vallu. Thank you. So alane all the everyone really worked hard, and our people, and I'll tell you about Dr. Teja. She met with an accident and she still wanted to come. Then she figured out towards the evening that her hand and also wrist got dislocated. So, and while she was actually falling down, she received a call also. And she even answering the call, and Mr. Santosh was asking, "Madam, give me the OTP." She said, "I met with an accident. I can't move my hand, but the OTP is this," she said. We have real warriors. I keep telling you're warriors here, and Dr. Divya, Shanti Madam, I cannot see, she's a director. If she doesn't do, then there's a problem. Shastri Garu. Oh my God, he's a young oldie person or old younger person, I don't know. Always rises to the occasion. And our Shekhar, of course, Shailaja, oh my God, what a work you have done, really, I don't want to thank, because I'll make you part of this Moksha mission. And Suresh, wonderful presentation, keep it up. And Suresh is a very responsible person. He keeps looking at, taking care of his colleagues there, and then tries to guide them, guard them. He does a lot of things, a lot of contributions to them, but he doesn't take credit to that. And the young team is really brilliant, Dr. Suresh, Dr. Manasa. Show up. Come forward. Dr. Malati, Bhavana, Charishma. Wonderful presentations you made, very boldly, amazing. That's very good. That's what is expected. That's your job, actually. And the young team, oh my God, Harsha, I say, I would want to reintroduce Harsha. I see a lot of leadership, enthusiasm in him. Keep it up, Harsha. See, you guys have to take this mission forward. That's all. If you don't do it, who will do it? No one else will come from the West to help you. No one. It's we who have to do. This is what I told all my life to myself. If I don't do it, no one else will do it for me. So, and I tell you, it was not an easy journey. It was a lonely journey, because when I was always first in my colleges, and suddenly when I became an Ayurvedic guy, you know what, really, my friends were really disturbed, and they were in a panic mode. They said, "Ayyo, vidu papam pichekkindi," he thought. He went mad, they thought, actually. The doctor got mad, and that's why he's speaking in Sanskritam. He has changed his dress, and they really thought I went mad. And they tried to give me some antipsychotic drugs. He said he must be in some depression. Baga chadukune vallaki avutundi kada. That's what he thought. Bahut pad liya yaar, isne thoda pagal ho gaya abhi. That's what they thought. It was not easy, friends, I tell you. Because, you were you were like, you had a heroic worship, because I was teaching medicine to even my seniors. MD physicians, they used to come to listen to my lectures when I was in the second year of medicine. And suddenly, Shiva Prasad Garu comes. Shiva Prasad Garu, we were just talking about you. You really made it happen. You're a very good friend of the mission. And all the more coming from the media, that is very, very important, because you have the power to communicate it to the masses. And then it's your duty to. It's your duty. And thank you very much for, really putting in. So this was like a very difficult, I really enjoyed whatever I did, because when I'm alienated, I feel more powerful. I said, oh, God has given me this position so that I can fight the world and win the world. That's a megalomaniac syndrome that I have. So, but then you guys are standing on the wisdom of accumulated wisdom of all of these years of 150 man-years of research. I tell you, in this research, I could get partners from Russia. I could get partners from UK, the Oxford University, from the European Union, and Canada. We all are sitting on that pile of wisdom. And when you stand on our shoulders, your visibility is much higher. So at your age, if you get this visibility, think about what you'll have after 30 years. As I told, we have another 4,700 crore mission that has to be put in to make this happen. And then, very good. I called you to thank you, not to give a lecture again. But then this is very, very important. Friends, thank you very much. Really appreciate. But don't stop. This is just the beginning. And there is so much to do. Many miles to walk and many promises to keep, friends. So we will keep continuing working. Yeah, please give me applause. Oh, so I'm sorry, Vikram. Arey, bolna de. Vikram, oh my God, he's so spontaneous, and our head of HR, Shailaja, I already mentioned. Yeah. Vikram, amazing job. He is always there, I have any question, he calls, and then he has that HR experience of the last 20 years. And then Shailaja, a wonderful warrior. That's what she does. I don't have words. Vijay, oh my God. Vijay, really. Vijay, he's our new entrant. He's just joined 2 days ago. And without him also, we could not have pulled along, and wonderful job, Vijay. We have as I said, long way to go. Thank you very much. Really wonderful. Thank you very much. Yeah. Sorry.
అందరికీ తెలుగు వచ్చా? మాట్లాడచ్చా? అందరికీ చాలా 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 థ్యాంక్స్. ఓకే, 2 days నుంచి సెషన్స్ చూస్తున్నాం. అండ్ మేము 7 ఏళ్ళ నుంచి నేను సార్తో వర్క్ చేస్తున్నాను. ఓకే, ఫస్ట్ డే నాడు ఎలాంటి ఎంతూజియాజం చూసాను, డే అంతా వర్క్ చేసాక నైట్ కూడా అలాంటి ఎంతూజియాజంతోనే ఉంటారు. ఇట్ ఈస్ నాట్ వెరీ ఈజీ విత్ హిమ్, ఐఎమ్ టెల్లింగ్ యూ. అఫ్ కోర్స్ దోస్ హు ఆర్ ఆల్ వర్కింగ్ విత్ హిమ్ ఐ విల్ బీ ఎక్స్పీరియన్సింగ్ అ లాట్. కానీ ఒక ఇంపార్టెంట్ థింగ్ ఏంటంటే, మీ అందరికీ ఒక స్టేజ్ గ్రౌండ్ ఆల్రెడీ ప్రిపేర్ అయిపోయి ఉన్నది వస్తుంది ఫర్ ఎవ్రీ వన్ ఆఫ్ యూ విత్ దట్ మచ్ నాలెడ్జ్. That's an opportunity given by God through him. Please utilize that. 7 years nunchi I never seen him sleeping 8 hours. కరెక్ట్గా పడుకున్నది కూడా పనుంది అని లేవడమే తప్పితే ఒళ్ళు సహకరిస్తుందా లేదా అన్నది ఏ రోజు చూసుకోలేదు. దట్స్ ద ఓన్లీ థింగ్ ఐ కెన్ సే. ఏ రోజు కూడా పర్సనల్ అంటే ప్రతి ఒక్కళ్ళు ఫ్యామిలీ కోసం వర్క్ చేస్తారు, ప్రతి ఒక్కళ్ళు డబ్బుల కోసం వర్క్ చేస్తారు, ప్రతి ఒక్కళ్ళు ఇది చేస్తారు అది చేస్తారని చెప్తారు. హీ నెవర్ వర్క్డ్ ఫర్ ఎనీథింగ్ ఎల్స్ అదర్ దాన్ ఫర్ ద కంట్రీ. ఇది ఒక్కటి నేను చెప్పగలను. ఫర్ ద పీపుల్ అంటారు, మళ్ళీ ఎవరికన్నా ఒకరికి బాగాలేదంటే ఏమవుతుంది వాళ్ళకి తగ్గుతుందిలే అంటారు. బట్ ద వే హీ వర్క్స్ దట్ షుడ్ మోటివేట్ ఈచ్ అండ్ ఎవ్రీ వన్. మీకు గ్రౌండ్ ఎంత బాగా ప్రిపేర్ అయింది అంటే, సార్ అన్నారు కదా మా షోల్డర్స్ నుంచి చూడడం కాదు, మీకు క్లియర్గా చెప్పాలంటే ఒక 10 మీటర్లు 10 మైల్స్ నిచ్చెనేసి ఉంచారు, మీరు ఆ పైన ఉన్నారు, అక్కడి నుంచి ఎలా చూస్తే మొత్తం కనిపిస్తుంది. విత్ ద హెల్ప్ ఆఫ్ ద రిషీస్ నాలెడ్జ్, మోడర్న్ ఎలోపతిక్ నాలెడ్జ్ అండ్ ఎవ్రీథింగ్, ద డాక్యుమెంట్స్ వాట్ హీ హ్యాస్ ప్రిపేర్డ్. ఒక్కొక్క డాక్యుమెంట్ చదవడానికే, అందులోంచి అర్థం చేసుకోవడానికే మనకి లైక్ 1 month పడుతుందేమో ఈజీగా చెప్పాలి అంటే. అంత వర్క్ చేసి ఇవాళ ఇంత సింపుల్గా అందరినీ తీసుకొని మాట్లాడడం అన్నది ఏదో కృప ఉంటే కానీ జరగని పని. I'll congratulate each and every one of the SGP team and thank you so much, part of the team. And senior team, ఎవరు ఆయన వెళ్ళిపోయాడు కానీ ఆయన పేరేంటి మర్చిపోయాను, కాంత్ అండ్ దివ్య, తేజ, త్రివేణి అండ్ జూనియర్ టీమ్, all of you. Shailaja, I can't say small words about you, but Shastri Garu, he is my senior. And of course, Shekhar Garu, without him, like men chala panlu chesi undevallam kada, as doctor said. On behalf of everyone, thank you. Thank you, doctor. Thank you so much. Now the certificates distribution for the new team. Can I read out the names? Who is going to present? Shastri Garu, please come up the stage, please. Sir, తోనేనా వస్తాను, ఈయన కూడా వస్తారు అంటున్నా. మీరందరూ వచ్చేయండి, మీ యూనిఫామ్ మొత్తం వచ్చేయండి. కమాన్ మన టీంలో అవుతున్నారు కదా, వాళ్ళు కూడా వచ్చేసేయండి మొత్తం. ఏ సార్ ఒకసారి ఈ పేర్లు చదువుతాను, సర్టిఫికేట్ మీతో తీసుకుంటారు, వాళ్ళు చదివేస్తాను, ఒక్కొక్కళ్ళు వచ్చి సర్టిఫికేట్. Right. After certificate distribution, our team, young doctors team, is going to surprise you with something. Please wait on us, okay? Okay. అమ్మ మీరందరూ పైకి వచ్చేసేయండి, మీరు వెనకాల బ్యాక్గ్రౌండ్లో ఉంటారు, వాళ్ళు వచ్చి సర్టిఫికేట్ తీసుకుంటే అందరితో ఒక్కొక్క ఫోటో అయిపోతుంది. గప్పుకొని వచ్చేసేయండి. భావన, ప్లీజ్ కమ్ అప్ టు ద స్టేజ్. బ్యాక్గ్రౌండ్లో లైన్గా నుంచుండి. శేఖర్ గారు పైకి వచ్చేసారు. డాక్టర్ నీలేష్, ప్లీజ్ కమ్ అప్ టు ద స్టేజ్. అందరూ సర్టిఫికెట్లు ఎవరెవరు ఉన్నాయి లైన్ ఇవ్వండి. లిస్ట్లో ఉన్నాయా? ఒకటి ఇస్తారా? డాక్టర్ హర్షవర్ధన్, డాక్టర్ హర్షవర్ధన్, డాక్టర్ హరి సంతోష్, మీరు అక్కడికి వెళ్ళిపోండి, ఇక్కడికి వెళ్ళి నుంచోండి, నేను చదివేస్తాను. హరి సంతోష్, ఫోటోలు వస్తారు అందుకని. డాక్టర్ గాయత్రి, డాక్టర్ మనోహర్, గాయత్రియా, డాక్టర్ మనోహర్, డాక్టర్ తులసి లక్ష్మి అర్చన, అవునా? ఓ డాక్టర్ ఉత్తర, డాక్టర్ వర్షిణి, డాక్టర్ మానస, No. Mannara, sorry. Please, Dr. Mannara, please. Sorry. Dr. Saundarya? Dr. Sai? They are not there? Sai Vamsi Krishna. Yeah, please. Dr. Durga Abhinav Sai? Dr. Yashwant? Yashwant, yeah, he says. Dr. Yashwant, please come and test. Ready? Okay, there is a quick surprise from our team, junior doctors. Please stay with us. Right. చెప్పులు తీయండి చెప్పులు తీయండి చెప్పులు తీయండి చెప్పులు తీయండి చెప్పులు తీయండి ఎవరెవరున్నారు వచ్చేసేయండి
Five, four, three, two, one.
కావాలా పాట కావాలా స్వచ్ఛమైన అచ్చతే నువ్వు బిడ్డ కావాలా
ఆట కావాలి పాట కావాలి రాజువాక సెంటర్ లో ఫ్లాట్ కావాలి
ముందే టెండర్ పెడితే ఎట్టా బేబీ
మానేదిట్టా గురువాది నా హాబీ
ఊపై ఒళ్ళే
చేసే డ్రిల్లే
భూగోళం మదిరేలా కదం తొక్కాలే స్వీట్ కావాలా హాట్ కావాలా నాణ్యమైన నాటు చికెన్ లెగ్స్ కావాలా
స్వీట్ కావాలి హాట్ కావాలి రాసిస్తే వైజాగ్లో ప్లాంట్ కావాలి
రంజితమే హే రంజితమే
5, 4,
kind of spontaneous, so if there are any mistakes, please follow. Thank you. The next one is actually, it's a style called flamenco, but this is not actually right guitar, but I'll try to play it on this guitar. So this is actually Spanish music, but it's my own composition, the next one.
And the last one. Thank you very much.
I'm just gonna sing a song. Please bear with me if it's bad. Like, yeah, please don't leave the play. Yeah, I'm gonna sing Kadalalli. ಕಡಲಲ್ಲಿ ವೇಚೆ ಕನುಲೆ ಕದಿಲೇನು ನದಿಲಾ ಕಲಲೆ ಕಡಲಲ್ಲಿ ಕದಿಲೇನು ನದಿಯ ಕನಲೆ. Thank you.
He's my friend. I call him Narahari. He calls me Ravi. So it's so nice that while he's not physically present here, because what he did is, Institute of Applied Dermatology has worked on filariasis. Friends, we have about 1.9 crores of filariasis patients today, right? If I remember right. 1.9 crores of filariasis patients. And, the thing is, filariasis patients have no money also. So that's why he has started this institution. He's a dermatologist, just like me. I'm a cardiac surgeon, super specialist. He's a super specialist in dermatology, and he has set up this institution. Though he could not come, he said, Ravi, I'm sending Dr. Uma Bharati. So we'll felicitate Dr. Uma Bharati. She's an Ayurvedic doctor, because that's a great institution. We are giving that honor to the institution. So good job. You guys are doing a wonderful job. Eradicating, see, if at all someone can work on filariasis, I think we all should refer patients to those institutions, because they have integrated they have integrated the methods of both Ayurvedic and allopathy, and then they have come up with their own methodology. And thank you very much for doing.
We have integrated Ayurveda, allopathy, yoga and diet.
Yoga and diet. But that's pretty much the same template that we have. So he has integrated Ayurveda, yoga, integrate Ayurveda, allopathy, yoga and diet. So to come up with this cure. If someone is talking about cure for filariasis, this is the institute in the world. Friends, if it was in the United States, they would have got a presidential award long ago. Not now, long ago. Anyway, thank you very much for being here, coming all the way from, and then convey my deep regards to Narahari, Dr. Narahari for you. But Narahari, tell him that his friend missed him, really missed him. Because if he was here, when the first time I presented in India, he was awarded the best presentation medal. Then he said, no, I don't deserve, it is Ravi Shankar who deserves, because he has done more work than me, because that is fundamental of Ayurveda. So, we have that mutual appreciation, respect for each other. I convey my best regards to him. And then in the honor of Institute of Applied Dermatology and also Dr. Narahari, we have the honor to felicitate Dr. Uma Bharati. Thank you very much. Oh, no. Thank you very much, Uma Bharati. I bless you. Good job. Thank you. You want to speak a couple of words? I'll hold it for you, and you hold it.
I'm so privileged to attend this seminar. Our Dr. Narahari is on another seminar in Nimhan, so that he couldn't represent physically here. So he has sent me here. So we are working on the neglected tropical disorder, that is the lymphatic filariasis, and we are treating the patients. There is a social stigma also, and basically how sir told, they are economically poor. And now we are funded with Bill and Melinda Gates, and we have extended our centers to UP and Bihar. And we are offering the free filariasis treatment in our sub-centers, sibling sub-centers in UP and Bihar. We have extended 4 centers over there. So anybody who is suffering with lymphatic filariasis or lymphedema, you can always refer them to IAD. We are there for people. Don't worry about lymphariasis. We are there for you. That is our slogan. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. All the best. Okay, over to Suresh, who was doing something. Yeah.
ఒక్క సాంగ్
I'll sing a song. Oh my, come on, man. ఇది పాడను ఈ పాట పాడు మరి ఓకే సరే నా pretty famous, I mean, that song that I'm used to. Okay? Karaoke లేదు అదే బ్యాక్గ్రౌండ్ ఏంటంటే ఇది మన వాట్ సాంగ్ ఇది లాలా లాలా అది మంది షిట్ ఓ ఓ మేరే ఏదేంటి ఏంటదమ్మా ఓ మేరే సాథీనా ఓ సాథీ రే సారీ ఐ ఫర్గాట్ ద సాంగ్ ఓ సాథీ రే విల్ సింగ్ ఫోన్ ఓ సాథీ రే పుట్ ద karaoke please, you have one? Found it? Okay. Oh, साथी रे. हाँ काद ओ साथी रे फिर अमिताभ बच्चन का था ना यार वो. हाँ तेरे बिना ये मूवी है दी लावारिसा. Okay, Adi, check for that. Sorry, I missed your guitar thing actually. We'll have it once again. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. In betna. Yeah, I got it. Oh, yeah, in the center. Yeah, okay. Started.
Congress.
La 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 la. तेरे बिना भी क्या जीना ओ साथी रे, तेरे बिना भी क्या जीना
तेरे बिना भी क्या जीना। फूलों में कलियों में सपनों की गलियों में तेरे बिना कुछ कहीं ना, तेरे बिना भी क्या जीना ओ साथी रे, तेरे बिना भी क्या जीना, तेरे बिना भी क्या जीना, क्या जीना, तेरे बिना भी क्या जीना। పోయిన ముందే పూసింది. हर धड़कन में सांस है तेरी, सांसों में तेरी ही खुशबू है। इस धरती से उस अंबर तक मेरी नजर में तू ही तू है। प्यार ये टूटे ना, प्यार ये टूटे ना, तू मुझसे रूठे ना, साथ ये छूटे कभी ना, तेरे बिना भी क्या जीना ओ साथी रे, तेरे बिना भी क्या जीना, तेरे बिना भी क्या जीना। तुझ भी जोगन मेरी रात, तुझ भी मेरे दिन बंजारे, मेरा जीवन चलती धूली, तुझे बुझे मेरे सपने सारे, तेरे बिना मेरी, तेरे बिना मेरी, मेरे बिना तेरी ये जिंदगी जिंदगी ना, तेरे बिना भी क्या जीना ओ साथी रे, तेरे बिना भी क्या जीना, तेरे बिना भी क्या जीना, तेरे बिना भी क्या जीना, तेरे बिना भी क्या जीना। సారీ ఫస్ట్లో తెలుగా ఏ ఓం ఓం నమః వాడదాం లేదు ఓ ఓ పాప లాలి, ఓ పాప లాలి మంచి లవ్ సాంగే, వన్ సాంగ్ ఓ పాప లాలి పెట్టండి. మరి నేనే అంత ఆక్రమిస్తే బాగుదా? ఇది మంచి పాడదాం, అది కూడా ఏం సందేహం మన రాకు, చినుకుల నది కావాలిగా పక్కన. ఓ పాప లాలి పెట్టండి. లాలి
డాక్టర్ హర్ష గారు పాడతాను.
ఫస్ట్ వన్ క్లాసికల్ పర్వాలేదు. రాజవరశేఖరం రవికులసుధాకరం ఆజానుబాహు నీలాభ్రకాయం రాజారికోదండ రాజదీక్షాగురుం రాజారికోదండ రాజదీక్షాగురుం రాజీవలోచనం రామచంద్రం రామం దేవదేవం భజే దివ్య ప్రభావం దేవదేవం భజే దివ్య ప్రభావం. One more. सारे संसार का प्यार मैंने तुझे में पाया, तू मिले दिल की ले और जीने को क्या चाहिए. ना तो तू उदास तेरे पास पास मैं रहूँगा जिंदगी भर. ना हो तू उदास तेरे पास पास मैं रहूँगा जिंदगी भर. सारे संसार का प्यार मैंने तुझे में पाया, तू मिले दिल की ले और जीने को क्या चाहिए. थैंक यू.